Thank you. Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of August 3rd, 2020. In accordance with LB 898, sorry about that. Please be advised that there's a copy of the Opens Meetings Act that's posted in the back of the chamber by the southwest door. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a period of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The order of business for the City Council as follows. The clerk will call items listed on the agenda under public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The applicant and those in favor should speak first, then those opposed after that. The applicant may then take one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, and whether you're speaking in favor or in opposition to the item. Testimony for today's City Council meeting, and not the budget, is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearing, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date, nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item of business or announcements?
A few announcements before our meeting. Immediately following our regular council meeting, there will be a public hearing on the 1 and 6 year street and highway program, the mayor's recommended 2020-21 budget and capital improvement program for 2020-21. Dinner break is scheduled at 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And in addition to having public testimony in the council chambers, there is a webinar that will be available for our budget agenda here for August 3rd. Additionally, there will be webinars that will be available for public comment for the City Council meetings held on August 10th and August 31st. For those who wish to testify by webinar, you can register with the City Clerk's office to participate. Please contact our clerk's office at 402-441-7436 or by email at cityclerk@lincoln.ne.gov. City Clerk's office must be notified by noon the day of the meeting. In order to register, please provide your name, address, and email information and contact number. If you have any other concerns you wish to express to City Council, please email them to councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov. And if you still wish to appear in person on an item on the agenda, you may come to the County City Building at 555 South 10th Street. Limited seating is available in the council chambers, or you may wait in the Bill Luxford studio or in the hallway until your item is called. Then you can enter the council chambers to come to the podium. After you're finished speaking, you can exit the chambers through the doors to your immediate left. Our first portion of our agenda today is the consent agenda, sections 1 and 2.
Any questions, comments?
No,
Have any?
I was encourage you to do just what you just did.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward on our consent items? Seeing none, we can call a roll.
Okay, we can vote on item 1A is approving appropriations in the amount of $25,000 for the operation of Keno lottery funds for various human services, introduced by Bowers.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold, yes, McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Then items 2A through 2C, introduced by Christensen.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Schob. Any questions, comments?
That was not me.
That
one of
wasn't
the two.
Councilperson
was-
Washington.
Nope, Ward.
Councilperson Ward. Somebody over on this side seconded,
Yeah.
okay?
We all look and sound alike.
Hard to see with you all having masks on.
It is.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. That ends our consent agenda. Next item would be section 4. Item 4A is approval of amendment number 2 to the Hub Hall Heights conditional annexation and zoning agreement between the city and Applesway LLC to reflect changes in the scope and financial obligations of the parties related to the road improvements to be constructed on West Holdridge Street between North 48th Street and future Northwest Chitwood Lane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mark Hunziker, appearing on behalf of Applesway LLC. I'm just here to answer any questions you may have about this.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Hunziker? Does this, real quick, does this go all the way from just Northwest 48 over, or does it go east of Northwest 48?
It is east of Northwest 48th Street. The agreement primarily, the original annexation was for the land north of Holdridge and east of Northwest 48th. And this will provide for the construction of of Holdridge Street from Northwest 48th to, I'm forgetting the name of the street now. There will be a roundabout approximately a quarter of a mile east of Northwest 48th Street, where this will terminate and then taper back to the gravel east of there. The property on the north side of 48 north of Holdridge is already approved for 275 apartment units and about 91 townhouses.
Okay.
We think it's, with the school going up, it's a good time to get moving on this.
To start getting it paved? Yes. Councilperson Rabel.
Mr. Hunziker, thank you very much. Can you tell us when you anticipate that the road improvements will be complete, or are they already in there, or no? They're not.
They are not there. We hope that we will get the grading completed yet this fall, and hopefully the street improvements will be completed next spring, starting next spring. I know the apartment developers would like to have that finished before their first units are available to occupy. So,
And the first units will be available for occupancy on when?
I'm sorry?
When will the first units be available for
Well,
occupancy?
I can't give you any guarantees about that because we don't have a final agreement with them yet, but we are in the process of negotiating that agreement, and they're telling us they would like to have units available by next fall.
Okay, and then just to make sure I heard correctly, the road improvements, the road work will be completed by the fall of 2021?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's our plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hunziker?
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you. Do we have any other questions for any of our staff on this? None? Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, move on.
Item 4B, waiver 20004, application of Pius X Catholic High School for a 2-year extension of the required to pave a parking lot on property generally located at 5720 A Street.
Anybody like to speak on item 4B, the application of Pius for a parking lot? See Mr. Carey, Director Carey, would like to come forward.
Good afternoon, David Carey, Director of the Planning Department. Really just want to let you know that this is a fairly straightforward request. The reasoning behind this request for a delay was some uncertainty with the pandemic and a lot of moving parts, and this is not atypical for us to allow for a delay. Often it's a 4-year delay. This is a request for a 2-year delay. It is not near any of the adjacent properties. It's internal to the parking lot that's there today with pavement around this area. So we are in support of this, and it was something that we felt like it was good to go forward with.
Okay. Any questions for Director Carey?
Thank you.
Seeing none, would anybody else like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's move on to voting on our public hearing resolutions.
I have a motion to amend number 1 on item 4A. I hereby to move to amend bill number 20R-279 to adopt a substitute agreement attached here too.
We need to call the motion.
Just call the
Name
motion
Oh,
first.
sorry. Approval of amendment number 2 to Hub Hall Heights conditional annexation and zoning agreement between City and Apples Way LLC to reflect changes in the scope of financial obligations of the parties related to the road improvements to be constructed on West Holdridge Street between Northwest 48th Street and future Northwest Chitwood Lane, introduced by Bowers.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
And I move motion to amend number 1.
Sorry, who was moving?
Name was.
I just muscled my way into moving motion to amend number 1.
It's a substitute agreement.
Who would like
Correct.
to make the motion to move?
I did.
She just did.
I
Second.
just did.
Oh, Jane?
Second.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
And Roy just seconded it.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
And the reason why is to add new estimate for Holdridge Street improvements from what was previously listed as $1,228,000 to $1,372,367.80, and to include attachment B, which was previously omitted by mistake.
Any comments on the motion to amend? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, any other questions on the main amended motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4B, waiver 20004, application of Pius X Catholic High School for a 2-year extension of the requirement to pave a parking lot on property generally located at 5720 A Street, introduced by Bowers.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments? Questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay. That ends our resolutions. Move on to ordinance's second reading.
Item 5A, amending the pay schedule for certain employee groups by adjusting the pay range for employees whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by P to be effective August 20th, 2020.
Good afternoon, Council. Doug McDaniel, Human Resources. This is pretty much ministerial actions of approving the pay plan for the next fiscal year for the LPU labor contract. You approved a 3-year agreement last year. This is the second year in the pay plan.
Do we have any questions for Mr. McDaniel?
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Would anybody else like to come forward and speak on item 5A? Anybody, okay? Seeing none?
No,
No,
there's a
we have a
gentleman
hand
there.
raised.
Oh, come on up. Please state your name and address.
Frederick Mays. I want to come and say a group home author would like to the budget money and all that kind of good stuff.
Okay, well, thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward? Seeing none, let's move on. Oh, one more. And this is on item 5A.
Great. Hi, my name's Serena Freet, SARENA-FREET. And I just want to say that I oppose the pay increase to LPD.
Okay,
This is not.
this is a
not-
pay increase for
Bus drivers.
bus drivers,
5A?
We're on 5A.
5A.
Maybe I got the wrong one. Sorry about that. For B, 5A. Okay, I guess I need to reroute. Thanks.
Is it on LTU, just LTU?
Yep. Well, it's
Utilities?
it's that union.
No, it's the police.
Is that the police one?
It is police, it's
It is police?
sergeant and street
Okay, it
officers.
is police, never mind.
Would you like to come back up and say something? Okay.
Thank you for clarifying, sorry.
Yes, I must apologize.
That's okay. I just to restate, I oppose pay increase to LPD. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to come forward? Seeing none, we move on. 5B.
Item 5B, approving amendment number 1 to lease agreement between the city and Holmes Lake Professional Center LLC, which documents city consent to assign lease agreement for areas of Holmes Lake Park to John Watson, Watson Family LLC, and ARW Properties LLC.
Good afternoon, Lynn Johnson, Director of Lincoln Parks and Recreation. The action that is before the City Council this afternoon is approval to assign interest in a lease agreement to, and I'll mention this in just a second, to 3 adjoining property owners. The location of this property is a piece of property that actually is technically part of Holmes Lake Park. It was acquired as part of the land when Holmes Park was acquired. There's actually a little bit of this that is actually floodplain, I think. So we are just north of the intersection of Normal Boulevard and South 70th Street. The adjoining property owners are this piece of property here at 2855 South 70th Street. And it's hard to see, but this area identified in orange is a small area of their parking lot that actually extends into that area of city-owned property. At the time that the city entered into the lease agreement, it was with the Holmes Lake Professional Center, and it was a 10-year lease, and it was established, the City Council approved it on April 23rd, 2012, and it extends through April 30th of 2022. It's about 2,200 square feet in size. What has happened is that in 2019, the owners of that property unwound their interest, and so now there are 3 separate property owners of that property. And the agreement that we have has a requirement that the city has to approve any assignment of that lease agreement. And so essentially what the City Council is being asked to do this afternoon is to approve assignment of the lease agreement to the 3 new property owners. And those property owners are John Watson, Watson Family LLC, and ARW Properties LLC. This, as I say, this agreement has just under 2 more years. Two more years on it, and at that point I anticipate that we'll probably be back before the City Council seeking approval of an extension of that agreement. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for, yes?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Johnson, I read this a couple of times and was a smidge confused, but could you tell me, if they were all bound together by this agreement with the city, and so the city had a signature with one person, right?
Correct.
And now they're going to have a signature with the same group of people, but instead of being collected, they're going to separate themselves.
That's my understanding, that the ownership of that property was under a single ownership, and last year what they did is they divided that ownership between 3 different groups, and so now we will have, as you say, an agreement with 3 different property owners at that location.
And does that make it any more confusing or difficult for the city to manage an agreement with 3 parties on one parcel as opposed to 1?
I don't think so. We invoice the property owner on an annual basis. We'll just divide that invoice into 3, and we'll submit 3 invoices to the 3 property owners at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Johnson? No, thank you for coming down.
Absolutely.
Would anybody else like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, let's move on.
I'll be calling items 5C, 5D, and 5E together. 5C, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 20009, declaring approximately 0.26 acres of city-owned property, generally located at 2510 South 48th Street, as surplus. And the related, approving a real estate purchase agreement between the city and Antelope Park Center Company LLC for the sale of a small area of the Antelope Creek Greenway to the adjoining property owner at 2510 South 48th Street. And also the related change of zone 20020, application of Parks and Recreation Department Director for a change from P Public District to B1 Business District of approximately .47 acres on property generally located at 2510 South 48th Street.
Good afternoon again. Lynn Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. There are three actions, if you've heard, before the City Council this afternoon related to a sale of a small area of land in this area that we call the Antelope Creek Greenway to the adjoining commercial property owner. To help you with a little bit of orientation, this is South 48th Street. Normal Boulevard is just to the north. Van Dorn Street is to the south. Van Dorn Plaza is to the south. This commercial property is Norm's Fuel and Food on 48th Street is the name of the property. A little more orientation on this. This piece of property that we call the Antelope Creek Greenway was acquired by the city in about the 1950s. It was an outlot that was conveyed to the city at the time that the residential subdivision was established there. Antelope Creek runs through that piece of property. On the east side of that property is where the Billy Wolf Trail is located. This is really an unutilized piece of that green space. And you can actually see back in 1977, a piece of this was previously sold to this commercial property where Arby's is located today. So we have a little bit of a precedent of selling off a portion of this greenway to the adjoining property owners. I should note that this is a fairly unusual transaction. We rarely sell parkland. Occasionally we'll be before the City Council with a proposal to do that. About 5 years ago, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board had a significant discussion about the factors that go into considering selling parkland. And they adopted a guidance statement that states it is the position of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board that the land used for park purposes not be considered for sale or transfer if it is part of an existing or anticipated network or provides current or anticipated future value to the community, including outdoor recreation opportunities, stormwater management, floodwater storage, habitat conservation, or open space. In this instance, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board did review this. They are recommending approval of this sale. And I think it's really because the land here has very limited recreation value, and it has limited habitat value as well. The proposal is to sell about 11,330 square feet to the adjoining property owner, and that would be the Antelope Park Center LLC. It's owned by Dennis Sell, and I said the business name there is Norm's Fuel and Food on 48th Street. Their interest in acquiring this property, to be perfectly honest, is that they recently acquired the property and they are interested in securing a liquor license for the convenience store that's located there. There is not 100 feet of separation between this building and the park or the parkland as it's configured today. And in order for them to secure a liquor license, they need that 100 feet of separation. So this sale would allow them to do that. We did, consistent with our normal process, we asked an independent appraiser to determine the value of the property. The value that was determined was about 90 cents a square foot with a sale price of $10,198. The agreement is set up so that we would split the cost of the appraisal and the legal description. The cost of the city would be about $3,300 for its half of that. And I think it probably shows up better on this image. There is a row of trees in this location that's right on the property line that are not in very good condition, and a majority of those trees are ash trees. And then there are 3 additional trees in this portion of the property that, again, are not in very good condition. Actually, I'm sorry, there are 4 trees. One of those is a large mulberry tree that is starting to break up. One of those or 2 of those are large hackberry trees that are probably in fair condition at this point. And then there's also a box elder tree in the southern portion of this property that's probably, again, in fair condition. I think it probably was the responsibility of the Parks and Recreation Department, to be perfectly honest, and the adjoining property owner to manage this property line in a way that those volunteer trees did not get established. But that did happen, and they're large trees, and they're not in good shape at this point. And so the agreement stipulates that we would share the cost for removal of those trees. And we would actually be putting about $6,097, about half of the cost to remove of those trees, into an escrow agreement. And the agreement states that the sales will be responsible for removing those trees prior to April 1st of next year of 21. There are two other actions associated with this. One is the approval of or declaring the property surplus and authorizing the sale. The second is a rezone of the property. So today this property has P or public zoning, and the adjoining property has B1 zoning, and so this would be approval for a change of zone to change the zoning of that property to B1. And actually this piece of property up here to the north, when it was sold, the zoning did not change on that. So it's cleaning up that situation, and would be this entire area then would have B1 zoning, which would be consistent with the adjoining properties to the west and the use. And then the third action, I guess, is the declaration of surplus property. There's the approval of the sale, declaration of the property as surplus, and then the change of zone. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have this afternoon.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Councilperson Washington.
Okay, with all of the cost sharing with the well, I guess, I don't know if they're the applicant, the person who'd like to buy the property, I'm just curious, what is the city going to get from this? Because it looks almost as if we're paying to have the property taken off our hands, and that just can't be true.
The city nets about $1,000.
$1,000, we are almost giving this property away. Can you, I noticed that there's a waterway, very channelized, but a waterway between what would be the new property line and the Billy Wolf Trail.
That's correct.
Do you know if the new property owner intends to do something that are going to stress that channel?
We can, Stacy Sell
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm
and
Stacy
can
Sell.
probably address that.
Be happy to.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that, though? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm a little concerned that development you might do on property that you would obtain from the city would increase sheet flow into the channel and cause us to have to do more maintenance on the channel.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, again, we were just wanting to get the land to get it cleaned up because it is quite a mess back there since we acquired it. And the only thing that we were looking at adding is parking there. Because
do you pave the area once it's been cleaned up?
If possible. That's just our long-term plan with it. After we get it cleaned up, that was our plan.
Then I would probably ask for some kind of stipulation that provides for a maintenance fund back to the city, because even trees in poor shape uptake water and help with water flow, and if we add more impermeable surface right there next to the channel, I don't want to end up getting a bill that says that the channel has been ground out in any way because of increased water. So I would, of course, hope that nothing bad happens, but when we lose vegetation, we lose the ability to uptake excess water. And we do have a channel right there. Can Watershed take a look at this before we close this deal?
We certainly can. Yeah, the city council does not take action on this until next week. So we can ask the Watershed Management take a look at this and determine any concerns that they may have with if this is if the parking lot is expanded, how to manage the stormwater on that site so that it doesn't cause degradation of the channel.
Thank you very much.
Well, and that was just something that we were, talking about doing down the road. We really were looking at acquiring it to get the liquor license, as Lynn had mentioned, but that was what we thought maybe a long-term thing would be with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to do it. So I'm sorry if I caused problems by saying that.
No, I appreciate your telling us this, and I understand, and I'll see this application as I'm a member of the Internal Liquor Control Board. So,
Okay. Councilperson Cho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Councilwoman Washington. A little bit of a follow-up. If this is just declaring the land property surplus and exercising the sale, if the applicant did decide to pave something, would they have to come back before us before they did any modifications like paving? Would that have to be a comprehensive plan, text amendment, or anything like that? Will we get another chance at this? I guess that's the real question.
probably need planning department staff to speak to this, but I think that a parking lot, expansion of the parking lot in that B1 zoning district is probably used by right.
All right,
So that would not take city council action to approve that parking lot, is my understanding. And if I'm wrong, I hope David will come forward and
Yes, if
and
David
state
is
that.
in the room, he could come forward.
Yes, Councilperson Rabel.
I have a question. If you're not certain if you're going to be putting a parking lot in there, and you just need that added space or property to get your liquor license, then why do you have to agree to remove the trees by April 1st, 2021? I mean, if you're not sure you're going to do anything, why do we have to stipulate that the trees have to be removed if you have no immediate plans to put in a parking lot?
Well, that was just kind of what we agreed upon because it's such a mess back there. So we've been working on trying to clean that up with Parks and Rec. And I think the previous owners had some issues with those trees as well, because there's, 72 trees or something, and it's kind of, as Lynn mentioned, a lot of them are going to have to be taken out because they might have issues. But that's not really a concern of ours, other than the power lines were getting close, and it's getting close to the building, some of those trees. So that's the only reason we were interested in getting it cleaned up as soon as possible. But it's not really our stipulation. It just seemed like that was something that needed to be done.
That was actually a recommendation that came from Parks and Recreation staff. A majority of the trees in this line, the volunteer trees, are ash trees, so they're going to be subject to emerald ash borer. They're not in great condition, which is going to make them even more susceptible to emerald ash borer. And the other 4 trees are older, they're not in great shape. Particularly the mulberry is starting to fall apart. It's kind of a public safety concern, to be perfectly honest. They're trees that we should have removed ahead of this time, to be honest.
Yes.
I just have a cost-benefit analysis. Did you ever anticipate or calculate how much in property tax revenue will this additional 10,000 square feet of property bring into the city? And then if you're going to be hopefully applying for a liquor license, what's the anticipated sales tax revenue to make sure that we are also at least making a little bit more money on this transaction. It doesn't seems like the city is bearing a lot of the costs of this transaction.
Well, yes and no, because we're bearing cost of getting those trees removed that we wouldn't have had to do. That was the city's responsibility for the majority of them. And we've been putting our own time and effort into getting that cleaned up because it wasn't taken care of since we took over the property. I think the increase in revenue will be significant to the city. We've already probably increased the convenience store from where it was by, a significant amount, even through the virus and just getting started. So probably not underestimating a dozen people a day come in looking for liquor, because they expect a convenience store to have liquor. And in fact, we kind of get yelled at every once in a while that, how can you not have liquor because you're a convenience store? So we're anticipating a good 30% revenue increase from the liquor sales once we get that taken care of as well.
Well, 30% increase in sales.
That's what we're hoping for, if not more.
Any other questions or thoughts for Director Johnson or the applicant? Okay. Is there anything else you would like to say?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody like to come forward in favor or oppose this? If you two want to come to different sides, that would be fine. We're going to have two stations going. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Robert Way. I live at 801 Elevado Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska. This seems to be a lot of different things put together. It seems to be perhaps there was a piece of city land which wasn't being maintained. I'm not quite sure on the procedures for maintaining city lands, but if it's anything like maintaining city streets, the people put in a request, the city has a reasonable amount of time to fix it, and then if they don't, then I heard words like negligent being thrown around. If that process hasn't happened, then I don't see how that can apply. I think I heard somebody say they've been already removing stuff on that land, which I can't understand at all, because I don't think you can go onto public land and remove trees, even if it's one of those things where common sense, it makes sense that people should be able to remove those trees, because obviously they were doing a good thing. It's just one of those things where we can't have people making that decision about public lands. We got to go through the process. It's government. It gets tricky, but you got to do it another way. And the third and fourth thing I will say is I don't understand this cost sharing arrangement. If the city wasn't doing its job, city should do its job. But as I understand it, most of that work is internal. That's work within the Parks Department, so that should have already been in the budget for the Parks Department, that they have this much to maintain city land. This looks like they want $6,000 more for their budget, and they're going to sell city land to get it. I don't think that's a good precedent to establish, that different departments can recommend land being sold and increase their budget. And fourthly, if we do go forward with this plan, I think this money definitely has to be dedicated to a specific public good, because it's coming out from a specific public good. I don't want this going to a consulting fee. I want to make sure we're going to sell parkland, which I was shocked this was even on the budget. I need to pay attention more. We got to make sure we do something good with that money. I thank you for your time.
Yes. Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jane. Go ahead.
You ready?
Yep.
Jane Kinsey with Watchdogs. Some years ago, when Don Wesley was the mayor, there was a strip of land where Talent Plus now resides on Pioneers and across from the Cedars home. We had a long petition of landowners, property owners, just of residents across the street at Pinehurst, and also on the north side of Holmes Lake, or Holmes Park, excuse me, or across from Pioneers, opposing this. It is not a good precedent to sell parkland to private individuals. The people who live next to the area that is now Talent Plus complain constantly about the noise and the lights that are there. Not only that, but parkland is a valuable commodity all over the world, and particularly in Lincoln, even though we have a lot of it. And we would oppose selling this to anybody, much less to people who are not real sure about what they're going to do. They want you to change the zoning. They want you to change quite a bit. So we would ask that Mr. Johnson withdraw his proposal. If the city needs money, there's other ways to raise money. They seem to be wanting to sell off a lot of land right now. So we would, based on past experience, when we were told that this was going to be a very unusual situation, and we would be against it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to come forward to speak on this item? Would you like to come back, or anything else?
I might mention, and I think the city council knows this, but when land is sold, when city land is sold, it goes into the advanced acquisition fund. And those funds are segregated by department. And so the net proceeds of this, though it's not a lot of money, will be earmarked for future parkland acquisition. So it does not go to support the department's operating budget. it goes into a fund that will be used to purchase additional parkland in the future.
Yes, and Councilperson Willard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Johnson, and did you not say earlier the net for what the city would gain is $1,000 net, not $6,000 that we heard?
Yeah, it's about that. Yeah.
About approximately, okay.
And,
I just wanted to verify that. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say quickly, parkland, we're using that term loosely there if you've looked at the property. Most people don't even realize that that would even be considered parkland, the condition where it's at with the creek. And I mean, we're trying to improve it more than anything. So, and then to be unsure with what we're going to do with it, that's really not true. We either are going to do nothing and just keep it nice and clean, or a parking lot. Those are their two options. So, thank you.
Any other comments? Anybody else would like to come forward on this item? Seeing none, let's move on.
Item 5F, an ordinance to establish a moratorium in new applications for special permits for alternative to imprisonment facilities for a period of 90 days.
Yes. Would anybody like to come up and speak on this item?
Hi, I'm Jane Sebi. I would ask that you expand this to include applications for group homes for adults, because we know that most of the AIF facilities in Lincoln currently in existence are coming in under that criteria rather than actually applying for AIFs. There are roughly a half a dozen running in town already, and they've come in under the group home criteria rather than the AIF because they can sneak in that way, and they don't have to deal with the public hearings and stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your name? I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm Roy Helm. I live at 2750 South 13th Street. I'm the property owner there, have been for 30 years. I speak in support of this ordinance to establish a moratorium, and then I say that and I support it because measures must be taken to establish guidelines and regulations to protect the residents of such facilities, and it's my understanding that we don't have those types of stringent regulations. We also need to consider the safety of the community, the neighborhood, and the neighbors, and have some protections for established and a reporting process, and at least the knowledge that these facilities are manned or personed 24/7, 365 by some supervisor. The successful transition back into society from incarceration is not an easy process. And as community members, it is incumbent upon us to try and help these people because they have already paid their debt and they're trying to come back. And it's with that spirit in mind that it's important to give some structure, some guidelines, and some responsibility to those people. And this is especially true in my mind when it comes to for-profit ventures, when it is the profit that is of concern, not the well-being of the individual. I would further like to ask that when regulations are drafted, that public input be taken. We have a lot of concerns, and I think that we can work together to come out with some workable regulations and requirements. I would also like to request that any regulations that are put into effect in the future would also apply to permits that are pending. I know that may be a little controversial, but it's my understanding there are permits pending, so there are no protections for those people. And I would just like to say that I hope you can find your way to vote for this moratorium so that we can provide safe housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you for coming down. Anybody else like to come forward to speak on item 5F? Yes.
Hello, Serena Freet is my name. I just would like to say that I oppose the moratorium for the special permit. We as a community need to prioritize getting people out of prison and jails. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. So if it's a dispute between extending a permit from three people to 6, that's 3 other people we could get out of jail or out of prison right now that are required to have this like supervised release. And delaying that is harming people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come forward to speak on this?
Hi, my name is Mark Leaker, 2732 South 13th Street. I'd like to say I concur with what my neighbor Roy Helm just talked about in favor of the moratorium. And also I have a letter that our neighbor Mo Neal had written and sent to the council, but I'd like to read it out loud here. Dear council members, it is my hope that you will place a moratorium on approving any existing and all future applications for AIF permits until such time as regulations may be written, reviewed, and added to the municipal code. How this facility got included in the codes in 2015 without any regulations whatsoever is a question needs answering. How did this happen? At a bare minimum, the setbacks and density should equal those for domestic shelters. Remove the designation of an AIF from the property and tie it instead to the owner along with licensing requirements, credentials required, background checks, health and safety standards being met, and on-site unannounced inspections of the facility. Sincerely, Mo Neal, 2701 South 13th Street. And again, I'd just like to encourage you to go ahead with this moratorium until we can get a little more clear-cut idea of what's best for the community and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward? Okay.
I'm Charles Safrick, and I'm at 2731 South 14th, and I just wanted to speak in favor of the moratorium and saying that I support the public input that needs to be in place for it also, and support what both of my neighbors just said too. So thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Anybody else at this time would like to come speak on this item? Do we do an amendment at this time? Or a motion?
I would motion to amend the moratorium. Last week, we entered this into the record, and the amendment would, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to move it.
First, we need to.
And I'm not going to stop.
Suspend the rules.
Yeah.
You have to, before anything else can happen, we have to suspend the rules.
That's what I was.
Yep, and I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules on item 5F so that we are able to take a vote on this item tonight.
There's a second.
Second.
There's a motion to suspend the rules.
I have a question. Are there, to our knowledge, is this urgent to the point where there are applications waiting right now? Or are we just trying to prevent further applications?
It is my understanding that there are permits possibly being readied to be filed this week, this coming week, and it is an effort to really have a greater awareness of some guidelines. I think some of the testimony said, you know, this was implemented in 2015, but we don't have any guidelines, we don't have any accountability. And I think there was some concerns raised about the for-profit to this. And it seems of concern to us that the motivation is to really try to cram as many individuals into a housing unit to maximize their profit potential. So we have concerns about, is it being handled correctly? Is it making sure that the facilities are safe? and that the individuals in those facilities will get the programming care that they need so that they can succeed in being reintegrated into our community. So
Okay.
we have some urgent concerns about other applications waiting to be filed. So yes.
The motion is to suspend rules to vote tonight. Any other?
This is just on the motion to suspend.
This is the motion
suspend.
to suspend. We can take it up.
And
Yes.
I would like to speak. I don't want to negate anything that my colleague, Councilwoman Raybold, has said, but the reason that I am interested in suspending the rules to move this forward is because of the at least one or two applications that are being ready to be filed this week. And it's not to make it impossible for them to eventually file. The idea is that the two proposals that have come before us in 15 years, these are the first two in 15 years we've had this on the books, and it's raised so many issues from neighbors that I thought that it would be important to have a chance to study this.
Okay. Yes,
I just like
Councilman
to-
Christensen.
I'd like to point out just a procedural issue. If you're trying to prevent someone from making an application this week, this won't work. Because even if we vote on the thing and pass it tonight, then it has to go to the mayor, and then the mayor has to sign it, and then there's a number of days that must pass before it can be take effect. So if you're trying to make it so they can't do it this week, it's too late.
Actually, the
Why don't we have a lawyer explain this?
Yes,
to
well,
us?
we have a motion, because I realized that was an issue and asked that we take a look, and the motion will
Motion
clearly.
in front of us is to suspend rules.
Suspend the
To
rules,
suspend
yeah.
the rules, but
the
We-
other.
Which would allow for more discussion, right, after we
Yes.
suspend the
Correct.
rules?
Right.
Yes.
correct.
We vote on that and get that out of the way, and then we start talking some more.
Is there any other comments on the motion to suspend the rules?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I would just support the motion to suspend the rules because we've had, the last time we had a public hearing, we had an extended concern and debate from both sides of the issues, the applicant and the neighbors, and I think it's important to slow down. There's no preconceived notion about stopping something this week, to Councilman Christensen's point. I just think that it's clear that we need to try to get on top of what's happening in our city, and pure and simple, and we can't do that until we have that opportunity to work through the issues mentioned by both Councilwomen Raybold and Washington. So I will be supporting the motion to suspend and the ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Haven't
Chair.
talked about the ordinance. We will.
We will.
Any other comments for the suspension of rules? Please call the roll.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Christensen.
No.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Sorry. McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1.
Now we need a motion to pass, correct?
A motion
He
to
needs-
amend.
No, motion to
Oh, well, we need
amend,
the main motion on the
main
floor.
motion, and then motion to amend.
Right.
Okay.
Did you read it? And then,
Yes. Item 5F, an ordinance to establish a moratorium on new applications for special permits for alternative to imprisonment facilities for a period of 90 days, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
been moved and seconded by Councilperson Raybold. Now discussion on the main motion.
Well, a motion to amend.
I would like to amend the main motion.
Second.
And moved and,
What is the amendment?
The amendment is
and moved and seconded, that we amend it.
in section 2 of the original motion. No, it's in section 1 of the original motion, and it says now that the consideration of any applications except those which have been received and acted upon by the Planning Commission as of August 3rd, 2020, for special use permits to allow alternative to imprisonment facilities under Lincoln Municipal Code, hereby be suspended for a period of 90 days. The same date of August 3rd is also in section 2.
And I had seconded that in case
Yes,
anybody
been
didn't
moved
hear.
and seconded for the amendment. Questions on the amendment? Yes?
No, I just wanted to
Council-
comment.
comment on the
Yes,
amendment?
thank you. I wanted to say that I am in support of this amendment. Not only have we heard from countless neighbors about this, we've also heard from those that are in the behavioral health field, and they have concerns about this. Senator Anna Wishart in the state legislature and Senator Patty Pansing Brooks has also been approached, and the state legislature has been asked, and they're doing an interim study as we speak on the AIFs and the impact that they have on the community. But more importantly, they're talking about the guidelines that they failed to include or the recommendations on how these facilities should be set up. And it always falls to the task of the local municipality, the jurisdiction, to flesh out these guidelines and these proposals to make sure that we keep those individuals that will be involved in these programs, but make sure that they're safe in the housing facility, that it's up to our building and safety codes, zoning codes, but most importantly, that they don't become that for-profit generator just packing people in just to make sure that you are making money off of these individuals. And we've heard that time and time again. And unfortunately, it just sort of cropped up, and we've asked planning to help us figure out guidelines and regulations. We need transparency, we need accountability, and certainly the neighbors would like to be able to have someone to contact if they see something that they think is detrimental to those residents in the facility, in the home, as well as detrimental to the neighborhood itself. So for that reason, I am going to support this motion to amend to put the moratorium in effect of any applications effective August 3rd today.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to amend? To put the two dates into it. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Yes.
Schob. Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes. Now the
And
main
carried
motion.
7-0.
Any comments, any other comments on the main motion? Yes. Councilman Show,
I
would you
would
like
like
to
to-
have our attorney come
I
up?
would, yes.
Yes.
You're reading my mind. How did you do that?
Because I was thinking the same thing. Got a couple questions also. Probably the same ones you had.
Tim C., Assistant City Attorney.
Mr. C., thank you for coming forward
Yes, sir.
again. We just amended a motion and we put some dates in this motion.
Mm-hmm.
As my fellow Councilman Christensen talked about procedurally, when do things take effect? Are we good here? Do we need to do more? Are we?
I think this is the best we can do in terms of setting it and making it known to the world that these are for applications that we receive as of after today. Certainly the mayor will have to sign it on Wednesday or Thursday. All ordinances go into effect after 15 days, but this lets the world know, it puts everyone on notice that all applications received as of today's date or thereafter will be treated as if they're not received until the end of the ordinance.
Would you say this is legally the fairest way to present this to our community? Never mind. Look at that.
I think this is a defensible way to do this, yes.
Okay. Yes,
I guess-
Councilman Christensen.
I'm just trying to put myself in the position of somebody who might be wanting to, have been planning, as it was indicated, somebody might be planning to do it this week. And they were, let's say they were ready to do the paperwork for tomorrow. And they get caught pretty much off guard on this because we've taken the step to do it by suspending our rules. Would they have any recourse saying, hey, I was caught off guard because you jumped your own rules?
They may attempt some sort of a challenge of the council action, Councilman Christensen, but I'm fairly confident in the process that's in place here.
Okay.
Yes, Councilperson Bowers.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Does this prevent these facilities that have 3 or less people in it, or is this only preventing those that want to pursue having more than 3 people in it?
I think the idea is if there's 3 people in a residence, it's a residence at that point, is how it's been looked at.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilperson Rabel.
I just want to address Councilman Christensen's comment is that I think anyone who's been listening and who's involved in establishing an AIF for more than, 6 or more people, has been paying attention to what not only the Lincoln City Council has been doing, but other municipalities across the United States. I think a lot of them were caught off guard on this and don't have the necessary regulations and safety and guidelines and accountability in place to make sure that these facilities are successful, but most importantly, the people that are in those facilities can be integrated back into our community safely and not be some for-profit opportunity. So I think it's our obligation to the community and for the public safety to really slow this down and take a better look at this. And I think that's exactly what we're doing by putting a moratorium in place.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. C, I need a little bit of your help and fellow council people. There was a community member who came forward and asked us to also consider group homes in this. But the application we reviewed earlier was not a group home because of proximity to other group homes.
The application that was before us
2 weeks ago,
still pending before this council, is for an alternative to imprisonment facility. That was the application that they applied for, and that's what's before this council. I heard the suggestion of taking up group homes, but that is not a part of the ordinance that is before this council right now.
Okay. Councilperson Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Shob, you are correct. I have had conversations with the applicant who was before us and pending and will come back before us in another week or two. And that applicant had originally looked at group homes and realized that her facility would be too close to a group home on either side of her by a half a block, and so was looking for another venue or legal means to have the facility, and so she landed on AIF. Until someone, I guess, in Ms. Neal's letter, read the letter and said that group homes are also operating as AIFs, I was unaware of that. So I'm a little concerned that we may not know exactly what's happening. But I'm not at this point ready to say let's broaden this moratorium, because I don't really want to open up Pandora's box. When I went to look at the history on the ordinance that created the AIF facility in 2005, I noticed that at the same time, a number of things in this section of the code were being updated and redefined, including group home. But at that point, in my review of that in the last week, it did not initially trigger a concern. But I must admit that it's something that whoever looks at the AIF facilities moving forward could maybe take a small look at as well, but I'm not willing to put a kibosh or a moratorium on that group home.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councilperson.
Just to be clear, is there any, these AFI facilities, they do not provide mental health treatment, correct?
I can't speak to the inner workings of the AIF facilities. I'm not familiar with those specifically, and perhaps Director Carey can address that more better than I can, but that's outside the scope of my expertise on these. Sorry.
The answer.
Would you want Director Carey to speak on that?
Yeah. David Carey, Director of Planning Department. Yes, so our understanding is that they are not providing health services on site.
And then are these AFI facilities, are they providing any activities of daily living like feeding, bathing, toileting?
As far as training or things like that?
Right, so if a person who's being released from incarceration utilizes this housing program, is an AFI facility responsible for any of the activities of daily living and helping a person get bathed?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Is there any sort of substance abuse counseling that is being performed at the AFI itself?
It's our understanding that those types of services are not occurring on site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Question before us is, do we want to apply the moratorium? A motion?
Well, I have a question for David.
Okay.
Mr. K, I guess we're trying to figure out how did this all come about, and what is the history of the legislation that was passed by the Nebraska legislature, and then did they have a change in how they are administering the program? Or it seemed like they've been offering increasing incentives for this to take off. So from what I understand, if house an individual, you are reimbursed $20 a day, but if you house an individual and offer 5 hours of programming, then you can get paid up to $90 a day to house this individual. And so did something transpire in between the time that legislation took force, and has there been something that happened in determining the reimbursable rates, or?
So I'm not going to stand here and say that I'm an expert on the state policy that is in place and or was changed. So that's part of what I believe this 90-day moratorium will be used for, to get a better handle on all that information, to best understand how things have changed or not, and what that means as far as what our local zoning type of regulations can do and should do to help do the best we can with this use. So what I can say is that the special permit was established as a standalone special permit for this use, and then it's sat there basically for 15 years before it actually was asked to be used. So it's fairly new to us, even though the special permit was in place for many years. So the moratorium will allow time to do that research, to better inform everyone on that, and then come forward ideally with the best set of regulations that make sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Comments? Yes.
I think the only thing that I just want to say is that I am going to be supportive of this because it seems like a good faith effort to do some digging and to figure out how to best protect individuals. But I want to be clear in explaining why I am voting for this is that just because I'm voting for some more research doesn't necessarily mean that I will be supportive of any and all regulations that come up. It's important that we look at what's appropriate in terms of what services are being provided. And I'm really going to look to, as a social worker, my code of ethics and my values of service and dignity and competency and integrity in when we create those regulations. And we need to be very careful about how those regulations are created, because other cities could then look at us for a model. The state could then look at us for a model. And so we need to be very intentional about what the goal is.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, please call the roll on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Ward?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, moving on to ordinances, third reading.
Ordinance's third reading, item 6A, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 20010, declaring approximately 26,980 square feet of city-owned parking lot as surplus and property generally located at southwest corner of 14th and N Streets, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilperson Ward. Any other comments anybody have at this time? The only thing I'd like to say then at this point, this is a good thing that we're doing this. I just want to be careful that we can get a good redevelopment agreement put together with the with somebody to come in and redevelop this block into something that will be good for downtown. So, any other comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Schob?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Raybold? Yes. Ward?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6B, Text Amendment 20004, Application of Superior Lighting to amend Chapter 27 of the Lincoln Municipal Code, Sections 27.69.020 and Section 27.69.240 by allowing up to 2 menu board signs for each drive-through lane used by an eating establishment taking orders from vehicles and adding a definition for menu board sign, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilperson Ward. Any comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ward?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, move on to ordinances, third reading.
Item 7A, change of zone 20016, application of Lincoln Federal Bancorp, Inc. for a change from AG Agriculture District to R3 Residential District and from AG Agriculture District to P Public District on property generally located at South 27th Street to South 40th Street and Rokeby Road to Yankee Hill Road, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll. Wait, yes, Councilperson Rabel.
Yes, I know that we're going to be dealing with the appeal following, but I know Mr. Prenda did have an opportunity to meet with the developer of that area and had a lot of concerns expressed to them, and he feels very comfortable that they can move forward on this change of zone, and that the applicant will be truthful to some of the things that they have agreed to, and the concerns that were raised by Mr. Prenda have been addressed.
Okay. Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7B, appeal by Bruce J. Prenda of Planning Commission's approval of special permit 20016 to allow for a new community unit plan on property generally located at the northeast corner of South 27th Street and Rokeby Road, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments now?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
go
want to
ahead.
make a comment of clarity.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
The best way we can think about this as we prepare to vote is in your mind, just cross out appeal by Bruce Prenda of the Planning Commission's approval of, and just start your reading at special permit 216. And that's what we're voting on, approving that special permit. And you see David Carey nodding his head in the back.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay, so resolutions, first readings is items 8A through 8G. Ordinances, first reading and related resolutions is items 9A through 9D. Our pending list date certain is items 10A and 10B. Pending list items is 11A through 11C.
Mr. Chair, I move adjournment.
We have a move for adjournment
I'll second.
in a second. Please call the roll.
Christensen.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Regular meeting for the city council is adjourned. Now,
Take a break.
Break, or do you want to go right into it?
you want to go right in?
Let's go right in. Come on, it's only been an
Go
hour.
right into it.
On this? Okay.
Mr. Johnson, have a good day.
Okay. I'd like to call the public hearing on our city budget to move forward. We'll start now. And in the back of the room, I need to announce that we have an Open Meetings Act posted on the south.
It's over by the doors, northwest.
No, it's up, yeah.
It's over by the doors as you come in. That's not the Open Meetings Act.
Over by the door?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's just a pretty piece
It's
of
over
paper.
that way.
I've always lost that.
Point
That's
at
why
it,
they
Sherry.
say the northwest.
Christie
Point
is.
at it,
I'm just
Sherry.
going to point over that way. There we go, Vanna. In the back. If you wish to speak, you must sign in. And if you do not wish to speak, you don't have to sign in, and you can only sign in for yourself. Please indicate if you were using Star Transportation would need to leave early. If you can let the ladies know in the back, that would be great. Speakers will be generally called in the order in which they signed in. Those using public transportation may be called first at the discretion of the chair. To allow everyone an opportunity to speak, you will have a maximum of 3 minutes to make your comments. Questions from the city council members do not count as part of the 3 minutes. Please try to avoid repeating points made by other speakers. And please consider maybe having a spokesman for your group. And your group could be stand and be recognized all at once if you prefer. If you sign in and have changed your mind, you may take your name off the list at any time. Any supporting letters or documents can be given to the clerk and will be presented to the city council. Of course, if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode and make any calls if you want in the hallway. Yes, Councilman Sherwood.
Marion is trying to make her Star Trend requirements known to the chair right now.
Okay.
So she's already on the list, and it's,
We'll put it on when she signs in the back.
no, she's already signed in.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak early? Okay, the way we'll do this is we will have our city finance director and Mr. Carlson come up and give a presentation to us. Then afterwards, we will take public comment.
Well, what, don't we have to vote on the resolutions before public comment?
No? I don't think so.
No, and I'm going to touch on the budget process, which is a little
Okay.
unique compared to other council processes. So, so this is the budget hearing for the soon-to-be adopted budget that scheduled for adoption on August 24th. So, like I just mentioned, budget items are a little bit different than the regular items because they take a different track than most council items. And the fact that you're going to be having the public hearing on all these resolutions tonight. However, they'll be delayed until the actual vote on the 24th. Okay. And that's for the resolutions and also the ordinances. But before I get started, I also have to want to read a statement into the record. So I'm going to do that real quick. So for the record, I want to communicate how the City of Lincoln is in compliance with State Statute 13506. This budget hearing is being held separately from any regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Lincoln City Council and is not limited by time. Notice of place and time of this budget hearing, together with a summary of the public budget statement, was published at least 4 days prior to the date set for the public hearing. The publication date is in the Lincoln Journal-Star was July 28th, 2020. Any member desiring to speak on the proposed budget is allowed to address the City Council at today's hearing. Will give a reasonable amount of time to speak. At least 3 copies of the proposed budget statement are available to the public. Can be found in the back room and hallway area. A presentation outlining key provisions of the proposed budget statement, including a comparison with the prior year's budget, will begin shortly. So like I mentioned, the items are delayed after the public hearing tonight. In addition to, we have the scheduled upcoming, so from here we'll have the public hearing, and then by August 7th is when all the proposed final changes are supposed to be made to the council. We'll have a discussion on the 10th, followed by a vote of those potential changes on the 12th. And then that all leads to the final adoption on the 24th. As I've said before, there's usually some tweaks, so there will be an amendment. Typically that comes late in the process, and that's due to final valuations that come in on August 20th. So we'll get those right before adoption, prepare an amendment, and bring that to the City Council as well. So with that, I believe Liz Elliott also has a statement that needs to be read into the record, and then we'll have a presentation by John Carlson.
Thank you. Liz Elliott, Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities. Part of tonight's public hearing is on the 1 and 6 year Streets and Highways program. This public hearing is held each year to fulfill the state statutory requirements for the 1 and 6 year Streets and Highways program. It should be noted that the Capital Improvement Program is a funding document only. Citizens have 10 days from today to submit any statements or exhibits to Lincoln Transportation and Utilities. Therefore, all statements and exhibits received on or before August 13th, 2020 will become part of the public hearing record. These statements should be forwarded to Tim Byrne, Transportation, 949 West Bond Street, Suite 200, Lincoln, Nebraska 68521. The state statutory requirement ensures that an integrated system of public roads is provided for the general welfare of the state counties, and municipalities. The program is administered by the State Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. The capital improvement program for fiscal years 2020 through 2026 reflects an average annual expenditure of nearly $51.5 million. This average annual expenditure is comprised of city revenues, for example, wheel tax, impact fees, city share of gasoline tax and general revenues, federal aid, and other funds. Thank you.
Thank you. For those that are coming in, can you just sit in seats that are designed to sit in at this point?
Yeah.
We were told that the chairs with the red stickers on the back were open for available.
No, there's.
No.
They
If
say
you
that.
just look
There is a
behind
chair
you,
over
it
there.
says this chair is removed from use for social distancing, so, but there's one right there.
Somebody in the back had said something that they wanted.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
changed.
But the council chair is in charge.
Yes, go ahead.
I just didn't, do we need to read the items into the record before I begin?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Please.
Okay, I'll be reading sections 12 and 13 together. Item 12A, approving the updated fees for open burning permits under LMC Chapter 8.06 air pollution. Item 12B, approving the updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 5.41 salvage, recycling, and composting operations, including salvage, recycling processing center, recycling center, consumer recyclables, collection site, and commercial composition operations. Item 12C, approving the updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.08 body art establishments, including body art establishment permits, body art practitioner permits, and permit reinstatement. Item 12D, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.14 child care programs, including plan review for new programs, certificate of compliance, initial and renewal, and reinstatement of suspended certificate of compliance. Item 12E, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.20 food code, including food establishments, mobile food units, food catering services, temporary food establishments, reinstatement fees, and food handler and food manager permit fees. Item 12F, approving updated noise variance fees under LMC Chapter 8.24 noise control. Item 12G, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.32 solid waste, including special waste permit fees. Item 12H, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.38 public swimming pools, including swimming pool permits, new permit plan review, renewal, additional spa, swimming pool operator, and pool water quality tester certificate. Item 12I, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.44 water wells, including water well construction permits, annual water well permits, water well repair permits, and variance applications. Item 12J, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 24.38 on-site wastewater treatment systems, including construction and repair of on-site wastewater treatment systems, cleaner permits, installer permits, and development area reviews. Item 12K, approving updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 24.42 regulation of property transfers with on-site systems, including review of property transfers with on-site wastewater or water systems. Item 12L, approving updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 28.02 regulations for illicit discharges. Item 12M, amending Lincoln-Lancaster County Air Pollution Control Regulations and Standards, Article 1, Section 6 fees to updated fees for required services for businesses and industry. Item 12N, establishing a new rate schedule for the Lincoln water system for purposes of covering operational and maintenance costs, including debt service and the capital improvement programs for fiscal year 2020 and 21. Item 12O, establishing a new rate schedule for the Lincoln wastewater system for purposes of covering operational and maintenance costs, including debt services and the capital improvement programs for fiscal year 2020-21. Item 12P, adopting the 2020-21 City of Lincoln operating budget and capital improvement program, CIP 1 and 6 year street and highway program. Section 13, Item 13A, amending Chapter 5.04 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to alcoholic liquor by amending Sections 5.04.125 to deposit the server seller permit fees into the health fund, to remove the requirement for a segregated responsible beverage server seller fund by repealing Sections 5.04.126 in its entirety and repealing Sections 5.04.125 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hereto existing. Item 13B, amending Sections 8.32.150 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to increase the occupation tax on the refuse haulers from $12.15 per ton to $17.15 per ton effective January 1st, 2021. Item 13C, an ordinance of temporarily suspending provisions of Chapter 3.06 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to allow the city to adopt an annual budget rather than a biennial budget as is provided in the Lincoln Municipal's charter. Item 13D, amending section 4.24.070 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to remove the cap on the dividend for utility ownership received from the Lincoln Electric System and repealing sections 4.24.070 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hereto existing. Item 13E, amending chapter 2.80 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to Social Security to remove the creation of a separate property tax levy line to fund to the city's Social Security obligations by repealing sections 2.80.090 in its entirety.
Thank you, City Clerk. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm John Carlson. I work in the mayor's office, and I'm part of the team along with city staff and departments and city council members that have been working to garner feedback from the community about their priorities and their wishes as far as how this budget creates investments to support the community that they want to build that help support them. As you can see, just from the reading end, the budget has lots of different moving parts. They all are put together in a package, so that's why we have a second hearing, so that all those resolutions and ordinance can be called together as a big package, and so that people are able to then get up and they can respond during their time to testimony on anything that's been read in to the record on this second item that they may have interest in, or any number of things that may be on that list that they're interested in. I'm up today to give a presentation, some of which you've seen before, but I consider that a good thing because to me that shows that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is working together in order to craft this budget. As the mayor has said before, this particular draft budget that we craft together, in her words, contains both the hopes we have for the community's future, as well as some painful impacts of the pandemic that we all face together today. And while it preserves many vital city services and responds to our needs, it also does involve sacrifice across multiple departments in the form of cuts and changes to try and close the structural $12 million budget gap that we had in large part by shortfalls in city revenues that we'll talk about in just a few slides. As the community knows well, the economic impact of this pandemic has resulted in unprecedented fiscal challenges for us all. However, I think we can note also today that in facing those challenges, I think we're illustrating the strengths of this very budget process. The fact that we're able to do early work in January, early work discussing priorities, and early work with conversations with directors and the particular needs of their departments and how that may fulfill the community needs. And a draft budget presented 2 months ago to give the community things to react to, and react they did, and give us the proper feedback that we need in order to continue changing the budget and responding to their needs until we can come forward with a package that here again today and this evening they can again respond to, and we can hopefully put together a package that does what it needs to do. And what is it that we're trying to do? Well, we talked about this before. Leading Lincoln towards a more successful, secure, and shared future. The budget is not just a document in and of itself, it's meant to support the outcomes. Those outcomes, safe and healthy city, equitable and inclusive city, a vibrant city economy and a great quality of life, a strong and resilient city, and an innovative and operationally excellent city. And as we move through those, you'll begin to see as we drop down in levels how these all begin then to begin to turn into programs and investments that we make within the community. So protecting people and property from harm, obviously an outcome for safe and healthy city. And as we continue to push up against the 300,000 population mark, as Lincoln becomes a bigger and bigger city, I think we can take pride in the investments that we made and the efficiencies that we show. Lincoln shines in national metrics of all kinds when it comes to public safety. Our cardiac survival rate in Lincoln is, if not the highest, is one of the highest ones in the nation. And that's a tribute to LFR and the investments we make there and to the quality healthcare system that we enjoy here. According to FBI data, Lincoln has a 33% less violent crime rate per population than the average U.S. city of similar size. And public health metrics, again, continue to shine in Lincoln in terms of not only dealing specifically with the pandemic, but overall in terms of a healthy city. And then something we don't always talk a lot about, but is critically important, is the cybersecurity threats and the potential there and the need to beef up our technological infrastructure. As you know, last year, over 40 cities were hacked into last year through ransomware and other threats. Baltimore, $18 million, Atlanta, $9.5 million. We're looking to do investments on the front end to protect ourselves from being hacked on the back end. Equitable and inclusive city. Again, going to health outcomes. We don't want your health outcomes to be determined by where you live in the city. We want people to have equitable access and opportunity in order to be safe and healthy. We want to improve the quality and availability of affordable housing through our Affordable Housing Action Plan that's coming forward. Safe and convenient public transportation to make sure that people can get where they need to go, school, work, home. Again, some of the things that we've developed as a response to seniors during the pandemic continue to be important programs that we can carry on regardless of the pandemic and other at-risk individuals. Our support for community learning centers and the important supports that that provides for students and their families and the wraparound services they get. And overall, our One Lincoln initiative headed by Adele Burke in our office that works across departments and across organizations out in the community to build equity across the community. Vibrant economy and quality of life. Again, we want to prioritize those investments in infrastructure. We'll see a couple slides in that we do substantial investments in infrastructure. It's one of the main things that we do through our capital improvements program and our other budget entities. Focusing on workforce development. Dylan Wren is the new workforce manager that's in the mayor's office, just hired on in the last 6 months, doing a great job working with Brian Seck and the chamber and other partners and individual businesses to identify the needs that they have for workforce and help get people training and connected to those jobs, particularly during the pandemic. And just basic operations, public pools, parks, rec centers, libraries, making sure that we've taken the steps we need to do in order to support those resources for families that need them and make sure they can operate safely. Again, one of the thrusts of our Lincoln Forward initiative that's headed by Alyssa Martin in the mayor's office, combining economic development, wellness, quality of life, help to keep Lincoln that place that people want to be. Strong and resilient city, we begin to see overlap, which is good. These things should overlap. These programs should create efficiencies and multiple outcomes. Again, talking about infrastructure, water production and hazard mitigation, critical. Water mains, water meters, service lines, we want to keep those replaced and up to date. We want to be able to grow for new homes and new businesses. Emerald ash borer continues to be an issue that we have to take on for the next 8 to 10 years until we've dealt with that threat all the way through. Our climate action plan, how do we want to build Lincoln for the next year, the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, so we continue to be a successful city. And our Resilient Lincoln initiative, which kind of encapsulates all of those things, headed by right now Kim Morrow with the Vertus Group and working to put together our climate action plan. And then finally, in terms of these outcomes, innovative and operationally excellent city. Again, going back to technology, not only in terms of guarding against cyber threat, but also creating access for the public, also creating telecommute and telework opportunities, which we've seen the value of during the pandemic. But they have an expanded value beyond the pandemic in order to create efficiencies here in city government and be able to make sure the public can access the services that they need, not only during the pandemic, but all the time. Remote meeting and learning, important too. So we talk about those outcome objections. We've dropped down a level from the vision. We've dropped down to outcome objectives. Now we want to talk about the particulars of where we are, right? As we craft a budget, I have to do a shout out for our finance team and the excellent work that they've done. In a time of economic uncertainty, their ability to create projections and their ability to continue to harness data and information that informs the choices that the council makes and the mayor's office makes in putting together this package has been outstanding. You know, we talk about economic uncertainty, and it's been said before, but the one that seems to resonate here in Lincoln is Husker home games. Are we going to have Husker home games? Are we going to have 90,000 people wanting to shop in restaurants, wanting to stay in hotels? And if so, how is that accommodated safely? And what, if not, what is the economic impact of reduced attendance or no attendance at all? So that's an illustrator of something that has to be accounted for. UNL obviously working hard and working through that, but it illustrates how unforeseen things can have major economic challenges as we try and plot our path going forward. As we have moved forward, though, we can see that additional data provides a more refined picture every step that we take. When we got together in January, we were looking at a potential $17 million gap. That got moved down to $12 million as we got that additional data, and we sit here today. So what is it that we're working to craft together? Well, our tax-funded budget, a little over $210 million. And a big chunk of that, the part in blue that you can see, is the general fund budget. We call that out because that's the part of the budget that really is the most discretionary of the budget. General fund comes in the form of sales tax, property tax, other occupation taxes, and some other revenues. And those are the dollars that we have maximum discretion in order to craft the budget that serves the needs of people. But as I talked about those revenue sources, you can see one of the issues that we face is that the largest piece of the revenue pie is sales tax. And in the face of economic and uncertainty, the sales tax has been down significantly. And what happens when the sales tax goes down, as you can see these projections, is it becomes difficult then to try and project how are we going to be able to have revenue enough in order to accomplish the budget that's going to serve the needs of the community. And where we've landed at is because of a decline in the sales tax and other revenues and other economic impacts at a $12 million gap. So now we know what we're trying to achieve. Now we know where we've landed in terms of the math. And the question is, how do we solve for a $12 million gap in order to provide the community what they need? Solution that we put together in concert with the City Council and with feedback from the community are 4 steps to create that budget balance. First step is to decouple the biennial budget years. So since 2012, the city charter has allowed either a 1-year budget or a 2-year budget, biennial meaning 2-year. You can do 2 years at one time. And since 2012, the council and the mayor's office have adopted biennial budgets. As we talked about before, it's difficult to project even the current budget year. Trying to project out the second budget year, we think is not necessarily a good practice. So we've worked with the council to create legislation that's on this agenda. It's one of the many items that we read in, that for these 2 years, we'll decouple those 2 budgets and make them 2 1-year budgets. Same public hearing, same public input, same feedback, same process that will follow. So we'll be bringing forward, what we have in fact brought forward is the 2020-2021 budget for the city council to consider and for the public to react to. And next year, we'll do a similar process where we craft the 21-22 budget. And we'll be able to know more data, more information, the pace of our recovery, and the actual needs of the community at that time. Step number 1. Step number 2, identify the priorities particular to this budget year. So now that we've dropped down again, we know the size of the budget, we know we're going to be doing a 1-year budget. What are the specific priorities within this particular budget year that we're trying to craft for that we want to then create programs that are going to help support? Again, they obviously have a relation to the 5 outcomes we talked about. They should. They should be reflective of that. But they have specificity for this year also. Again, ensuring public safety, health, and quality of life during pandemic. Equity, inclusivity, and resiliency just becomes that much more important when we're stressed as a community via the pandemic and economic challenges. We have to operate with excellence and continual improvement to make sure that we can meet those services. And again, we have to deliver that infrastructure, that investment in the services to help speed our economic recovery. Step 2. Step 3, establish some guidelines. Talk to the council, talk to the public, talk to the mayor. That's what we've basically done is we've put up some guardrails. As we craft a solution, we need some guardrails within which we're going to make that solution. First one, no property tax rate increase. Families stretched and businesses stretched and stressed enough economically right now. We need to obviously minimize cuts to public safety, health, and the pandemic services. We'll see other programs that then some cuts, some delays, some deferrals in order to be able to fund the programs that are essential to the pandemic needs of this year. Again, prioritizing street and utility investment and protecting overall quality of life. That's step 3. And step 4 then becomes, what are the 5 actions then to solve that $12 million solution? We know the priorities we want to fund. We know the guardrails within which we want to craft that mathematical solution. Here's the mathematical solution. Primarily, it relies on reducing department budgets through cuts. $7.5 million of cuts as the first big piece of the $12 million budget gap solved. We have funding for libraries, parks, and sidewalks that were initially identified as a cut, but with feedback from the community, we understood that those were top priorities they wanted to find us other solutions for. And a couple of slides down will show where we believe we've been able to find a solution that not only creates infrastructure investment, but frees up some discretionary funding to put those that were previously cut back into the budget in response to the community. Number 3 is a proposed wage freeze. So we're working with city unions in order to find savings there. Number 4 is actually just great news because, again, a shout out to our finance team. They were able to identify some bond debt that get paid off early, so those will save both payments and both interest payments in the tune of over $500,000. And then we do have some increase to non-tax revenues, which I'll talk about. Interestingly enough, those were all in conversation prior to the budget development, but they turn out that they're an important part of the solve. So when we take those 5 actions, we're able to drop down that budget gap and down to a 0 gap. So very important, mathematically, that gets solved. So let me talk about those steps and some more particulars in each one of those pieces of steps that creates that solve. These are significant changes. They're not all the changes. Our departments have done great work with their managers and their directors, analyzing their departments and trying to figure out how can we meet those priorities in this budget year? How can we delay and defer and cut, but yet maintain the programs that are going to be essential to meet those priorities? Some of the big things that have been impacted here, some of these are across the board cuts, some of them are specific to departments. But the top one here, $2.5 million interest earnings taken from departments. So the city is a big operation, obviously. We're serving the needs of 300,000 people. And so as money comes in ahead of projects or as money just comes in ahead of services being delivered, those monies are in accounts, and those accounts have to earn interest by law. It's not a lot of interest because of the pandemic and because of the situation right now, but nevertheless, with a big operation, it does provide interest earnings that can be used then for programs. Typically, those are divided out amongst departments depending on the size of the department that has those funds coming in. So a big department might have funds coming in and resting before they go back out for services. And we would typically allocate those to departments depending on the size of the monies that they have in. However, during the pandemic year, that money is getting swept and it's going to be used to help fund a significant part of the budget gap. Vacancy credit is essentially a 1% across the board cut that we've challenged departments to take. Many of them will meet that through personnel, through this vacancy savings. Vacancy savings also oftentimes is you may have a position you were hoping to fill, you're going to leave that position open. You'll see savings for not filling that position and paying that person. You may have a person who retires or leaves to take another job and you don't fill that position. Same thing, the position stays open. And the third circumstance can often be if you've had a person who's worked at the city for a long time and they retire, you bring on a new person and they may be at the beginning of the steps in their career, and so there's some savings in the difference between those two salaries. So that's significant. Internal service charge increases, this gets to be a little inside baseball, but essentially these are overhead charges that the city charges kind of to itself. So if you think about city law, if you think about finance, human resources, these are all kind of the service departments that enable the other departments then to do more direct programming and services out to the community. But they have to be funded in order to provide those supportive services. So we have internal service charges that are charged that are paid back to those other departments that help fund their departments. And so we've increased those service charge costs, which goes into the general fund, which helps close the gap. People say, well, that's not a cut, that's a revenue. But if you're a department, and I'll just make up a number now, but if you're a department and you were originally planning on paying $200 in a service charge, and now it's $225, well, that's $25 you can't fund something else. So from the point of view of a department, that's a cut, and they've done great work to try and accommodate that. Originally in the proposed budget, the cut one day at all libraries was a cut in there for $400,000. The great news is that nobody was fond of that cut. We did it out of choice, but the community has responded and we've been able to find a solve. So in response to the community, we've put back those library hours. So if people are back to talk about the importance of libraries, good news is those days have been restored. Fuel pre-purchase savings is another piece of good news. Essentially, as a result of the pandemic, fuel prices are way down. Gas prices are way down. We can pre-purchase gasoline for the rest of the year. We can lock in those savings. Delaying vehicle replacements, again, in the pandemic year, we're just going to have to make do with most of the vehicles that we have right now. This is not the year to do replacements. And park endowment match, in good years, we like to have an endowment match to encourage philanthropy across the community in terms of parks. It needs to be taken for this year to help with the gap. The note at the bottom of that, though, we always do like to point out, though, we do run a very efficient operation. I think through smart activity and through technology and the ability of our division managers and our directors to run a tight ship, we'd note that city total staff is fewer in this budget, 2021, than the 2005-2006 budget. And if you think that we've grown 45,000 people in Lincoln since that budget, that's really kind of an impressive statistic. Number two, and I'm going to talk about a little bit more of this in the next slide, but here again were items that originally were put up as cuts in order to help solve the gap. We got significant feedback from the community. These potential sidewalk cuts, these playground parks cuts, downtown EAB cuts, and street trees cuts. We heard back from the community that they wanted to find us another alternative for that, and the fact is we have found another alternative. So those potential cuts now have been restored and are not part of the budget, and the question becomes, how were they restored? Well, this is kind of a 2A slide. And I know I need to apologize. Rule number one of doing a PowerPoint is never put a spreadsheet up on your PowerPoint. Nevertheless, there are multiple numbers here that are important in order to help the public understand what's happening with this solve. And my cursor doesn't work, so I can't point on that, so I'm going to have to try and be a little bit descriptive. But a couple important things to see there. If you look at kind of the center column that has the yellow 1.785 million, and right above it, you'll see that that was the current CIP. That was the current case we had before. And at the bottom, you can see the total street funding was $46.7 million. That's in the green. You can kind of see it on the big screen there. And that 46.7 is made up of a number of different revenue streams that come in order to fund transportation. Most of those are actually transportation funding that can only be spent on transportation. If you look at the first one above the 46.7 in green is this 7.9 million, highway allocation funds. Well, that's state gas tax. So by law, state gas tax has to be spent on streets and transportation. The two right above it, the two wheel tax ones, same thing. By city ordinance, wheel tax has to be spent on street funding, has to be spent on transportation. Impact fees, same thing, has to be spent on street and transportation. You can work your way up. Lincoln on the Move funds, the one that's next to the top, 12.5 million, just under the yellow, that's the quarter-cent sales tax. Again, by the ballot language and by ordinance, can only be spent on street and transportation funds. So the reason that I illustrate all the fact that those funds are not discretionary, must be spent on transportation, is because there is a column in there, general revenue, which is a discretionary fund. And so after we look at all these other funds, and as we begin to craft together a budget, we say, okay, in discretionary funding, what should we put in transportation this year? Because a general revenue dollar, as I've said before, whereas an impact fee or a state gas tax dollar, it knows that it's a transportation dollar. But a general revenue dollar doesn't know what kind of dollar it is until it gets put into the budget. It could be a library dollar, it could be a sidewalk dollar, it could be a police, it could be a health dollar, it could be a street dollar. So those are discretionary. So as part of this solve, we've talked to the council, and what will be coming forward, not in this particular package, but very shortly, is the idea of using highway allocation bonding in order to create additional transportation dollars. We think that's a great idea because interest rates on bonding are very low right now. We'd like to get more projects out onto the street in order to provide more safety and convenience in the community. And frankly, we'd like to get more projects out right now because those construction jobs are good jobs, and it helps with our economic recovery. Projects that are done now can beat construction inflation. Construction inflation runs at 3 or 4 or 5%, so delaying those projects simply makes them more expensive. We'd like to do them now in order to get the bang out of them and to get those projects out into the street. So if we do that, we look in blue now, if we're able to add money from highway allocation bonding in blue, we can increase our street money. Again, that has to go to streets. But it creates some flexibility then up in the yellow column for the council. And our suggesting then with the flexible dollars up at the top is that we change the 1.785 million to 507,000, freeing up the 1.278, which then goes back and restores these cuts that we were trying to make, 878 plus the 400,000 in the libraries. So a little bit of spreadsheet magic there to try and talk about, but hopefully trying to make that a little bit more understanding. Third part we talked about was the proposed wage freeze, freezing city salaries. That's in the discussion between city unions right now. Talk about establishing a furlough policy to create a middle step if we continue to have economic challenges between firing people. So potential to just have a furlough policy would be a middle step if it came to that, where you could potentially lay people off 1 day a month if you had to. Conversations about that as a potential tool. Again, the retiring the debt early is just a great idea. And the non-tax revenues. So this one I want to talk a little bit more expansively about. We have the park fee increases we'll talk about. We have the Black Hills Energy franchise, which actually got passed a couple weeks ago here at council, but it's part of the budget solve, and the LES city dividend. And those become an important piece of that overall $12 million solve. I will note there are lots of other fees on the agenda. That first section of the agenda are pretty much annual fees that get analyzed from the different departments. Those are not typically general fund related, right? They're typically, whether it's an enterprise fund or whether it's another fund, like the health fees, for example, go right into the health fund. So they directly support those programs that then go out and do the inspections or do the other programs they need to do. So while they're on the agenda, they're not part of the general revenue solve. But the couple of them are here. Parks and Recreation user fees, for example. And again, I apologize for telling what you already know because there's several of you on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. But Parks and Recs, every 2 or 3 years, they do kind of a regional-wide examination of what they charge for the different services here in the community. They try and stay on point with that. That's gone through the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and been vetted through there, and there are some modest increases. So if you are a person who uses these particular services, for example, you might see a $5 increase in picnic shelters. Right now they're $60 to $120. You might see them go to $65 to $125. Similarly, slight increase in pools, slight increase in field rentals. Adult basketball league looks big, but that's because you register a team instead of a player. So per player, that's kind of right in line. Before and after school programs and day camps. And again, this print's way too tiny to see, but what it says in there is it's just a reminder that some of those CLC programs and those after-school programs, they do have a low-income sliding scholarship program too, so that those families are able to access lower cost funds. Black Hills Energy franchise, I won't spend too much time on that, but it was a franchise we were operating under that was 26 years old. A franchise fee, just to make sure people that are watching understand, utilities, when they put their infrastructure into the public right away, whether it's wires, pipes, conduit, whatever it is, they pay a franchise fee for using the city, the community's, public's right of way. And that franchise fee that Black Hills have been operating on was 26 years old. So the council just updated the franchise agreement. They updated the franchise fee schedule to make it more in line with what happens in the region and what happens with other utilities in the community. It's not a rate increase. If you turn your bill over, it's one of those little fees on the back. It adds 86 cents to a monthly residential bill, which we hope is a modest increase, but put together, it becomes an important part of the solve. Similarly, Lincoln Electric System dividend is akin to a franchise fee. Sometimes we call it the public power version of a franchise fee. Again, not a rate increase. This is a city dividend that gets paid back from the utility system back to the community to do community improvements. It's a little bit strange in that when it was originally put in, it had a cap put on it. And this activity, what this does is it removes the cap on the franchise fee. We think that's important because we think the point of the franchise fee is that as the city grows, as the system grows and the utility grows, then the franchise fee is reflective of that growth, and we're able then to do community improvements to the size and the scale that the community needs. The other thing we like about removing the cap is that if you have a cap on it and you have a large user come in, it doesn't necessarily reflect the ability then to broaden the base and spread out those costs across all people. So you want to be able to take advantage of growth as it comes in and broaden the base and potentially lessen the impacts for all the payers. That adds 20 cents to a monthly residential bill. But again, it becomes an important part of that solve together. Because together Black Hills and the LES changes, they become part of that budget solve that we talked about, that $12 million budget solve. Not the biggest piece, but an important piece. About $2 million in revenue for $1.06 in franchise fee improvements that we think will help close that gap. And with those 5 steps, you can see the 5 boxes. We started out with our budget gap, our 5 boxes on the right, the biggest one being the cuts, then the non-tax revenues, the other funding for the sidewalks, the parks, and the libraries, the wage freeze, and the bond retirement gets us back to our balanced budget. So we've done the math. We've got the programs we think that are in place. We've figured out how to solve that gap. We figured out the funding sources and the appropriate cuts in order to do the math and get us the budget that we need. So I just want to take a couple of minutes in finishing here to sort of talk about what then are those investments. So we've done that exercise in order to get us what we need. Well, again, we're looking at those priorities that we identified before, and what are some of the investments that are happening within the lens of those particular priorities. Well, under public safety, health, and quality of life, here's some call-outs. As you know, with the council, we had a press conference a few weeks ago. We have 5 new officers that are going to be coming on board using a federal grant. We're going to complete implementation of body-worn cameras for all teams. We're going to double funding for the Mental Health Association partnership that we have, a network of partnerships to help provide that, plus an additional $150,000 for mental health and crisis response. That will be a task team will be working to see where there may be gaps and where we can do additional pilot programs on that. We have a grant match for an additional sexual assault investigator. We've restored the library hours that we talked about. We have a literacy program. 3 new neighborhood parks. These are frankly a little piece of general revenue because neighborhood parks, the new ones, are typically funded through impact fees. But there's a little bit of a gap that we're funding with the general fund. Playground and trail improvements, and again, Emerald Board response and recovery. I don't want to rest just for a minute on the human services part, because at your director's meeting, you had a report out from the JBC, the Joint Budget Committee. And for the public, the city partners with the county through an interlocal agreement that's called this Joint Budget Committee. And that's one of the major ways that we fund human services across the community. It flies under the radar sometimes, but it's a very significant funding piece. And the funding priorities within JBC, as you can see, are victim safety, food and shelter, and adult and youth behavioral health. And that total funding is almost $2 million. It's very significant. Through that partnership, the city puts in $545,000, over $500,000, and the county puts in $1.3 million. But that funds all an entire breadth of agencies across the community that's doing work in these human services areas. Very important. In terms of equity, inclusivity, and resiliency, again, we talked about workforce development that we want to deliver, housing quality and affordability through perhaps more proactive code enforcement and inspections and affordability programs. The One Lincoln Initiative, NeighborLink program we talked about. We have several departments working together on this childhood lead poisoning prevention initiative, which looks at lead service lines and potential lead paint remediation to make a safer housing environment for children. And then if we have 4 new handy vans, we had 4 old ones, we have replacing them with 4 new ones for more accessible public transit. Specific to the pandemic and operating with continuous improvement, we have additional health department positions. We have some federal CARES grants. We have some state funding that's able then to do some specific health department position improvements. As you can read here, 2 public health nurses, an additional public health epidemiologist, a public information officer to make sure the public understands what's the situation, how do they need to respond, what's the new potential measures that will help keep them safe, and then an environmental health specialist, which actually goes out and works with businesses and works with organizations to help them craft plans specific to their needs. Additional care manager at Aging Partners for senior services, and again, these technological improvements that are going to be really important. Infrastructure, again, big piece that we talked about. The all-in for LTU on streets, if you look at the capital budget and the operating budget, $73 million, maintain, preserve, optimize, grow that street system. You can see a whole host of examples here of improvements that'll get put in for streets and bridges, traffic signals, markings. And then, of course, the highlighted area down here says that in addition to that, we're looking at these highway allocation bonds that are going to attempt to put out another $10 million in projects this year alone in order to get more infrastructure improvements. Some other things: sidewalk repairs in every quadrant of the city, broadband conduit upgrades. That's kind of a hidden treasure here in Lincoln, is David Young and his team that have been working for years to build out this conduit system in Lincoln. So when high-speed infrastructure providers come in, they don't have to bury their own cable. That infrastructure lies in there. They can pull through the conduit system. It gets better services to both businesses and residential a lot faster. Some projects, that are going to highlight entryways and help business on West Stowe and the Haymarket. Lots of StarTran improvements for bus shelters and security upgrades. And then water and wastewater improvements that are going to help both new neighborhoods and existing neighborhoods. And let me call out a couple things on that specifically, because that points to a couple other items that are on our agenda in terms of the rates adjustments that are being made for wastewater and for water specifically. So a couple little fun facts here. 12.5 billion gallons of water used yearly in Lincoln. That equates to 126 gallons per day. But as you can see right here, what's fascinating about this is that Lincoln really embraces conservation. Through personal practice and through builders and construction companies trying to put in efficient fixtures, we have actually decreased our water usage since the early 80s. And our daily rate is 34 million gallons, but that's only 2 million gallons higher than 1982. So 40 years of city growth, and we're basically barely using any more water than we used back in the 80s. So you can see at 74, we're using 3 times that high as the highest daily rate ever. So water, obviously necessary for the city. Typically, water and wastewater, they come forward in tandem. They do small rate increases, typically every year, in order to continue to fund the improvements that a growing city needs. Oftentimes, it's 5% on water, 5% on wastewater. This particular year, it honors that 5 and 5 equals 10, but it's actually 6 and 4 in water. And it's slightly tilted a little bit towards the water department because they're still doing the well field repairs from the flooding that we had last year up in Ashland on the Platte. So, with all that's been going on in terms of pandemic and other stuff in the community, sometimes we forget that we're still recovering from that flooding that happened. But important repairs that will happen. Those slight increases then translate into about $1.75 a month. But they do fund important things. You look at water main replacements, that's over 7 miles of improvements in existing neighborhoods. Trying to get ahead of aging infrastructure. We have 100-year-old water mains that are in neighborhoods. It's not unusual to see that. We want to replace them before we see the breaks like we do on South Street. We have to close down the street for a week at a time. New extensions out for new homes and new businesses. And again, that well field repair. Even with those changes and that slight increase, you can see that Lincoln compares very favorably in the region, right? The water rates are, they're 4th from the bottom. So Lincoln, again, very competitive with similar sized cities across the region in terms of what gets charged and what gets delivered. Wastewater has that 4% increase that makes up the two together with the 10. That's about $1.07 per month. And you can see the investment that's returned for that. 2 miles of repair and replacement on the sewer side. Importantly, we continue to do analysis and improvements on water infiltration, which is a fancy way of saying when stormwater and rainwater gets into the sanitary sewer, which we do not want to have happen because we overflow the sanitary sewer, it can cause backups. So we're continuing to work hard on that. New mains up to 3 miles, efficiency improvements and treatment capacity increases. Here again, wastewater obviously compares very favorable. It's the lowest in the region, even with that slight increase. So last thing on infrastructure, we want to talk a little bit about is solid waste management. Again, part of the big 3, water, wastewater, solid waste, foundations for a healthy city. Donna Garden is fond of saying that the Bluff Roads landfill is not a simple hole in the ground. It's the largest structure in Lancaster County. It has leachate pipeline systems. It captures landfill gas. It's an active sort of ongoing system. And 300,000 tons, 400 vehicles a day enter there in order to help safely deliver solid waste for the community. 48th Street, recycling collection site systems. There's ongoing conversations with the recycling collection systems. We know there's been a conversation about what we need to do in response to the need for additional efficiencies and how that translates into collection sites across the community. And I know that council members continue to be interested in that, and that's an ongoing conversation in terms of the timing and in terms of the implementation of that plan. And so what's the impact here? Again, as the city grows, we're looking at doing another piece that's on your agenda here is a $5 per ton increase in the occupation tax. Again, that's not paid directly by any of us, by any of the users. So the haulers would do that. You drive your truck out there and you have to pay an occupation tax. It's $5 per ton more now this year. That's what we're suggesting is the increase. And when you do the math and say how much tonnage gets created by an individual person in the city, it's interesting to think about, and then you put that into a household cost, it translates out about $1.66 a month. So that's the potential increase necessary in order to be able to continue to provide solid waste operations here in town. I will say, because that's not a perfect translation, your hauler may or may not give you a $1.66 increase on your bill. You may have twice a week, once a week. It's hard to translate that in there. But the thing I do want to say is that this is necessitated by the growth in the city and the cost to run the city operation. So if your hauler gives you a $1 or $2 increase on the bill, it's not them doing it, it's them responding to the city's need to continue to grow the system. Here again, Lincoln still compares pretty well. We're right smack dab in the middle in terms of landfill rate comparison here in Nebraska. And so kind of to start to sum it all up here, infrastructure, water, wastewater, solid waste, sidewalk, streets, all those important investments that really help to keep the community strong, keep the economy going. It's a great big part of how our city government supports both residents and businesses. It's why it's one of these 4 priority areas that we talked about at the very beginning. And we think what we've done here with this budget is try to translate the vision, try and translate the outcomes, take the priorities, take the guardrails in terms of a solution to solve the math, but then make strategic investments. And I think what we've been able to deliver here with the council's help and with feedback from the public is a careful, conservative, strategic budget that makes investments that will continue to support our high quality of life here in Lincoln and hopefully deliver these outcomes that really is our charge as leadership and city officials. So there's a lot of information for you, and I know you'd seen some of it before, but I think it's important to give the public kind of an update of where we are and what's happening. And I've spoken to the chair, and I think our plan now is that I'll go back and sit down. We have directors either here now or watching from their offices, going to listen to public testimony, and we'll be available then to answer any of the public questions as follow-up or any of the council members' questions as follow-up.
Thank you, Carlson. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. I appreciate your presentation, and it was pretty thorough for a lot of us. Now I'll be asking our other fellow city council persons, would anybody like to have any questions for any of the directors at this point? Yes.
I would just like to ask a general question of the administration. We talked about a good chunk of those savings coming from a wage freeze that is being negotiated with the unions. And I'd just like to know, is there a fallback position if there's an impasse in that negotiation?
So I'm not directly involved in those negotiations, and of course, as an ongoing kind of financial thing, we may need to set up either an executive session with council at a pre-council so we can talk a little bit more about the status of those. I'd be happy to do that. I guess I'd defer to Brandon. I know it's built into our budget in terms of that, so I'm assuming that if it was not able to come through, we're looking at either reserves or we're looking at contingency in order to make up that gap.
Talk about it later.
I think as you all know, there's lots of moving pieces to the budget, and negotiations with unions are obviously a very, very large piece of this, and we have settled with one union out of 6. So I can't tell you what the solve is on that, or I'm not involved in the negotiations either, and those are best kept at the table until a resolve comes out of that. However, we're going to have to tweak the budget somehow moving forward if we don't get what's expected, which is a 0% increase. For COLAs, now there is still steps increases that the unions would get.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? I got a question from our other members. Do you want to take a break now, or would you rather just do an hour of testimony at this point?
Could I take 5 minutes?
Well,
yes.
And I'm concerned for some of those individuals that are working with StarTran Bus, that we allow them to testify. Are
we okay? Okay, for those that are taking StarTran bus, would you like to come forward one at a time? And state your name and address.
Certainly. My name is Richard Schmeling, and I can take my mask down because one of the exceptions to wearing the mask is when you're making a speech. And I guess I'm going to make a speech. All 3 minutes of it, and I can't even begin to tell you what I want to communicate to you in 3 minutes' time. My hat's off to you. You got a whole bunch of facts and figures thrown at you, and you got to craft a budget. Well, I brought some help. I have my Harry Potter wand here. So I'm going to go ahead and say the magic words, Klaatu Verada Nixto. That will imbue each of you with extra stamina, understanding, and good judgment. And you're going to need it. Now, let me just simply say this. The single biggest thing that you can do as a city council is, from this moment forward, make StarTran fare free. I say this.
You can get through this, please hold.
I say this because we aren't done with this pandemic, and it's going to take us a long, hard pull to get out of it. Economists have estimated that 40% of the people who are out of work will not have a job to come back to. This means we're going to have a lot of people hitting the pavement. These are the same people that haven't had a paycheck for a long time. These are the same people that probably were marginal at being able to afford to drive a car to begin with, and now they're going to need mobility. This pandemic has caused transportation professionals to take a whole different look at transportation than we did in the past. From here on out, it's not going to be—
1 minute.
Thank you. It's not going to be a situation of, can we build ridership? Can we get some of the more affluent people to use the bus system? What we're going to be doing is getting people from home to work. You all are dependent upon these people. These are the people that cook your burgers at Burger King. These are the people that staff your hospitals. These are the people that do your dry cleaning. If we can't get this thing licked, then we're in bad shape. If you make StarTran fare free, you're going to lose only 3% of the annual cost of running the StarTran bus system. Only 3%. And there are going to be some additional savings, and I've repeatedly asked StarTran to get you those numbers, and I don't think you've got them yet. But think of the things that we're going to save. May I have 2 more minutes, please?
You can have 1. Thank you.
1, thank you. The things that we would save would be, we would save the cost of putting a fare machine on each of the buses. We'd save the cost of maintaining those machines, repairing them. And believe me, as a bus rider, I see them break down all the time. We'd save the staff time of having people counting cash fare money 2 times a week at StarTran. And then we don't have to print the bus passes, we don't have to print the tickets, we don't have to print the transfers, we don't have to print the cash back. So we're saving all of that. And then the thing that's so difficult to quantify, we speed up trips because we don't have passengers fumbling and trying to find the bus pass or the change to pay the fare. So I leave you with this thought. The single biggest thing you can do with this budget and as city council people to bring us back from the pandemic, StarTran fare free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spelman. Please refrain from making outbursts during this or talking so we can get through. We're going to have a lot of people talking, so we want to make sure we get all the way through this. So would you like to come forward?
For anyone else that is using public transportation, please come up to the back of the chambers and come up to the podium after this testimony.
Come on over to one side or the other
All right.
and state your name.
Marion Malone, live at 6018 Old Farm Circle. I am an avid bus rider and have been for many years. And I do agree with Richard. I'd like to see the fares remain free. That would be the best. But in order to, I'd be willing to pay a nominal fare in order to have good bus service. And I thank whoever was in charge for not cutting. Usually when you have a budget crunch, StarTran is the first thing on the chopping block. I thank you for not cutting the budget for that, for still maintaining. I'm not asking for anything extra until things get better, but maintaining what we do have. And I think StarTran has handled this pandemic very well. They have kept their buses sterilized. They've kept the driver and the passengers safe. And I do think one thing, they should probably insist you wear a mask on the bus, not make it, they encourage it, but don't insist on it. That's about all I have to say about buses. I do keep them. I agree pretty much with everything Richard said. Well, there's no reason to add to that. The libraries are pretty good system. I have suggestions sometimes. I'm an avid library user too. I've used them for years. I would have suggestions on way to improve it, especially if we get to the point where we can replace Bennett Martin. But I think that should wait for another time when things improve. Because I agree we're going to be in a pandemic for a while. We're going to have to figure out a way to live with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that will be coming forward that will be using public transportation? Okay, would you like to take a 5-minute break, or would you want to?
Let's just go on.
Okay. Okay, let's start calling people off of the schedule or off of the sign-in sheet.
I'll start calling those that have signed up to testify from the list. Once you hear your name, I'll also tell who will be next. After your testimony, there is limited seating, so please exit to the doors to your left. And if you are in needing of any kind of hand sanitizer at the podiums, there are available, and there's also microphone spray to the right on the right side podium. First up, Robert D. Way.
Is Robert still here?
He left, he came back. I thought he came back.
He back there?
Robert D. Way.
He's coming.
Okay.
And who's on deck?
On deck is Khadijah Sangangeli. Thank you.
Are we using both mics today, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we're going to use both mics today, so if you're on deck and you want to come on up and be ready, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Robert D. Way. I live at 801 Elevado Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska. I will be brief as I was late. I'd like to start off my remarks saying that I think one of the best things the city could do is follow the recommendation for zero fare busing. I think it shows a real commitment to more equitable, and we talk a lot about making this a city that's more environmentally friendly. I think it's a good idea. Also, there's $9 million grant that was received recently, which I didn't see in this budget, so it seems like there might be money for it. Don't run to a podium.
You're great.
No, that's fine. Thank you. There will be some testimony today about justice in the city. I went to the Malone Center recently, and I heard the Lincoln Chief of Police say that there is a consistent, and ever since they've been running the numbers, that more black and brown people are stopped and more black and brown people are arrested. So that's not some thing from Omaha or Kansas City or New York or Minneapolis. That is the numbers from the LPD. So we face a choice. Either people in Lincoln who are black and brown commit more crimes because they're worse, or we have a system that's broken. It has to be one of those two things. Every single year since we've been tracking these numbers, more black and brown people have been arrested, and more black and brown people have been stopped for traffic. Am I out of time?
No, 1 minute.
1 minute. Again, this isn't my thoughts. This came out of the chief of the LPD. There was a council person who was at that meeting. You don't trust me, I shouldn't trust me, I'm into politics. You can ask that person though. So, the question we face is, despite the fact I think the chief's a good guy, and I think a lot of the Lincoln police are good people, are they in a system which is fundamentally broken? And I don't have an answer to that question, but I hope you actually are thinking about that question, because something doesn't add up. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. On deck.
On deck is Jenny Tyner.
All right, my name is Kadeja Singoyeli. I will not be sharing my address. I will be brief and frank with you all. The idea of giving LPD any amount of money is something that we as an organization, Black Leaders Movement, are wholeheartedly against. There is no amount of information that you can give me or this community that will justify giving them a penny. LPS finds the money to pay for officers to police our marches that have never needed them there. They find a way to pay for the continued militarization of the police, so I'm sure that they can find a way to reallocate their funds. Let's start with the mayor's objective for her budget. The first of them is to double LPD's funding contribution to the partnership with the Mental Health Association that assists with mental health calls for service. As citizens, we have no actual access to the way that LPD spends its money, i.e. how many guns were bought, what office supplies were bought. Therefore, there is no reason for the community to believe that they will be transparent about where this money is going and how it's being sent. The alternative would be to spend this money making it a separate entity to respond to domestic abuse and sexual assault calls. The entity would be made up of well-trained social workers, and an EMT or a nurse would be dispatched with them. The social workers can decide if the presence of the officer is needed. The people that are impacted by these calls should not be in jail. They should be getting the help that they deserve. Officers have proven time and time again that they do not have the capacity nor the training to handle the mentally unstable people, as well as domestic and sexual assault victims. In particular, domestic abuse cases, as has a number of studies have shown, are at a particularly high rate of spousal abuse in police departments. Officers have shown constant gender bias that are a number of times that they've chased after victims that aren't willing to cooperate. This method of community policing has proven to work in Eugene and Springfield, Oregon, among other cities in the United States. I'm going to need at least 1 more minute.
Yep.
We cannot, so basically, where was I at? Cahoots is the policy. I am more than happy to send you guys all the documents. I have documents on all of that. We cannot guarantee that the research on BWCs will work. It's conflicting at best. There are some that say that they're helpful, kind of, and others that say that they're not helpful at all. Again, I have data on that I'm willing to send you. And not to mention that there is a vague procedures for body cameras with LPD. As at the moment, they're discouraged. There's not strict policies and procedures for what they have, and that will not be tolerated. Lincoln has failed us when they gave protesters a curfew. Lincoln failed us when they deployed the National Guard. Lincoln failed us when they treated protesters worse than animals and you shot us with tear gas and rubber bullets. Lincoln continues to fail us as they do not prosecute Trevor Kurtz with a hate crime after he tried to kill 2 black women with his truck. It continues to fail us without holding the lack of accountability of sheriffs that assaulted black women. The mayor announced another failure as she went directly against our stances in adding more police departments. It is important to note that police are a response to crime. They are not the answer to crime. The black community demands that you do not fail us with this budget. Make adequate changes to this budget, because unlike any other city or state, and this mayor will be held accountable, and so will this council.
Please wrap it up.
I wonder what it, my time. I wonder what it will feel like to be a one-time wear. Halt the budget, because Black Lives what? Matter!
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Jenny Tyner, and I am an LPS teacher and a parent and a very concerned citizen. I feel like for months now, I'm spending all my time wading through all these really interesting documents that have all these really exciting, I don't know, numbers and pretty colors and things, but in the end, look, we're trying to build a safe and successful Lincoln together, as the gentleman who spent 40 minutes up here telling us all about. And I just took a picture because on step 2 of his plan, it was identify priorities. It said, the first priority is to ensure public safety, health, and quality of life. And the second priority is to build a more equitable, inclusive, and resilient city. Hiring 5 more officers, I don't think that ensures public safety, because the public does not feel safe around the police. And I would like to talk about schools and police kind of in the same talk. And I know I only have a minute left, but here we go. I have a master's in music education. I went to school for a very long time to do a job that's very difficult, that now me and many others are being asked to do in extreme circumstances that will be difficult and impossible to do and maintain what the CDC recommends for pandemic, guidelines. And I make $40,000 a year with a master's. A police officer, on average in Lincoln, makes $55,000. Yeah, pick it back up. $55,000 a year, and you want to hire 5 of them. So there's an equity problem already right there. Our schools are already underfunded. The teachers are underpaid and overworked. And as far as sending kids back during a pandemic, I know that's not on you, but I would say if you can think about city budget as far as, yes, I know, thank you. If you can think about city budget as far as programs to help children so that they wouldn't have to go back into overcrowded schools if their parents didn't feel comfortable sending them back and they don't have an option to remote learn. Please fund the F Street Rec Center, the Malone Center. Please fund libraries. Please fund your public. Please identify your priorities and do not put hiring 5 new police officers at the top. Please put your people at the top. Halt the budget, because Black Lives what? Matter! Thank you.
We're going to have outbursts. We're going to need to change that. But we want to listen to everybody, and everybody should be able to say what they want to say, and you did it great. I appreciate everything you did. Said, but let's hold back on the outburst, please.
Up next is Budge Signhost. On deck, Cat Wise.
Good evening, council members. Bud Signhorst, President and CEO of Lincoln Independent Business Association, 620 North 48th Street. Over the past several months, the Lincoln Independent Business Association has been working closely with numerous members of ours, financial advisors, city council members, and members of the mayor's staff and city budget officials to help us understand the details within this budget. We do appreciate all the time Mr. Carlson, Mr. Kaufman, and Mrs. Wolf spent with my staff, our board, and other volunteers to really invest the time so we could help be here to testify today. As we went through the budget, there were three things that we really focused on at LIBA. Number one, and this has been a long-standing priority of the Lincoln Independent Business Association, is public safety. Number two is government transparency. And number three is our infrastructure needs in our community. Those were our three major matters that we talked about during this process. We appreciate the mayor's office addressing our first concern, which is public safety, by accepting the grant, and also by taking a look at what we can do to increase our public safety, including the mental health issues that she addressed in her budget. Secondly, when we talk about government transparency, we really wanted to look at the budget and compare it to prior years. We see this year's budget's going to have another $42 million in it, but I see that the wordsmithing happened on the PowerPoint tonight about tax rate increase, because actually the property taxpayers are paying more to the city this year by way of valuation. So anyway, I think it's important that the city do address these things and take a look at that additional $42 million as we look at what's happening in our business community today. We look at the things that businesses have had to lay off, businesses have had to shut down, businesses have had to go through many, many things. And then I also want you to take a look at, there's a large conversation in our community related to remote work and all those kind of things. And I want you to think about the residual effects that happen at your local coffee shops, your gas stations, your dry cleaners, and other places like that, to give the business community an opportunity to understand what's happening to them. Finally, I just want to touch base really quickly, because there was conversation a couple weeks ago about Black Hills Energy, and also I saw in the budget the additional money from Lincoln Electric. I just want to point out that in the corporate world, the dividend is not a fee you charge your stockholders. A dividend is something you pay out of your profits. And so I'd like the city to think about that when you're charging a dividend or a fee or a franchise fee back to the ratepayer, because it doesn't just happen at home. It happens when you go shop and you get your groceries and you go out to eat and you buy clothes for your kids and shoes for your kids when you're going out in the community. Finally, really quick as I wrap up, I think it's very important for us to focus on our streets. Last year we passed a 1/4-cent sales tax in this city to help address our streets. I know the sales tax revenues haven't been quite what they were, but I think it's very important that we continue to keep streets and infrastructure at the forefront of our community, because that's what drives commerce and industry, and that's what our businesses really need to keep moving forward. I appreciate all of you and all of your time. I know several of you have been very good about responding to phone calls, text messages, our request to see you and visit with you about this and other matters of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, next.
Hi, my name is Kat Weiss. That's Katharen. Last name Weiss. That's Wiese. So there's so much to say, right? Thank you guys all so much you guys are going to have a long night. I know you are. So thank you for being here and for listening. I really appreciate that. So I'm here as a Black woman. I'm here as a resident of the Everett neighborhood. I'm here as a renter. I'm here to talk about something that's not in the city budget, that has no funding in the city budget. So I'm really proud of our city for collaborating on the TAP, which is the Tenant Assistance Project. This provides legal representation to people facing eviction in eviction court, which we know is happening more and more. People are losing their jobs. We haven't had great leadership that's really making the CARES Act to protect people facing eviction. It's not working. So people are still being evicted in the dozens of numbers on a weekly basis, and we don't have a mandate that requires those people are represented. 90% of landlords are represented in eviction court and only 10% of tenants. This becomes a race and equity issue when you look at who is being evicted, in what census tracts and what communities. So disproportionately, it's brown and Black communities that are being evicted. It's not white communities. Disproportionately, it's brown and Black communities that are losing their jobs, that are being unemployed at higher rates than white communities. And so I would like to propose that the city collaborates with Legal Aid of Nebraska, that they collaborate with the Tenant Assistance Project, which is already developed, that they collaborate with the community organizers that are doing that, with the UNL Law Department that is a part of that as well, and that we put our money where our mouth is. That when we say we care about equity and inclusion and diversity, we support the vulnerable people that identify with those those words, right? So I think we should really fund attorneys in eviction court so that people can keep their homes. It's a legal mandate that in criminal court people are represented. So why is it that with the impacts of eviction being homelessness, being on your record forever, so it's even harder to get a home? And I just want to mention that this impacts Black people, Black women, and this impacts families. It's even harder for women with children to get a home than it is for a single man. So this is a gender issue, this is a race issue, this is an income issue. So that's just me being candid, and I'm going to send you guys my data. I'll just email it to you so you don't have to, I don't have to go and say all the numbers. It's a lot. So that's what I had to say, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for coming down. Good speech.
Oh, also, Black Lives.
Okay.
We should halt the budget so that these awesome young people who have a lot to say can have an input in this process. Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
Up next is Lance Hodges. On deck, Joe Fry.
So my name is Lance Hodges. I will not be sharing my address with you today. I really don't want to be up here speaking today. I have social anxiety. I'm here because I felt that it was important for these people's voices to be amplified. I'm new to Lincoln. I've been here since October. Since I've been in Lincoln, I've been the victim of crime 3 times, twice property crime, and once with 2 gentlemen trying to break into my apartment while I was in my apartment. I have called the police all of these times. None of these crimes were prevented. None of these crimes have been solved. If you're genuine about wanting to make a safer community, let's put some real thought into what actually goes into making a safe community. 5 new officers isn't going to keep those crimes from being permitted again in the future. 5 new officers isn't going to solve those crimes. We need to be putting our money into the things that are actually going to make our community safer. We need to be putting the money into mental health. We need to be putting the money into making sure that people aren't going hungry. We need to be putting the money into giving people social mobility. You know, there are programs to help people, you know, transition from renting into home ownership. You know, those are the types of things that we need to be putting money into. Those are the types of things that are going to create a better community, a more equitable community for everybody. And those are the things that are going to keep us safe, not more police officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Halt the vote. Black Lives Matter.
Up next is Joe Fry. On deck, Angela Barber. After Angela will be Katie and Nanya.
All right, good afternoon, council members. I appreciate you having to speak tonight. Looks like you're going to have a full schedule, so I'll be quick. 2 things I wanted to point out as I stand up here opposing the budget as the way it stands. 2, I look through it and I see a number of the funds with multiple millions of dollars in them, and I'm thinking, why is that continuing to roll over? Maybe I'm missing something, but it seems like there's a lot of money there. The second piece that I want to point out, and Bud Seinhorst had actually mentioned it, is the no increase in property taxes. I see that show up periodically, but it seems like we're seeing a 7.36 increase in valuations, which means there's going to be about $42 million more into the budget. So I suspect that seems like an increase on our side, especially when we have a lot of people standing up and they're having issues, you know, paying different things, maybe going back to work, different things like that. If our property taxes are going up, I think we're all going to struggle. So I ask you today to take a look at the budget, make sure it's fiscally sound, and maybe take a look at drawing back some things. It is a pandemic. We are in some pretty special times. Things are happening that we've never seen before. So with that, I'm going to leave you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up.
Next, Angela Barber. On deck, Katie Ananya.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and for listening and responding to the community's needs that have already been expressed in terms of libraries. I can see that you have been really thoughtful in how you're balancing the numbers, and I recognize that. I'm here today because I am ready to defund the police, and I'm ready to start more conversations about that. When I am learning now about the history of policing, knowing that it was started with white non-land holding men in slave patrols, making sure that black people were always working, all white citizens encouraged to police black bodies. Even after slaves were freed in the 13th Amendment, the loophole that it was not lawful for anyone to be held as a slave unless they were a criminal, which meant that when people who were not working yet, who didn't have homes yet, they were criminalized they were locked up for vagrancy and loitering, and small things were criminalized. And then black men were used as labor to build the railroads, to do the very hard work of building the foundation of property and profits that are generated today. So now police still continue this heritage. Not having work and not having a job is criminalized. Sharing space has been criminalized. Coming home from war with trauma has been criminalized. Drug addiction as a side effect of trauma has been criminalized. Sharing resources have been criminalized. Every time people wanted to come together to support each other in mutual aid, that has been disrupted by the police. And that's what I experienced as a protester in the streets, knowing that the heart of protests is community care, and then having tear gas and rubber bullets and the pepper spray, all the things we see. So I see that the history of policing is abusive. Policing abuses the poor. I know that there are good people out there, and we can make that argument, but I think that police enable those who are addicted to power and profit, and a budget enables the police to protect power and profit. And I think we're at a time where we need to admit that we have a problem and make amends, but amends cannot be made if we continue to enable a problematic entity. So that's the center of what I have to say. I hope you halt the budget, because Black lives matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Katie Anania, and I am so appreciative of your hearing everyone out. I know it's a very long slog with a lot of people to contribute, so I will also try to be brief. Shortly after I moved to Lincoln last August, there was a car accident on the street in front of my home. The accident involved only one car and one driver, but the driver was badly injured. I called 911, and fire and ambulance emergency services were dispatched quickly. In addition to all the medical vehicles, though, no fewer than 7 police officers arrived on the scene. 7. For one woman with one injury. I don't think I have to say that I live in a predominantly white neighborhood. That's probably implied, but 7 police officers. Now, I'm a labor activist, so a principal concern for me is that all kinds of work are valued and appropriately remunerated, because I think that having one's work valued is what allows people to live with dignity. I understand that police work is really important in certain contexts, but when the city can dispatch 7 police officers to deal with a one-person car accident, I don't see an efficient deployment of the most needed forms of labor. I see money and resources being grossly overallocated to individuals whose colleagues are tear-gassing citizens, shooting them with rubber bullets, arresting peaceful protesters, and the like. I can really understand why in this kind of heated moment in American politics, it might be politically expedient to pass this budget as is, to capitulate to the idea that police work is crucial and unassailable. But if the city accepts a government grant that leaves Lincoln on the hook for millions of dollars in police salaries and pensions, we're creating and nurturing a wasteful bureaucracy. To appropriate a popular talking point of moderates and right-wingers, who is going to pay for the 5 new police officers' wages after the government grant expires?
1 minute.
And pay for their pensions, which continue for decades. In this time of economic uncertainty, when, as we just heard, all city employees' wages will be frozen, including unionized workers, why give the police a 3.25% raise? These are grave misallocations of resources that could be used to help more people in more appropriate ways. Please halt the budget as it is currently written and withhold the city match for the federal COPS grant. It's politically expedient, but very, very unwise. And also, Black Lives what? Matter.
Thank you.
Next up is Paul Paulson. On deck is Dominique Lusang. Thank you, Lusang.
Hi, my name is Paul Polson, and I live in City Council District 3. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I'm excited to be here for my first in-person comment session. I've been to a couple of the remote sessions, which I've also been happy that you've been offering. I've lived in Lincoln for the vast majority of my life, attending LPS from elementary school to high school graduation, UNL for my undergraduate degree, and since graduating in 2015, I've continued to live and work in the city. I spent the last couple months marching with fellow Lincolnites to assert that Black Lives Matter and push for policies and spending in the city that reflect that fact, which is why I'm asking today that you all vote against the proposed budget to halt the proceedings until our concerns can be addressed. When I have listened to the mayor and some members of this council speak on the incidents of police violence nationally that triggered this latest round of marches, I've heard phrases like making sure this doesn't happen here, and I don't agree with that framing. For one, I think LPD and Lancaster County Sheriff's Department lost all right to claim exceptionality when they made the call to gas, shoot, and arrest peaceful protesters. But bigger than that, even when the most well-intentioned officer in Lincoln makes a by-the-book arrest, the end result for the arrested Lincolnite is still violent. Systems of incarceration and surveillance and coercion are systems of violence. So even if LPD and the justice system at large conduct this violence through the legitimate channels, the end result is still harmful, no more just, and still disproportionately affects marginalized groups, Black men most of all. We know that crime is driven by factors like lack of economic opportunity and security, lack of adequate education, lack of healthcare, addiction, cycles of abuse, and so on. And when we invest in policing the effects instead of fixing the causes, we don't make the city safer, we just punish someone we've already failed. This is why I'm not satisfied with banned chokeholds, oversight committees, body cameras, and other reforms that increase the cost of police but don't reduce our bloated prison population or the harassment in our neighborhoods. All of that is much broader than today's hearing, though. So bringing it back to the budget, I don't want us to further entrench ourselves in policing, which was already the biggest slice of our general fund. I would like the council to join us in asking the mayor to rescind the acceptance of the grant for more police. My concerns for Lincoln today cannot be solved by police funding. I'm worried about my health and the health of my friends and family during the pandemic, and would like to see us prioritize health spending for things like contact tracing, regular testing, and hospital grants. I'm also worried for my friends and coworkers who are about to join the tens of thousands of other parents sending their kids back to school and want to offer LPS the funds it needs to protect those families and school staff. I want my favorite restaurants and bars to be supported by the city to weather this without putting their staff at increased risk. And finally, I want us to support those facing unemployment and reduced pay to ensure they can make their rent, mortgages, eat, and have adequate health care. Am I over time? 20 seconds. Okay. In closing, I've been encouraged by the conversations I've had with friends, family, and coworkers over the last couple months. Across the political spectrum, there's a shared understanding that the country is over-policed and over-incarcerated, with Black and brown bodies bearing the brunt of it. While I'm not surprised this council and our mayor haven't become abolitionists overnight, it has been disappointing how hard of a sell prioritizing community spending over policing is, when the political will is so strong and the pandemic and its downstream impacts present an obvious higher priority for the Lincoln budget. So please hold the budget proceedings to address these concerns. Thank you. And Black Lives what?
Matter. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, can I ask that we not time me? I have been preparing this for weeks and it may take me 5 minutes. Please bear with me. I have done extensive research. Hi, my name is Dominique Lusang. I'm with Black Leaders Movement, but I am also a citizen of downtown Lincoln, and I've been in Lincoln for the past 3 to 4 years. A few months ago, I listened to Chief of Police talk about funding and making changes to their budget based on the needs of the community. Today, I'm here to encourage the same, but as a true voice of the community. After looking over the proposed mayor's budget, there are many discrepancies that we found that take away from the community, whether the mayor is aware or not. To start off, I will start by saying that although the information is readily available, it is quite vague and provides no direct effect to help the public. Chief Bymaster says that LPD's greatest need is more staff, but I say Lincoln's greatest need is a stronger community. Our city is not only as great as our weakest link, so let's build ourselves up from the foundation. With Lincoln being top 10 city to live in and number 1 on Forbes for best city for jobs, we can expect the following to happen in the next year to 2 years. Increased population, increased diversity, increased taxes and revenue. So how can we accommodate immense expansion and assist the current Black and brown communities? I've come up with a 5-step plan, kind of just going through. First, I said wage freezes and salary redistribution, and I mean that for all government officials. That includes the police, because understanding that police officers make a minimum of $55,000 a year after leaving the academy and becoming an independent officer, whereas teachers are paid a starting salary around $20,000 to $30,000, and that's years of formal education, as well as doctors go through the same and lawyers. 2, I say the redistribution of work from the police department to other departments that aid in public safety for victim advocacy. We touched on this as hiring social workers to address sexual assault cases, domestic violence cases, youth cases where they're at-risk youth that are homeless or something, and you don't want police officers who might aggravate that, because to them they might see police officers as someone who's going to arrest them when they want someone to just help them in what's going on. 3, revoke the purchase and use of body-worn cameras. We've done the research on them across the United States, from big cities to small cities, and I'll kind of touch on that. 4, reallocate police funds, and with that I mean especially with the onboard of 5 new officers. I know that they've talked about it and they already accepted the grants for it, but putting more money toward reformed and diverse training programs. And then 5, putting more money into Parks and Rec and developing resources for our youth in our community, especially with school starting up. So first of all, salary distribution for public servants is vastly unequal. For LPS teachers and staff, average starting pay is $20,000. They endure years of education, months of certification and training, weeks on end without sleep, putting in 65 to 80 hours a week, days without sleep, not without seeing their families, or even being able to care for themselves, hours worrying about their students' lives inside and outside of the classroom. Understanding that teachers understand that children in classrooms are struggling, and they go home with that grief on them. And in addition, teachers face countless threats and hardships for just $20,000 a year. And just to be clear, the average for teachers in Lincoln is $45,000. That is $10,000 lower than the median income in Lincoln. Law enforcement officers spend 22 weeks in the police academy, and then a minimum of 22 weeks completing in-field training at a minimum. Basically, after 44 weeks, officers are full independent, and according to the LPD's website, current starting salary for an officer is $55,698, with an upwards average of $78,000 a year. Officers are refunded for their uniforms. If they buy any kind of militarization armor, such as shields, they are reimbursed for them. They also get vacation time that's reimbursed. They have life insurance plans that are reimbursed. But what are we doing for our teachers and doctors in our community, especially with the pandemic going on? Our doctors are overworked, but they're underpaid. We have an issue here, seeing as how teachers will face more hardships during this pandemic for significantly less pay. I propose a wage freeze for all 380 sworn officers during this pandemic. The city has lost an immense amount of funding due to the lack of sales tax revenue, so that money should be reallocated to LPS and aid to our libraries to assist with reopening of schools, as well as to our LTU and to our mental health initiatives and resources in our community during this time. With that proposal, I recommend that all officers be paid $55,000 a year, which is their minimum, and that should be a wage freeze for the time of this pandemic. That will save about $9.5 million to go back into our budget that can be used to help the homeless crisis in Lincoln, to help homeless youth in Lincoln, and the fact that they are evicting families as we speak before school starts while there are not enough jobs for people, and while Pete Ricketts takes away unemployment insurance for those who cannot return to work. In addition, defunding the salaries and freezing wages allow more funds to be used for victims that are affected by sexual assault, domestic violence, and other violent crimes. Because over the time of this pandemic, violent crime in Lincoln has increased by 22.6%, 12.6% increase in sexual assault. Officers are supposed to be on the scenes to help, but officers are not trained to deal with the mental capacity of someone being sexually assaulted. And that's where we say to redistribute the work to social workers, to the hospitals, and law enforcement is needed to be present. So that's another thing. Number 3, I want to touch on body cams, and this is what I wanted to say. All body cam footage must be submitted. Officers cannot review footage before submission. And this is like what we were expecting if you want to have body cams. But listen to this. We cannot trust that body-worn cameras will not be used to harm Black, Indigenous, and people of color, nor are we a weapon against them. Body-worn cameras are meant to protect citizens by holding officers accountable, but also no evidence shows that body-worn cameras have a large outcome on legal cases, arrest, or use of violence. Use of violence and arrest are still the same with or without body cameras. The footage from body cameras that should be used to help those people who are prosecuted against don't aid their case at all. They just kind of take it as benign because at the end of the day, we're not sure if police are editing that footage or not. And then number 4, work with LPD on training and diversity training, and I mean this with all of my heart. Understanding that, yes, they want to hire 5 new officers, but internal affairs in Lincoln does not show which officers are doing which kinds of crimes and what officers have negative marks on their record. And if you want to hire 5 new officers, I recommend that you release that information on internal affairs, and officers who have numerous counts of issues, that they be removed from office. Removed from their officer's position, and they don't get pension and life insurance plans because at the end of the day, they took their badge, they took their uniform, and they did harm against their community that they live in.
Can you wrap it up?
I got you.
Approaching over 5.
All right. And then number 5, just putting more money back into Parks and Rec. Peter Pan Park does not have bathrooms for people to use. We can take some more money and put up more playgrounds, more swimming pools for kids to be at. Understanding that during this pandemic time, you want kids to go back to school, but then you still want to close parks and then defund parks. And not you guys, I saw in the original budget, she also wanted to defund libraries. What does that tell the community? You want to give the police more money, but not give community any resources at all. So I will wrap up and say that Lincoln has the ability to change, and it is up to the people in this room to make those changes. And I expect that you guys will also speak for the community and defund and then help the police reallocate their funds to be a part of our wonderful community in here in Lincoln, because Huskers bleed red and we're all humans and we bleed red as well. So you guys have a great day. I will be back up here later sometime because I have more to talk about. So adios amigos.
I forgot the Black Lives Matter thing.
Who else? Yes, there we go. We got time for one more.
Up next, Stanley J. Sticka.
Then we'll take a bathroom break and then we'll come back and do it.
Does it matter which one I take?
No, it doesn't matter.
Red pill.
My name is Stanley J. Sticka. That's a really tough act to follow. There's a lot of brilliant minds in here who have a lot of good ideas. So I'll try and keep mine short and sweet because I think other people are more prepared to address a lot of an issue that we all feel very similarly about. So I'd just like to say that I do not claim to have the purview with which to address the litany of issues the Black community faces. And so I can't expound upon that any further, and it wouldn't do it justice. If I propose anything, it would be to increase our collaboration with organizations in government and law and our personal lives with civic engagement. Let me go ahead and there are 4 ways in which people can get involved with civic engagement. One of them is individual volunteerism. Another is community engagement efforts. The next is organizational involvement, and another is governmental work, for instance, electoral participation. There are a number of civic engagement organizations here in town, and I can email each one of you civic engagement organizations with which to follow up on if you would like more information. Some of those include Black and Pink, Black Men United, Black Votes Matter, the Clyde Malone Community Center, the Color House, the East African Community of Nebraska, Empowerment Network, Inclusive Communities, Malcolm X Memorial Foundation, the National Coalition of 100 Black Women of Greater Omaha, the Union for Contemporary Art, the Urban League of Nebraska, the Urban League of Nebraska's Young Professionals, and the YWCA of Lincoln. A couple of those organizations have helped me out as well. I would like to leave you with that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We would have time for one more.
Up next, Jane Kinsey.
Jane.
He left.
David Tufts.
Hello and happy Black August. Black August is a month-long celebration of Black resistance. A book I recommend, Blood in My Eye by George Jackson, one of the fathers of Black resistance. To Councilwoman Washington and Councilman Schubert, it's a pleasure and honor to be here with you guys. So I'm just going to keep this brief and just make my statements. I believe all tax money that is allocated from Black people should be used to fund the Lincoln Black Chamber of Commerce. We say this because many of the disparities that befall my community is an economic problem, and we can work amongst ourselves to figure that out economically. Taxation without representation is something that a Revolutionary War was fought on the principle, and it'd be a shame if a second one would have to befall America for this point to be stressed. We have schools that don't educate. We have a prison system that doesn't habilitate. And I got a sister back there who is facing prosecution for speaking up to issues on Black people and protesting. Any judge with a half a mind should read that case and dismiss it. That's about all I really had to say. I do have a little bit of time, so I don't know if I could advertise. Lois Beauty, Lash Brows. It's a Black-owned business, 15% off all new furrows. So yeah, definitely come in. Thank you for your time, and Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for coming down. We're going to take a break here for recess for a half hour. In the meantime, I want to say thank you for everybody in here and for the way you kept it a nice order, and we will continue this meeting when we get back at 6:30. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call back to order the meeting of the Lincoln City Council public budget hearing for Monday, August 3rd. We'll continue public testimony at this time.
Up next, we have Roxana Pearsall. On deck, Jess Parker.
Oh, you might be up earlier than you think.
Roxana
I
Pearsall.
see somebody coming.
On deck is Jess Parker.
Hi, my name is Roxana Pearsall. I'm here today to testify and ask that you please reject or halt this budget proposal. It is flawed for many reasons, socially, ideologically, and ethically. The mayor's already offered a grant to LPD, which will continue to fund LPD for 3 years. I'm asking that you, if not decrease the proposed amount granted in the budget, that you redact the amount of the mayor's grant from the proposal. I also find our government's biased loyalty to LPD concerning, noting that during the mayor's campaign, she was given $25,000 by LPDA. And it goes without saying that we are not below our systems of government. When we cry out and when Black and Indigenous communities cry out and demand justice, to turn a blind eye and continue business as usual is deplorable. I'm not needlessly shaming you. This is a call to action. However, shame has the power to transform. We need to find an alternative. More police, more body cameras will not work. It'll not reduce violence. Reform cannot create the necessary liberation that can only be found through complete deconstruction and remodeling. Empirical evidence has shown that abolishing, dissolving, and reintegrating the police force decreases crime and police brutality. Business as usual is an opiate of the masses. Your complacency enables suffering of the working class. Your screens and sheltered neighborhoods desensitize you to death, tear gas, brutality, and impending fascism. During the Nuremberg trials, it was just my job was a common excuse of SS soldiers and officers. Police in Omaha said the same thing when they brutalized youth protesters the other week. And police in Portland said the same thing as they gassed and beat war veterans and denied protesters their First Amendment rights. All power belongs to the people. Thank you.
Jess Parker. Next is Jess Parker. On deck is Emma Linus.
Hi, my name is Jess Parker. You guys have my address listed from minutes in previous meetings. I come before you as a white ally to the Black Lives Matter movement. Today I'm going to speak to you about defunding the police from adding additional officers based on the city's proposed budget, and the need to reallocate those funds to implicit bias training. Did you know that as officers graduate the police academy, they are asked, "Are you a racist?" in a lie detector test given to them by Chief Blymeister? That's not enough. If the officer truly believes he or she is not a racist, they can easily pass that question. Funds need to be shifted from the city budget to ensure the people who are supposed to be out protecting our streets have adequate implicit bias training. Many states did not implement any implicit bias training until 2014 when Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson, Missouri. It should not take an innocent Black man being killed by police to open the eyes of police departments across the country that implicit bias training is needed. How many more innocent people of color have to die before things change? The answer should be 0. In Lincoln, the current implicit bias training for LPD is 1 to 8 hours a year. You might notice a theme here in my message tonight to you all. That's not enough. I've said it once and I've said it again and I will continue saying it. That's not enough. With proper implicit bias training in place, the injustice in police violence against people of color is proven to decrease. I'm not talking about one additional hour class for LPD officers either. There needs to be ongoing, mandatory, and documented training. This information also needs to be readily available to the public. As of right now, these reports are not granted to the public. Why not? We as the public have the right to know what's being done to ensure our police officers are doing their job in a just and unbiased way. Oversight committees need to be formed by community organizations to assist with the education and implementation of implicit bias training for LPD. Having proper implicit bias training in place would help define clear language such as discourtesy, excessive force, false arrest, harassment, discrimination, racial profiling, and criminal misconduct. The recently formed Hold Cops Accountable Committee is a start, but this is only the beginning. It is not enough. We won't stop showing up until there is equality and justice. I told you last time I would be back here to speak. Well, here I am. Here we all are, and we won't stop. We will keep coming back. We will keep using our voices. We'll be at the next meeting and the meeting after that, and we aren't going anywhere anytime soon. I do not ask, but as a citizen of Lincoln, I demand that you halt the vote tonight on the city's budget. I demand that the city's funds be reallocated in ways that will overall serve the community better. And I demand that implicit bias training is implemented to the Lincoln Police Department. Even speaking at these meetings is not enough. We need you to not only hear, but to understand the importance of what we all have to say. I'll see you at the next meeting, because Black Lives what? Matter.
Up next is Emma Linus. On deck is Quentin Fortney.
Hi, my name's Emma Linus. I'm here today to ask you to halt the budget. It's not right. It doesn't make sense to extend the public comment past 10:30, but then change the time allowance from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. To me, you know, a lot of us are here because we want real change and real accountability, and it doesn't really seem a very responsible decision to ensure that everyone's voices are not only heard but listened to and accounted for. So it's really just a microcosm of the unjust system that I'm speaking out against. It's a system that endorses police brutality, with the city budget proposing to raise police salaries to 3.25% this month. Obviously, teachers should be getting those raises, not police officers. LPD is receiving the most funding out of the entire budget. The restored funding for libraries was taken from highways, despite calls to reallocate police funds, and do not invest our budget into body cams, put that money into parks, and Black Lives Matter.
Up next is Quentin Fortney. On deck is Kaz Vocor.
Sweet. Hi, my name is Quentin Fortney. First, I just want to thank you for not cutting the library hours. This is the area in the budget that there's an area in the budget though that I'm not content with. With the pandemic alive and well, the idea that we need to allocate more funds to the police is inexcusable. People are all struggling to survive in these tough times. The people that need the money and the support, that these things will help the community's well-being overall. Parks are so important, and being outside is a safer zone, and park visitation is increased due to the virus. There needs to be funds to the parks, not the police. They're actively suppressing, harassing, and killing innocent human beings around this country and in this state. This is not a new issue. It is an unaddressed, systematic one. For example, the unlawful arrest that took place in Omaha of protesters. Unlawfully arresting people and suppressing their voice of the community. We should all know this is not right. Giving the police more money increases their equipment and their supplies to attack and harm their own people. Attacking peaceful protesters is not something that happens in a democracy. And we saw that here in Lincoln early on in the movement. The funds that could be put towards building the community, instead, not monitoring it. Some officers that would be included in this would be working specifically with body cameras. For body cameras and more officers, The population grows, but that does not mean that the crime does. Cameras on officers have been proven ineffective in the past. They're easily manipulated and tampered with. Taxpayers shouldn't be paying the people who are attacking them just for simply raising their voices and their concerns. The money needs to go to the people in the community. Teachers need to be paid on a similar level as cops, considering they're educating and creating the next generation. Educators are essential workers being forced to do remote and personal learning or in-person learning in tandem. This is just unacceptable. And because Black lives what?
Matter. Up next, Kaz Vokorn. On deck is Marina Kushner.
First, thanks for doing all this. It's really great to see again. Hello, all of my council members. Thanks for being here. Just wanted to say thank you so much for listening to all of us today and offering your service to the community. We elected you as our spokespeople, and as community members, we're urging you to halt this budget. The community that you're serving does not support this budget. It does not support the budget, as you're hearing today. I want to acknowledge that the original budget cut funding from the Lincoln City Libraries and Sidewalk Repair Fund, and that with a push from the community, you were able to protect the internet lacking and disabled folks in the community. And so I do want to thank you so much for doing that, first off. See today as another push to continue to strive to make Lincoln a better place for all. I want to also acknowledge that although the library and sidewalk funding was restored, that money came from a future tax on highways, not from the LPD. With the COPS grant accepted, how in good faith are you comfortable with giving even more money to the police? This decision is going behind the backs of everything that the Black leaders have brought forward to you guys. And I know that a city match is required, but you have the power to lessen that as much as possible. I have been horrified by the biases that the mayor and this council have shown in favor of the police and the lack of action that you have taken to respond to the young leaders who have brought these issues forward and that are fighting for their lives. In the mayor's campaign, the police union gave her $25,000, and they also contributed to our own councilperson Christensen's campaign. I say this to contextualize that there are clearly biases involved in the decision to give more funding to the police, and that the rest of you will be feeding that bias. I'm here speaking not because I believe in the system. It's clearly failed us over and over. I'm here because I want you to all know that you're being watched, you're being held accountable, and you're further showing the community that the city does not have their best interest in mind by continuing with this budget. As it stands right now, highways seem to be more important than the Black leaders who have opposed the budget for months. And if you're willing to go against their calls to defund the police, you're showing just that. Also, are body cameras really a responsible allocation of this budget? Regardless of the fact that body cameras have been proven time and time again to do nothing to protect citizens from brutality and murder at the hands of the cops, Lincoln is also a safer city than most, with less police brutality than most. Consider why you feel so strongly that you back the blue when it is the rest of your community that needs you the most. Your citizens are not okay with the hiring of new police officers. When we see police stationed outside of the F Street Community Center and the Salvation Army on North 27th Street every day, doing nothing but waiting for somebody to jaywalk or to get too loud. A gun task force will do nothing to put the community at further risk because it targets the Near South, the North Bottoms, and the Everett neighborhoods because of excess policing. Although this budget only lasts for 1 year, the legacy will carry on for years because of these newly hired cops and camera technicians, assuming that they will continue their jobs in the future. Millions of more dollars will be funneled into LPD because of this cops grant. So no, we will not accept this 1 year budget. Halt the budget. Just halt the budget. Black Lives Matter.
Next is Marina Kushner. On deck, Brian Biles.
Does it matter which one I get?
No,
Nope.
it does not matter.
Sweet. Hello. My name is Marina. I'm here to ask you to halt the budget. There's like a bunch of people playing drums outside right now, and like we've been here for like 3 hours. The energy is like good, high. We're hanging out. It's really cool. But you should know that this is an entire community that feels this way. And this is your chance to like engage with this community and show us that you're listening to this community. We're not ready as a city or a community to approve the budget as it stands. There are so many concerns related to the increase of the police budget, and this is one of those moments where it's like an all or nothing instead of like, well, let's take a look at this piece. It's like, just halt it, just respect what people are saying, and start coming out of this space and talk to us and have conversations with us. And like, I don't know, let's figure something out that isn't this like sterile, literally sterile, like space. I don't know. I'll talk to you. Like, I don't know. We just need to not pass this budget because it's horrific. We need you to put in the extra work that we're putting in. We're not getting paid. Like, I've been unemployed since March, but here we are, and we've been here full time every week. LPD is going to receive the mayor's grant no matter what you do. But your power is in matching the grant, right? You can choose to not match this amount of the budget back to the grant. And assuming that that is something you looks like maybe you don't have the power to do that, then you can take the power back in all of the other expenses that you are funding. 20.6% of the budget is the email I saw from Lyrion today of how much of the budget is going to LPD. It is the largest department in the city department pie graph. It is getting the most funding. It's literally the opposite of what we've asked for all summer and what people have pretended to hear and agree with and understand. There's no evidence that you're trying to compromise or find any type of, engagement or respect to the citizens that have made it really clear how we feel. And not just how we feel, because I know we talk about feelings a lot, but what is necessary for these people to be safe in these communities and in these neighborhoods. I want to talk about how Terry Wagner rehires and approves the rehiring of LPD officers after excessive force, because assuming we implement these body cams and we find out more of these excessive force incidences, John McGahan, the Lincoln Police Department's 2013 Officer of the Year, resigned in 2017 after Internal Affairs accused him of using excessive force. He now works at the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office. He was hired 2.5 months after being forced to resign from his 24-year career. Sheriff Terry Wagner said he watched the video of the excessive force and had no qualms hiring this man back on. Just because they have one incident of misconduct doesn't mean they're a bad person or a bad officer. We all make mistakes. Was he having a bad day? Probably. Does he regret it? Absolutely. He pushed an inmate who had been arrested for being with a drunk driver and getting aggressive at the scene of pulling over the drunk driver. That's why this man was arrested. In the jail cell, this officer pushed his head into a wall and caused his head to bleed. And so he was given basically a raise, right? Jeremy Wilhelm was also there. He's the second officer that was accused of excessive force. He became a trooper candidate for the state patrol. These people were chosen the #1 spot out of 200 applicants that they believed these were the best people for the job. So funding these cops in a leadership role who are okay with excessive force and don't see a need for accountability is a horrible mistake. And giving them body cams will just help us document more of those bad days and keep giving them more opportunities to have bad days. With no accountability for police brutality in the first place, there's no point in making it more visible. And also, it's not visible. The body cams are not available to the public, so we won't even know. It'll just be Internal Affairs saying, well, the dude busted someone's head open again, so I guess we should give him a different position in the police department.
Can you wrap it up?
Yeah. Yes. And so halt the budget. Listen to the people. We're all out here. We're going to keep being out here. But, I don't know. Just halt the stupid budget. Okay. Black Lives!
Up next, Bryn Biles. On deck, Stephanie Bondi.
That much.
Hello, my name is Bryn. First, I want to acknowledge how you changed the time limit at the last moment. I was here last time with you until almost midnight, and we elect you to do the same. I was ready to be here again, and I'll still be here, even if you guys go home. I'm here to demand that you halt the budget. This is obviously a significant year when the spotlight is on you as elected officials to make the changes in our community. I'm so thankful that we were able to keep the library hours, but I think we can continue to reallocate these overzealous funds given to the police to the people in our community. Police do not make a city safe. Community services keep a city safe. Let's ask ourselves how we can be leaders in the country by funding community services further using funds that would go to add more police. If we made firefighters drive around waiting for fires to happen, I think we'd see a lot more fires. We make cops drive around looking for crimes, and so we see a lot of crime. When we have continue to fund education and continue to fund libraries, libraries are the source of information for many citizens. Make this city safe for people who aren't as privileged as you who are elected officials. I'll see you at the next meeting, and I continue to ask you to halt this budget. Give yourself more time to think over and make changes that would benefit this community and others. And Black Lives Matter.
Next up, and then on deck.
Up next, Stephanie Bondi. On deck is Ian Francis.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Bondi. I'm a Lincoln resident. When I was watching the budget be prepared, it took me back to my accounting days, and he was talking about solving the budget and making all the numbers work, and I literally remember being an accountant sitting there when it finally got all the numbers to match up, the balance sheet and the cash flow statement. I would kind of get up and do a dance. Like there's this magic that you finally got there. And so I don't know if that's how you're all feeling now. I got the sense when he was presenting the budget that like we got it all worked out. But what I'm hearing tonight is that it's not all worked out because there's this other piece of the budget. It's not just the numbers. So after I left accounting, I went on and now I'm in education and I'm looking at how power works and how organizations make change. And so this budget is not just about the numbers, it's about our values. And one thing that I think we all agree on is as this question about police is about safety. That keeps coming up that the police protect us and provide safety, or the idea that the police are not providing the safety that we're asking for. The LIBA representative who was here was talking about safety, and I'm reading between the lines that's protecting our business owners and their property, and that's not the kind of safety that I'm most concerned about. I'm looking at human rights, and I'm looking at the safety of the people in our community for their lives, and I'm looking about how violence is enacted and terrorism in our communities of color, our Black communities and Latino and Indigenous communities, and people are rising up to say, we don't feel safe in communities of color, in low-income communities, and my blonde-haired, middle-class babies walk to the library and see police cars there, and they say, Mommy, there's a police officer there, I don't feel safe, because they watch the news and they hear about police abuses, and police do not make everyone feel safe. There's a lot of eggs in one basket here in this budget. What is the percentage of police funding? 20% in this budget? You know, if you use a hammer for everything, that's only one tool. You're going to be smashing a lot of stuff up. A lot of tools have been presented here, other options to serve our community. I love the idea of money going to all of our communities, to our Black communities, to our Latino communities, to serve their own communities. We can do that. You all are the leaders to do that. It's hard to change course. You've got the budget here. There's history of years and years of investing in the police with this idea that they're safe, but we can change course. You are the leaders to do that. Please halt the budget. Give us the hope that was promised to us at the beginning of this presentation with this budget. Black Lives what? Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Ian Francis. On deck, Adria Chilcote.
Hello, yes, that's me. My name's Ian. I don't approve of the budget, and y'all should feel embarrassed and ashamed of the budget, because people have been here for 2 months asking for y'all not to give a bunch of money to the cops. And guess what you did? You did that. You're going to give them a bunch of money. It's freaking crazy. And this decision has proved a really important distinction between y'all and us, and it's that y'all are the oppressors and we are the oppressed. Those are the two classes. And we need to face the facts that your race or your gender or your sexual identity does not matter, because you will always continue to oppress the working class people. So this is when like the epic trumpets start to play and stuff. So when the batons rain down and the CS gas gets thrown again, I hope you remember this moment, and I hope you're embarrassed, because next year, if you're still here next year, if you don't get elected out of office, I hope you have a bunch of time to think about these decisions and how they've oppressed the working class people, because you are the oppressors. I'm just going to end this with a quote from the late Fred Hampton, who was slain by the FBI at the age of 21 for being a chairman of the Black Panther Party in Chicago. You can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail the revolution. Black Lives what?
Matter. Up next, Adria Chilcote. On deck, Madeline Swope.
Hello, my name is Adria Chilcote. I am here because I'm angry. I am angry and I'm worried. I am angry and frustrated that after so many recent months of Black Lives Matter protest and testimony here at these meetings and emails sent and calls made about the cruel and systemic racism dealt by the institution of the police, that we are looking at a budget that increases funding for that very institution. I am worried about the pandemic and the suffering that it is causing. Mr. Carlson stated that in his presentation that the pain and sacrifice from the pandemic will be felt across all departments. But that is not true. It is never true that the police budget is ever cut when all the other departments need to be cut. It is maddening to me that with this pandemic and the recent protests and attention to the inherent problems with policing, namely the baked-in racism and the ineffectiveness to prevent harm to persons or property, that they would get more funding while so many are suffering and going without. Body cameras do not work. I ask that you do not waste our money on them. I second Kat Weiss's testimony about funding instead going to help with the Tenant Assistance Project and legal representation for evicted tenants. I second the call also for free StarTran rides. And considering we are putting a wage freeze on all city employees, I ask that the police are included in that freeze and that the department get no new funds. I ask you to halt this budget and respond to the demands of so many. There are many of us here, but there are many more of us who are not here who agree with us. Thank you. Black Lives what?
Matter. Up next, Madeline Swope. On deck, Kyler Harding.
Hi. My name is Madeline Swope, and most of what I could say, people have already said it. So I'm going to share a story pretty quickly, as quick as possible, on the subject of body cameras. Chicago native Laquan McDonald was born on September 25th, 1997. Laquan had endured an emotionally difficult childhood rife with abuse. His parents were unable to provide care for him and his sister. Beginning when Laquan was 3 years old, he was pushed in and out of the foster care system throughout his life. In 2003, Laquan moved in with his great-grandmother, and in 2008, she became his legal guardian. Throughout these years, Laquan experienced difficulties with learning and faced school disciplinary action and was hospitalized several times for psychiatric pain. He was pipelined into the youth juvenile system. In the summer of 2013, when Laquan was 15 years old, his great-grandmother passed away. The following January of 2014, Laquan was once again pushed into juvenile detention for 10 days. Laquan remained a ward of the state even as he was allowed to live with his uncle. That summer, Laquan received the support of a mentor. For the following school year, he was enrolled in an alternative school. School administrators spoke positively of Laquan while he was a student at this time. He was described to have a great sense of humor, be outgoing, and a committed student. Laquan imagined being a nurse someday, and his mother was eventually allowed supervised visits, and he and his sister would be returning to her care that following summer. Instead, Laquan's life was taken away on October 20th, 2014. Police officer Jason Van Dyke shot and murdered Laquan when he was only 17 years old. The justification used by officers was that Laquan was pointing a knife at Officer Jason Van Dyke, a 14-year veteran of the force. This accusation conflicted with video evidence from the dashboard camera of a police vehicle. As he did, Jason Van Dyke shot Laquan 16 times as Laquan walked away. In April of 2015, the city of Chicago agreed to pay $5 million to Laquan's mother. Inspector General Joe Ferguson explained that the officers present on the night of Laquan's murder exaggerated the threat posed by the teenager. This correlated with other witness reports. When the video footage was released after being kept from the public for a year, protests erupted in Chicago, closing down some interstate highways. Protesters shouted 16 shots at officers and tried to stop police cars filled with arrested protesters. Although Officer Jason Van Dyke had been charged with first-degree murder the day before, the protests occurred in response to the video footage and in reaction to the cover-up itself. The city's police superintendent was fired soon after. In January of 2019, 3 officers were acquitted of charges for obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and misconduct. 4 other officers were fired for involvement in covering up evidence from the night of Laquan's murder. I just think you should think about that. And that all the other cases, I went the wrong way.
I don't know.
Black Lives what?
You're going to use mask. I don't know if you need to spray the mic every time.
Up next,
We won't have much left.
Kyler Harding. On deck, Celine Mayer.
Hello, my name is Kyler. For anyone who cares, my pronouns are he, him, by the way. Doesn't sound like it. Also, Celine is not here right now, so she will not be going next. But she will be back later. But I want to start off by going off what Kat said earlier. So she gave me a whole little script. So in Lincoln's Affordable Housing Action Plan developed by the city, they illustrate how over 5,000 affordable units short. Black and brown renters are the ones feeling the lack the most. In fact, housing is unaffordable for 40% of people living in Lincoln at all income levels. And 85% of extremely low income families in Lincoln spend more than 1/3 of their income on rent. My mom was a single mom. She did 3 jobs and she still couldn't afford a 2-bedroom, $750 apartment. And we eventually got illegally kicked out of that apartment and went homeless. So housing is, got it. I haven't been on a mic in a while. So Lincoln must address these issues before they become worse, and we urge Lincoln's leadership to put our city at the forefront of national housing reform. I also want to say, as well as everyone else piggybacking, to allocate money away from police officers, because it's really scary to see all these people looking through a straw of what is needed for our communities and just saying police are good. That's not the case. There's so much wrong with Lincoln Police Department, Omaha Police Department. None of this is needed. None of this aggression is needed from police officers. It's scary for the communities. You know, it
1 minute.
I haven't been in a mic for so long. I'm very sorry. You know, that's all I can think of. Black Lives what? Matter.
Thank you.
Up next is Colby Stahl. On deck, Serena Freet. Colby Stahl. Okay.
Coming. She's coming.
On deck, Serena Freet.
I apologize. Hello, my name is Colby Stahl. I'm here today to ask for you to halt the budget. There are too many concerns related to the increase of the police budget, and there's been no transparency despite pleas to engage with community members outside of these meetings. We are asking that you halt the budget, divest in LPD, and invest in Lincoln communities. Above the entrance to the Capitol reads the words, "The salvation of the state is the watchfulness of the citizen." Sorry. The citizens of this community stand ready and willing to find a new and better way forward. It is clear that throwing more money at a system that has proven to disproportionately disenfranchise people of color, people with disabilities, people formerly incarcerated, and people experiencing homelessness and poverty does not work. These are reactionary measures, and we need proactive plans. But we are in luck. Most of these proactive measures are already established within our community and government. They are staffed by knowledgeable, passionate, and experienced people that know what a forward plan entails. The only problem with these programs is that they are woefully underfunded. You don't need to make these decisions alone. There are experts desperate to be listened to. Ultimately, I am here today to urge you to reconsider the budget put forth and seize the opportunity in front of you to think more creatively about the ways in which we could truly support all of Lincoln's residents. I'm asking that you listen to these watchful citizens and halt the budget. Black Lives Matter. Black disabled lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Serena Freet. On deck is Ozzie J.
Hello, my name is Serena Freet, S-A-R-E-N-A, last name Freet, F-R-E-E-T. We are seeing a grotesque mismanagement of this pandemic at the federal and state level. Fortunately, as a community, we have a mask mandate, which is huge. But the impact of this pandemic is only just beginning. And wearing a mask, as essential as it is, isn't enough. The extended unemployment benefits ended last week. We are just beginning to see the permanent job loss in our communities. We are in crisis, and our community is hurting. Things are going to get worse, especially if LPS opens in person. And the community need resources, one of these things being housing. As we see increase in evictions and decline in income and an inability for people to safely work, what happens? How is that a safe community? When we spend and allocate more and more resources to the police, we are taking away opportunities to actually invest in our community. We all know that the budget is slim. We know that sales tax is down. Who knows what it's going to look like in 6 months from now? But we can choose to make decisions to prioritize people's safety and their lives. The police are not doing that for us. They're harming our community. And we need you all to take the steps to halt this budget, to reassess what's really happening and what we need as a community, and provide for the people here.
1 minute.
So please, hold the budget. Let's revisit this. And Black Lives what?
Matter. Okay.
Next up, Ozzie J. On deck, Mary Hilton.
Hi there. My name is Ozzy J. I don't feel comfortable giving out my address, but I just wanted to say thank you all as our city council members for being and hearing us all today. I was going to make a quick assumption. I believe Councilwoman Raybold, are you a stenographer or some sort of like record quick hand keeper?
I love hearing your comments, and so I write them down so I can reread them later.
Awesome. So that is a beautiful example as to why I feel personally Raybold, Councilwoman Raybold, can be maybe a little bit divided in her attention because she is passively recording it all, transcribing it. I would like to thank those of you who are attentive and giving us your undivided attention, because it means a lot for us to be up here and to be testifying for what we believe is right and what needs to be done. But I would urge some of you to really listen and not be fiddling here and there. I know each of you are very important and have phones and notes that you take and use during this entire process, but I just wanted to point that out. I am here to ask for a halting in the city budget. I at a loss for words with how people are doing mental gymnastics saying that body cameras increase police accountability when all I've seen is more unequivocal evidence of police brutality, be it with Elijah McClain, Philando Castile, Jacob Gardner. There's so many. Not Jacob. James Scurlock, I'm so sorry. There's so many. What I would like to emphasize is that our mayor is working behind our backs and is not listening to what we, the people, believe is a acceptable and compromising budget allowance to the police, to LPD. I believe that there is more power in supporting the communities, listening to the people. As Marina said earlier, there are multiple opportunities for everybody in this council to come out and meet us at a reasonable CDC, WHO, social distancing guidelines, and we would love to talk more in depth and not be told minutes, half an hour before a public comment section starts that we are now given 3 minutes instead of the 5. With that, I will just say once again, please halt your voting on the city budget. And Black Lives what? Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Mary Hilton. On deck, Caitlin Hopkins.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Hilton. On July 20th, I watched online the budget director Kaufman presenting the changes to the mayor's proposed budget. And he said that they were very cautious in designing the budget because of the coronavirus impact on citizens and businesses, rightly so. And even though the brunt of the financial effects of the virus probably have not been completely felt, the budget does increase taxes by $21 million from last year's budget. And I question whether increasing taxes on citizens is actually being cautious. The mayor has said in her budget, which is 227 pages long, interesting read, that some of the cuts are shared sacrifices. To her credit, she has decreased some of the department budgets by $5.6 million, but this is really less than 1% of total revenue of the budget. What the community has heard is that there is not a tax increase. But of course, you all know that there is not a rate increase, which is very different from there not being a tax increase. And this is deceptive. Taxes are being increased in this budget. There is a tax revenue increase of 10%, partially funded by properties being reevaluated twice in the last 4 years. I know my own personal home has increased value of 35%, and so that tax rate, though it's not changed, has definitely increased my taxes that I must pay. And
1 minute.
This reality of paying more taxes is affected by both people that rent and people that own their homes, so everyone in this community. In 2018 and 19, there was another actual tax increase of 16% from the prior year. So that's 26% increase in the last two budgets, well, 2 out of 3, since we don't know the actual numbers for last year, of increases. The citizens of Lincoln are the ones that are sacrificing. And I don't agree that there is a shared sacrifice going forward on this budget as written. The city is increasing taxing and increasing spending when the tax rate could actually be lowered, benefiting taxpayers. The city budget truly can be cut at the discretionary level. The mayor's proposed budget also causes the citizens of Lincoln to further sacrifice by increasing franchise fees, increasing user fees, increasing rates, increasing fines, increasing debt. I just have 1 minute. If arena bonds can't be paid for by sales tax revenues this year, property tax owners will pay that debt. If highway allocation bonds can't be paid with gas tax collected this year, property tax owners will be paying it. The taxpayers are bearing the brunt of this sacrifice
Mary,
because of the taxes going up. Yes. So I just encourage the council to stand in the gap for the citizens of this city. And I know that you could find decreases in these rates. I'd ask you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Caitlin Hopkins. On deck, Emilio Garcia.
My name's Caitlin. I'm a resident of Lincoln. I'm here in opposition to the proposed budget, specifically the increase of funds for LPD. I urge the City Council to halt the budget by voting against it. I know that we have had a lot of people testifying and sending emails for the last few months to you and the mayor's office. As a taxpayer, I am opposed and uncomfortable with giving more of our money to fund a police department who has unapologetically ambushed peaceful protesters. The mayor has failed over and over to issue a public apology or restitution for the damages our police department has wreaked upon our citizens. I don't need to repeat to you the extent of the physical harm that's been caused, as many of you have been made aware of those things. By approving this budget, you're rewarding the behavior of these police, and I refuse to pay the salaries of officers who have harmed my peers. There was recently a mass arrest of peaceful protesters in Omaha that were brutalized by the Omaha Police Department. I'd like to know what we're doing to ensure that this will not happen in our city, the steps we're taking to demilitarize our police departments. How does adding more officers target the issues that lead to crime and alleviate our overcrowded prison system? There's a lot of questions to ask instead of just throwing money into the police department. This budget strategically benefits white members of our city while continuing to over-police at-risk communities. Adding more police does not increase public safety, health, or quality of life, nor is it inclusive for Black, Indigenous, or other communities of color. More police increases opportunity for violence in our Black and Brown communities, who we are seeking to liberate. We need real action. We need elected officials that actually listen to and act on what they have been hearing from their community. We're taking a lot of unpaid time to come here and educate you. There's the Black Leaders Movement, who have been doing a lot of research to provide resources to us. We are an asset to you. We're here to provide resources, and we just want to know that there's a reciprocal relationship. You have the power to refuse to allocate matching funds for the COPS grant, to limit the hiring of new officers. You've heard about body cameras and how they are ineffective. We don't need to over-police these communities or raise fees that affect these communities in order to accommodate for a budget for police. Money should be allocated to rent assistance, like has been mentioned, accessible public transit. And on that note, I urge you again to continue public comment via Zoom for members of our community who are unable to physically access this space because their voices matter. The time is now to make change. It's time to be imaginative, creative. I ask again that you halt the budget. I thank you all for your time. It's going to be a long night. And Black Lives what? Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Emilio Garcia. On deck, Meg Munyon.
Hello, my name is Emilio Garcia, and I'm here today to ask that you halt the budget. Specifically, I am against the proposed funding increase for the Lincoln Police Department. Police need to be held accountable for their actions, and giving them more funding and a raise only further promotes their corrupt actions and entirely belittles the Black Lives Matter movement. I ask that you do not match the mayor's grant to LPD. Regardless of your decision, the police will get the mayor's grant. There is no need to further fund them when they are already getting 20.6% of the city budget, which that itself is very unnecessary and should be reduced drastically. I instead ask that you reallocate that money to your community by increasing funding for housing, libraries, parks, and community projects and programs, particularly programs for Black and brown people. I also ask that instead of increasing LPD funding to expand their partnership with the Mental Health Association, that you instead look into funding a separate organization that are comprised of social workers that are trained specifically for mental health, domestic abuse, and sexual assault calls. We also cannot forget that our mayor received $25,000 from the Lincoln Police Union for her campaign that blatantly shows the inherent bias and conflict of interest in this flawed system. I ask that you please halt the budget and truly think about whether or not increasing police funding and hiring more officers is what the people of Lincoln, Nebraska want. Because from an entire summer of endless protests for equality and against police brutality, you should all know by now that this is not what we want. Black lives what? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Meg Munyon. On deck, Saeed Al-Hamami.
Hello. First of all, thank you for holding this public comment, and thank you for allowing people to testify online. This is a great step towards accessibility, and I hope to see it continue. I reject the mayor's budget proposal, and I would ask you all to do the same. For the last 3 months, we have witnessed and participated in the largest civil rights movement that I myself, along with many of my friends, have seen in our lifetime. The demands have always included defunding the police in Lincoln and beyond. This budget is a direct action against those demands. Considering we have already accepted the COPS grant, why would we add an additional $43 million plus to the city budget to aid the police department? I understand how one might think that body cams are the answer to our problems, but the research disagrees. Until we stop allowing police departments to conduct their own investigations about complaints and use of force, body cams, along with more funding for more officers, are useless for accountability. With that kind of money, I hope to never see another cop post a Snapchat story while on duty, not another TikTok, nothing. If you haven't heard of the LPD Twitter account, LPD Up All Night, I would highly recommend looking into it, as it is a gross platform used on duty to publicly shame citizens of the city. But I digress. I live in one of, if not the most, over-policed neighborhood in this city. Cops flying at high speeds down residential streets, shining their lights into windows where children and families sleep. But yet, here we have those same families being evicted during a global pandemic. I watch from my porch as hundreds of people each week receive meals from the gathering place. Shout out to them. And I wait. I wait for the daily presence of police. Defund the police. Invest in these families and these communities instead. I'm ashamed to see that our libraries and parks combined receive less money than the police department as this budget currently stands. There is no harm in halting the budget, but there is harm in allowing it to continue as is. And to my community members, friends, neighbors, we must unlearn our instinct to call the police. We must reject the fear that has been instilled in us about what could happen if you approach the situation. We must reject that we need the police to deal with everyday occurrences. Talk to your neighbors, learn their names. For what might seem like a no big deal police contact to you could mean jail or death for someone else. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Up next, Saeed Al-Hamami.
Who's on next?
Sarah O'Neill.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Saeed Al-Hamami. I'm also a veteran. I'm here today to ask you to halt the budget. And a large portion of the reason that I'm saying this is being myself from a government standpoint, having lived and gotten to deal with the funding that you are presented due to the fact that LPD is not really checkable and in a good checks and balance systems on how that they are spending their money. There's a huge window of opportunity that I have seen personally through all levels of government. It is very easy to take any money that you're allocated and spend it just a little bit here and there on things that, you know, maybe new guns, maybe new equipment when you don't need it, maybe just small overspendings that don't need to be done in that sort of manner, especially due to the fact that the community doesn't feel safe. And I believe that the best action away from that would then be to have a mental health service funded more adequately. You know, you take away from any other calls that the police have to deal with regarding anything just normal mental health, or at least provide a service where, you know, the responders and dispatchers are able to have more certified teachings and learn how to actually properly, and trust me, I understand what proper training looks like, and it's not like sitting in a classroom. It's dealing with those things and going through 6-week course evaluations and doing those annually, and that's something that the DoD, Department of Defense, has to do regularly. So I don't understand why in my past I had to deal with much more training and have to be way more vigilant about the way that I execute anything, and we would be reprimanded terribly for it if any sort of screw up happens. That's so much bigger than what has been happening for LPD and nationwide for police departments. So I believe that mental health services need to be funded more so, and take that out of LPD until that's able to be implanted. If there's any questions that I can answer, 100%. If not, thank you very much for your time, and I very much appreciate what you guys do. Black Lives.
Thanks for coming down.
Next up, Sarah O'Neill. On deck, Sam Koss.
Hello, my name is Sarah O'Neill, and I'm here today to demand that you, our elected city council, halt Mayor Gaylor Baird's proposed and revised budget. First, in the middle of a pandemic, when we are trying to make up for a $12 million budget shortfall, our mayor has decided to increase LPD's budget by over $1.4 million from last year. We should be defunding LPD, not only because we need to listen to calls from our constituents who told you to do so, but you must also do so because of the financial predicament this pandemic has put us in. People have lost their jobs, are being evicted, don't have health care in a pandemic, and children who will likely have to go back to online learning do not have internet, and yet you are willing to spend nearly $1.5 million more on the most dangerous and harmful of our society, the police. You need to straighten out your priorities. Second, because Mayor Gaylor Baird's acceptance of the federal COPS grant, we see a total $925,000 increase in LPD's budget from this grant, the match and the additional funds promised to LPD because of it. The grant is purportedly for gun control, but it is in direct conflict with its stated purpose. If the city actually cares about gun violence, then support gun control, hold the gun industry accountable, and defund and demilitarize the police and security personnel. Further, we do not need or want community-oriented policing. What we need is to reduce violence and control, not increase it. It does not empower communities to expand police power. It expands police power, but does nothing to reduce the burden of policing on Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color, and the poor. We must invest in communities and care.
1 minute.
Finally, mental health crises cannot be responded to by the people who play an integral role in exacerbating problems. Body cameras don't work, and the same goes for the single sexual assault investigator that the mayor's budget proposes adding. Sexual assault cannot be solved by the biggest perpetrators of sexual violence. If you care about ending sexual violence, you need to create a budget that allows for transformative justice, not a harmful response to violence that has already occurred and in a way that re-traumatizes the survivor and does nothing to rehabilitate the perpetrator. Giving more money to LPD will not support survivors. We need to invest in care and not the carceral state. Act now and halt the budget that as it currently stands, because Black lives what? Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Sam Koss. On deck, Izzy K.
Oh.
They're both open.
They're both. You can go either one.
Okay. Hi. My name is Sam. I live in the Everett neighborhood. Oh Lord. And I have for the last 5 years of my life, and it's very evident as my peers have said, the police presence in that neighborhood, and where we all know on the events of May 31st, the protest took place. And in that neighborhood, me as well as my neighbor, my roommate, saw people running in sheer terror. The events were just terrible and terrifying. And we are here to protest police terror and their ability. And their ability is only this because the systems at play that have built them up to this. I'm here to say no to increased police response from a cognitive learning theory standpoint. To increase police budget would only be a positive reinforcement of the things that they have done, which is incredibly wrong and will not result in any positive changes, if only same changes, and what I believe that the police believe they can do a better job, which is not what we want. I think that's all I have to say. But thank you. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate y'all being here, and I just would really like you to think critically about this, because it's not hard for us to see my peers who are college students above or below just by a few years, only 5 to 8 years graduating from high school, can see this really clearly. The facts are present. All of my peers have brought these facts present to y'all. And you should know this is not just a request. These are demands, and these are demands from the streets. And if you neglect to respond to those demands, I assure you that the people out there will not stop requesting these demands, and that's what you can expect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Izzy K. On deck, Adam D.
Hi, everybody. Oh, you're good. So hello, City Council members Shobe, Washington, Ward, McGinnis, Bowers, Christensen, and Raybold. I'm just trying to remember everyone's names. Thank you for your time here today. My name is Izzy. I'm a student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. I study advertising and graphic design. I've lived in Lincoln for the past 4 years, but I've lived in Nebraska all my life. And I'm just coming to you as an honest, concerned citizen. Like I said, I'm a design student. So I'm going to be honest with you. I have been trained to see bad design. And the lack of investment in community resources and the increase of investment towards a system that constantly misuses its power is just bad design. It is not only bad, deadly design, but it's also just frustratingly unnecessary. Right now, the city of Lincoln will be throwing our future generations and educators into a potential cesspool of disease, all while these schools are underfunded and overpopulated. Then, in the middle of a pandemic and the worst economy in American history, the citizens of Lincoln, predominantly citizens of color, are being evicted and kicked to the curb. And these are just a couple of the outcomes from our society right now. And this poorly designed budget will not solve these current issues. We all have a common enemy right now, and that is the coronavirus. This pandemic is ripping apart families as well as our economy. This has undoubtedly affected communities of color far more than white communities. And like I said, evictions are more likely to happen for people of color. Negligence of care in the healthcare system is more likely to happen for people of color. And schools in communities of color are outrageously ignored while still being expected to open at full capacity. These are all issues that will directly raise the casualty rates of COVID-19. That means a raise in deaths. And exactly what is Nebraska doing right now for its most vulnerable groups of people? Nothing. The slogan is right. Nebraska is not for everyone, but it should be. Until the Senate can come to a compromise on how best to take care of the American people, it is your jobs to take care of the Lincoln citizens, especially right now. And to be honest with you, the Lincoln Police Department will be completely fine without your money. The LPD have already received a grant from the mayor for about $625,000. You guys know this already. And if it's matched, they will get about $1,250,000. And the police and fire pension is already currently sitting at $248 million. You know all these numbers. You've heard them all before from people who can discuss it way better than me. But where could this money go to? Like, what about social services or rehabilitation services or parks and rec or public libraries? Like, there are so many possibilities to redesign this system to actually benefit the communities that you are committed to serve. And Time?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, thank you. I just want to say, please back the communities, not cops. Halt the budget. Black Lives
Matter. Anyone that's speaking for Black Lives Matter, speak on the left side.
They can speak either side, but.
Next up, Adam D. On deck, Cyrus J.
Hello, my name is Adam. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I'm here as an opponent. His hand on his gun, ready to, shoot the guy, and pulled him out. And then other officers from the squad cars came out in full gear, and they were threatening us. They're like, get back to your house. If you don't get back to your house, we're going to arrest you. And we're on our own property. And they would have continued to aggress until their superior came in and said, get back into the cars. Like, this is ridiculous. Well, he didn't say that, but it was ridiculous. And I'm just in opposition to giving that force more money. It doesn't need more money. People are still unemployed. Evictions are still happening. There's a lot of ways that we can help citizens, because if they become evicted, they're going to become homeless. So then cops can kick them more, and that's not good. We can't stop. We can't keep bludgeoning something. You need to nurture it and hold it and really take care of it. And now is a time and an opportunity to listen to all these voices that take all of their time to come to you and speak to you and let you know how they feel. And it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of energy across all boards, and people do so much labor to come before you to tell you these things. And I really hope that you take that to heart. And I'm in opposition to, I think you should halt the budget and you should really reconsider it. And Black Lives what? Matter. Thanks.
Thank you.
Up next, Cyrus J. On deck, Fanchon Blythe.
Good evening. My name is Cyrus, and I'm here as a concerned citizen to express my severe displeasure with the proposed budget. Mere weeks ago, peaceful protesters were gassed and assaulted out front of this building. Requests to end police violence were met with more police violence. The fact that we are hiring 5 more officers following this debacle is absolutely absurd. And more absurd yet is the city's police budget increase on top of the federal grant. The city doesn't need more police. The city needs greater investment in public health and welfare, as well as education and community resources. So many people are being evicted every week due to the job loss and hardships caused by this pandemic, and police funding isn't helping them. I assure you of that. This budget is a dangerous step further down the rabbit hole of our irreparably bloated and militarized law enforcement infrastructure. A law enforcement infrastructure which disproportionately violates the civil rights of people of color and has reminded us time and time again that it exists not to protect the rights of all people, but to violently suppress peaceful dissent. Please halt this budget. Let's find ways to divest from police and invest in our communities. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Up next, Fanshawn Blythe. On deck, Simone Droge.
Hello, thank you for hearing me tonight. The mayor has said that one of her priorities include public safety, health, and quality of life. I appreciate the mayor accepting the COPS grant for 5 new officers. A lot of folks testifying at the council meeting need to understand how a grant works. The city cannot use this money for anything except what it says it's for. At one of the recent council meetings, we all heard many developers talking about all the new construction of homes, townhomes, and apartments. With this growth, Lincoln needs more officers, not less. Remember, some officers do retire each year and need replaced. Lincoln needs a budget of 20.6% or more for LPD. I'm concerned if the police had all they need from city leadership to protect from further riots and destruction of property. I was down at the Hall of Justice Saturday, May 30, until after 2 a.m. These rioters were warned by the state police and the National Guard that were there holding the line in front of the Hall of Justice. They were told to leave many times or get pepper sprayed and rubber bullets. They didn't. They kept coming back. The rioters were throwing homemade cocktail bombs, water bottles filled with urine and gasoline, hoping that that would mix with those fireworks. The damage that was done on the Lincoln Mall was in the millions. One building alone was over $20 million, and most insurance companies don't pay for the rioters. I encourage you to continue supporting and funding our Lincoln Police Department. When and if anyone has to call 911, we want and need police officers to respond. I want to leave you with several community policing events that our LPD officers do here in our community. Pop with a Cop, Catch a Cop for Fun, Marathon Kids,
1 minute.
Heroes and Helpers, Cops and Bobblers, Operation Tipping Point, Shields Unite, Torch Run for Special Olympics, Polar Plunge, Santa Cop, Lincoln Youth Football, Community Conversation Series, Summer Youth Academy, Citizens Academy, Explorers Program, Annual Celebrity Basketball Tournament, and the National Night Out, and Boo at the Zoo. I'd like to say one last thing. I'm hearing several people say that LPS is underfunded. If they were homeowners, they would know that Lincoln has one of the highest tax cities in the country, and LPS receives a huge part of that money, and we see that on our bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Simone Droge. On deck, Jack R.
Hello. Hi. My name is Simone Droge. I am a Lincoln resident, and I am here as an ally to the Black Leaders Movement in Lincoln. I'm asking you to please halt this city budget. I'm specifically addressing the funds set aside for the police to receive body cameras. We need resources for our communities to thrive. The police are not a community resource. They are the oppressors of our most vulnerable, and they make that clear every day. I used to look up to Mayor Lear and Gaylord Bard. She spoke to my Women in Politics class a couple of years ago. I saw her as a strong woman politician, but she has proven with her actions during these last few months that she is not on the people's side. From mandating unnecessary curfews that infringe protesters' rights to increasing the police budget and creating new positions so soon after the LPD tear gassed and injured peaceful protesters, she has used her power against true public good. When I heard her speak 2 years ago, I would not have assumed her to be on this side of history, but she has chosen it. Her budget, which allocates more resources for the police, established so closely to these incidents, reflects her allegiance to LPD and her neglect to protect our community. You don't have to do the same. You don't have to be on the same side of history that she has chosen. LPD has harmed our Lincoln community. They do not serve nor protect us. They preserve the power of the people whom they serve and they see as those to assist, but this is how white supremacy perpetuates itself. On May 30th, myself along with hundreds of peaceful protesters were assaulted with tear gas. We were chanting outside the station where the tear gas grenades were thrown into the crowd. We had to run away, almost getting hit with the grenades that were catapulted dozens of yards. So even those protesters who were not even close to near where the action was happening were getting injured. Lincoln made Amnesty International's map of instances of police violence because of this incident, and rightfully so. As far as why I'm asking, or I'm calling on you to halt this budget, the sections funding police efforts come at an insulting time. Beyond that, body cameras will be unnecessarily costly. And these funds should be reallocated to other services that actually help our communities, not hurt them. According to the Justice Policy Center, body cameras do little to deter use of force. And as others have pointed out, the body cameras are known not to really change police behavior. Body cameras are not helping the police halt us, and the Lincoln police have shown that they are a threat to the well-being of our community and do not deserve further resources. Tonight, you can all do the right thing and vote to halt this budget, because Black Lives what?
Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Jack R. On deck, Casey White.
Hello, my name is Jack. I've been here before, but it's good to be back. Speaking for the oppressed, I don't have the knack, but I gotta say that this budget is whack. And before I go on, I love to write songs, but I feel I have to state, I hope I don't appropriate. Rap has traditionally been black culture's art, but I talk to my friends, they see that this comes from the heart, and a beat and a rhyme helps me know how to start. This movement isn't mine, I'm just trying to do my part. I want to approach the council with respect and tact, so I'll bring my opinion wrapped around some fact. First I'll say thanks, because the old budget lacked. What kind of budget has librarians getting sacked? So I want to say again, a heartfelt thanks. I'm so grateful I can speak amongst your ranks. But let's get back to the budget. I'm afraid the new one stinks. Instead of schools, we're prioritizing tanks. And like a school, hold on. Yeah, the snaps are part of it, don't worry. And like a school, where all classes are detention, shouldn't we be funding solutions and preventions? Okay, back to this, the pandemic budget. Read up on my facts because I don't want to fudge it. $25,000 US. The police union gave the mayor along with a collar and the cops on the other end, taking her for a walk, letting her know what to spend. But it's not just the mayor who has committed this sin. Some of you got paid too. Looking at you, Roy Christensen. Although I admit they paid you a lot less, 1,000 or so, but it still leaves me depressed knowing cops paid you so the people they could arrest. This type of bribery most people detest. Let's bring it on back. Let me channel my rage. Let me bring out some facts. Get on the same page. Body cameras don't work unless they come with teeth. Like telling a murderous swordsman, here, take a sheath. A cop's testimony should get tossed if the cameras are off. Low-res live stream so footage can't be lost. Cameras sound really great, but let's examine the cost. Do they actually work if they're reviewed by their boss? How can we trust cops in our community if we don't get rid of qualified immunity or introduce the God-given right to intervene so the cops can stop a member of their own team for breaking the law? Yes, breaking the law, because last time I checked, cops get away with breaking the law. I want to imagine how hot we would seethe if on top of George Floyd, while he said I can't breathe, was a regular guy just like you or I. The public would never be fine with just standing by. They'd form a mob and fight the killers back. Power to the people also takes justice back. And when they had a badge and guns in their holsters, they became invincible. Their violence, it bolsters. And for all y'all saying back the blue, I want to know, what if it happened to you? Would you be so buddy you nice? If you were the mother or the father of Tamir Rice, I want to state on the record, I back them too underneath the badge. Those are people too. Want to be a good cop? I have a self-help kit. Want to be a good cop? Take off your badge and quit. And to all those people who say, well, Lincoln is better. If that's your grandma talking, well, I really hate to upset her. But when we look at the streets, when we took to the streets, Lincoln cops were fast to fire rubber bullets, pepper spray, and tear gas. And by the way, tear gas is a war crime. To make it sting more, it's bought by our dime. I totally agree with Roy, golden rule, but when the cops have all the tools, what do? We have signs, they have tasers, and we have drums, and they have, I wish I could say lasers. I don't know if they have lasers yet, but they definitely have guns. And if it were up to me, most of the budget I'd lop. But what would we do without Santa Cop? Because enough is enough. I can't possibly stress funding cops is not expecting the best. It's expecting crimes. It's expecting bad times. If they don't meet the quota, that's fine. Just fake it. Want to shoot, but the perp has no gun? Just fake it. Think about, what would cops happily quit if there were no more crime? And if the answer is no, then that might be a sign. Our prisons are packed. Our prisons are stacked. Our prisons are whack. And our prisons are mostly black. Slavery never ended. It just evolved. Corporations using free prison labor, nothing solved. The 13th Amendment and all of its glory left a convenient little loophole in its story. Should the bill that ended slavery and all of its mess include in the first sentence, unless? Now if it seems like I'm getting off topic, I'm not. These systems were together, they're betting on the same pot. And does it help to jail a non-violent man and let him rot? Not because he sells a plant, but because he got caught? What would you do with 5 more cops with your face palming Grant? Expect to hear a lot more of us Raven rant, cause the future of peace, with more cops we can't. Imagine, hey, I got an idea. How about we plant some food? Because I don't mean to be simple or rude. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Black Lives what?
That was entertaining. Thank you.
Great.
Next up, Casey Weish, on deck Harrison.
Follow that one,
Hello, yeah, my name is Casey. I'm from Lincoln. For the last 12 years, I've been known by another name. That name is Polar Bear. That is the name that I use on local radio for a radio show that I host. It's called Play That Funky Music, White Boy, and I've been hosting it for the last 12 years. I'm the white boy. I play funky music. And what that typically means is that it's black music is what I'm playing from around the last 60 years. That's about how far back funk music goes. I've been hosting this show in our community for about 12 years, and I've been listening to a ton of music by black artists for that entire time. And for the last 60 years, there has been pretty much a resounding message in all of that music and all of that art. That's that it's awfully difficult to be a black person in America. That is due to a lot of economic things, that is due to a lot of cultural things, and that is due primarily to oppression by the police in black neighborhoods. This has been a lingering motif in black art for decades, if not centuries. And I was going to come up here and quote a bunch of songs at you, but I don't think I have enough time. Needless to say, the point I'm trying to make is that some of you may think that the issues being brought to you today about being black in America and about the dealing with the horrors that are the police, that's a new issue or a new opinion. Well, I'm here to tell you from an exhaustive study of black art that that is far from a new issue or a new opinion. These are all very old problems that the black community has been asking people to solve for decades now. These problems that are being presented to you right now, that are at your doorstep, that are in your council chambers, they are not new. They have been festering for many, many, many decades, which is why there are so many people in your room today, which is why we're all so vociferously asking you to do the right thing. All I want to say is that these aren't new issues. These are old issues. People have been clamoring at white people in power to do the right thing for decades now. I implore you to finally be the generation that does it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Harrison. On deck is Grace Kelly.
Hi there, you guys. My name is Harrison. I live in Lincoln. I don't speak on behalf of anyone else. This is just all coming from me. First and foremost, need to give another shout out to Jack for that rap he just did. I hope you guys were listening. That wasn't just music. That was a lot of messages that were extremely important, and I back everything he said. So, a few things I just want to talk about. People are talking. They're talking. All of us are here. We're all talking. And if the budget passes as is, that will show that you aren't listening. I think it's rather simple. And if that is the case, I would say you guys are probably going to have to go job hunting soon. So, the new budget. So, crime statistics in Lincoln, backed by various sources, have been going down. They've been going down over time, even though Lincoln is growing. Why does that mean we need more police funding? If the crime statistics are already going down with the budget they've had, and I just feel like I'm beating a dead horse here. So, Black Lives Matter, obviously. I hope you all see the meaning of that message. It's not even political. We're trying to say they matter. They matter. And they've been oppressed, they've been damaged, they've been enslaved. They've never had true equality here. And that's the subject that's on the table. And we can't even agree with that. I don't know what's going on. So, there are so many other things the money could go to. Schools, coronavirus prevention, finding a way that we can get kids back in an education system without teachers, all the workers in schools, and the parents of these children being at risk. That would be a very obvious place for this money to go. In my opinion, it seems obvious. I don't know. I know you guys have vested interests with donations and such, and obviously our mayor does too, but
1 minute.
It's simple. I won't take any more of your time. Thank you for listening. I hope you listen to the people because we're talking. Black Lives what?
Matter. On deck, next, Grace Kelly. On deck, Joseph David.
Hello, I'm Grace, and I'm just here to ask you to consider what the priorities of the budget actually are, and why that is. So it seems like we're always scrambling to provide public services that enrich our communities, such as libraries that are able to provide resources for our communities 7 days a week, parks and recreation that are safe and comfortable for the people of our community, public works, programming for mental and physical health, and public health, and other community resources. However, after one evening of protest that damaged property, there seems to be absolutely no limit to the funds that we are willing to spend in order to pay the police for overtime, for chemical weaponry and pepper balls used against largely peaceful protesters. And now the enormous expense of body cameras to monitor the police and ensure that they're doing their jobs, as well as the added personnel that others have mentioned, pensions, expansion, and other things after the grant dollars phase out. All of this seems like a vast overallocation of resources used to penalize the Lincoln community and not to enrich it. I don't believe that any one of you up on the council accepted their job to do that. So I implore you to revise your budget to reflect that you do care about enriching Lincoln and show that Black lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Joseph David. On deck, Aaron His.
Good afternoon. I don't really like this system where I'm having to ask you what you guys are doing with my money. And we've created a system where we have to vote for people to vote for us. You guys are supposed to be the mouthpiece of the people that elected you. And we're outside beating on drums and we are screaming. And how loud do we have to scream before you guys are going to listen to us? Black Lives Matter.
Next, Aaron on deck, Kara Knudsen.
Hello, my name is Erin Hitz. I am a resident of the Everett neighborhood. I'm here as a constituent and as a daughter of a former law enforcement officer. Growing up, my dad was a sheriff, and many of the fairy tales he told me a tale of law enforcement was going to be there to protect me. I believe this fairy tale, despite seeing many of my friends and community members be affected by this system rather than healed. It wasn't until, bear with me here because it's very personal, it wasn't until I was a victim of domestic violence myself that I realized that the police weren't there to save me. In the many arguments I had where my dad's voice echoed in the back of my head to call the police, something inside of me told me I never felt safe doing so. After leaving abuse, I've dedicated my healing to educating myself and others on domestic violence prevention and education. While educating myself, I found these statistics. 40% of cops abuse their family members, 15% more than the rate of the general population. Elevating the Black voices in the room, and not just my own and my own personal trauma, other numerous voices in the room as well. I'm asking you to halt this budget, freeze LPD's salaries, and invest that money into our community. Invest in healing, invest in this community, invest this money into the Malone Center, who have already agreed to help hold LPD accountable. Invest this money in domestic violence prevention, which is already at a spike in this pandemic. Invest this money in mental health. Black lives what? Matter.
Up next, Kara Knudsen. On deck, Chelsea Eigenberger.
Hi there. My name's Kara Knutson. I'm a native, I'm a daughter, a sister, a niece, an aunt, as well as a Nebraskan and an American citizen. And I am here today to testify and ask that you reject or halt and reassess this budget proposal. I was born in Lincoln and have lived here throughout most of my life. I always considered Lincoln to be a safe place to live, a great place for a family to call home, and a wonderful state for a child to be raised by hardworking people. My parents, now nearing their 60s, have also lived in Lincoln, Nebraska throughout most of their years. This has been a place my family and I have treasured for years, and it's a place I still hold close to my heart. The comfort and safety of my city I have felt in my earlier years has faded, and the pleasant small big city feel has turned into an isolated big city of problems with small-minded people. I have felt fear going outside as a woman, a native, a person of color, as an activist, and as myself for many years now. My thoughts of how my state thought of me and others like me changed during the fall of 2016, when the state of Nebraska sent 11 state troopers to the Standing Rock Reservation in North Dakota during the protest of the Dakota Access Pipeline. The next time my trust between the Nebraska law enforcement was broken was on the 5th of June in 2017. Zachary Bearheels was 29 years old in 2017 and was a schizophrenic and also had bipolar disorder. He had been brutally killed by former Omaha police officer Scott Payne by shock from electrical devices, causing Zachary Bearheels to be triggered into an agitated delirium. The Omaha Police Department claimed to have no specific reason to hold Bearheels in custody, but the OPD made an irresponsible, irreparable decision that can be watched via police cruiser videos the Douglas County Attorney Don Klein released. Another personal experience of mine that changed the ways I have thought about policing in all of Nebraska is the assault of Micah Taylor by Omaha police officer officer Dave Skachowicz. Dave Skachowicz shot Micah Taylor in March of 2018 and launched a bullet in the neck of Micah Taylor, who was 19 at the time of this assault. The bullet that was fired from Skochawicz's gun is still lodged in Micah Taylor's neck and is very close to his spinal cord. If Micah were to ever experience trauma to the head or neck while this bullet is still in his body, he could become completely paralyzed or even killed. Dave Skochowicz was also an expert witness called to testify on the behalf of former Omaha officer Scott Payne during the Zachary Bear Heels case. Dave Skochowicz and the OPD have not given reparations to Micah Taylor or the family for the condition Micah is still in. This is adding to the groups of people who have been brutalized by police and their lives changed forever. I share these stories to you today because the names of Zachary Bear Heels and Micah Taylor should not be forgotten, and their experiences with OPD should never happen with others. More police, more cameras, whether on bodies or cruisers, and more funding to the police will not help to reduce violence. Decreasing the amount of funding that was proposed in the budget is the only way for our state can begin to move forward, especially after the mayor has already offered a grant to the LPD.
Time.
The trust of the people needs to be restored, and we are telling you how to do it. End the genocide of Black and Indigenous peoples, and then we may live as one. Thank you.
Up next, Chelsea Eigenberger. On deck, Emily Wilson. Chelsea Eichenberger.
Trying to get her.
On deck is Emily Wilson.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Chelsea Eichenberger. Last week when I was here, I remember, I believe it was maybe you, Mr. McGinnis, that said to somebody that had testified, now is not the time. Come back next week. You know what that is? That's white supremacy in action. This council, and like so many other systems, are based in hierarchy and white supremacy, and we must start by dismantling that. So I asked you last week to look at yourselves and where you can dismantle that within our city. And I ask you again today, where I come back and I ask for your transparency. And I ask you, like so many others before me, to halt on the budget. See, it takes time to build a community of accountability. That doesn't just happen overnight. It doesn't happen by throwing money at it either. It happens by real work and investing in your community, not investing in the police that have terrorized our community. And so I ask you today not to invest in crowd control or social management, to halt the budget, and to really do the investigative work on how we create a community of accountability. You've seen so many people come before you, and we're here to do that work. We're here to do it with you because we must dismantle this hierarchy and find ways that we work together and use our strengths. So, again, I will ask you to defund the police, to invest in community. Black lives matter, Indigenous lives matter. Give back the land to our Indigenous people and invest in community. That is the only way that we will truly find a way of living safely together, because police have not been the answer, and history shows us that. So I ask you to do your job, to do your research, and dismantle hierarchy. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Next, Emily Wilson. On deck, Shanna Hicks. Emily Wilson. On deck is Shannon Hicks. If those that's on deck are coming up next, if you can come towards the chambers and step to the back of the room, we can go through our public comment.
I'm Shannon Hicks. Thanks for your time, council members. I'm here to oppose the mayor's proposed budget. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, as of May 2019, child, family, and school social workers were paid an average salary of $41,720 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Additionally, mental health and substance abuse social workers received an average salary of $42,220 in Lincoln, Nebraska. On the other hand, according to our city's website, the Lincoln Police Department pays their officers an average yearly salary of between $55,698 and $78,732. With these figures in mind, it is unacceptable for the City of Lincoln to further inflate LPD's budget and raise police officers' salaries. Simply partnering with the Mental Health Association is not enough. In many circumstances, officers need to be replaced with highly trained and well-paid social workers and other trustworthy community service professionals. I know you don't have the authority to enact all of these changes, but you can halt this budget. Listen to what your fellow citizens are saying here today. Black lives what? Matter. Thank you.
Next, Shannon Hicks. On deck, Reed Gahan.
That was Shannon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Reed. On deck, Simon Vasquez.
Pardon me?
Did we lose Emily Wilson? Yeah, Emily Wilson did not appear.
Good evening, my name is Simon Vasquez, and my purpose here today is to call on the City Council to halt their vote on the city budget. Specifically, I'm calling on y'all to reevaluate the portion of the budget specifically allocated to fund the body cameras and the employees to review that footage. While there's long been a push for equipping law enforcement with body-worn cameras, studies have shown time and time again that while these changes may increase transparency, they do little to change the accountability that members of law enforcement usually face. Indeed, since 2014, we've seen a surge in the use of body cameras, but as 2020 has clearly demonstrated, little has changed since in those 6 years since Mike Brown's tragic death. Indeed, according to a study conducted by George Mason University's Center for Evidence-Based Crime Policy, they found that cameras have not had a statistically significant effect on most measures of officer and citizens' behavior or citizens' views of the police. Furthermore, the study found that generally there was little to no difference in officers who wore body cams and their use of excessive force versus those who did not. As many advocates of body cameras have argued in the past, the idea behind the use of body cameras is to create a level of transparency and accountability. However, this is entirely reliant on the policies used by the police departments that are using these body cameras. Indeed, the Lincoln Police Department does have policies in place for some of the body cameras that are currently in use, but that policy language does not require the officers have their body cameras active whenever they make a call. Instead, they are told they should make a reasonable effort to activate the camera when there is a law enforcement action that is required. Indeed, the language leaves quite a bit of leeway for a defense of failure to activate or delayed activation. As such, it seems difficult to argue that an increase in the budget to fund equipment that has questionably effective results and is used in conjunction with policies that do not require consistent, active use seems like a budget increase is not warranted for that. Combined with the fact that the footage will be reviewed by members or employees of the police department, I have to ask, who polices the police, really? As such, I call for the council to halt the budget until adjustments can be made to make an effective use of the funds available. Thank you for your time.
Are you Reed? Okay.
I just put fruit snacks in my mouth.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. Next is Rosima Rivas.
Hello, my name is Reed Gahan, ReidGahan. I live at 1300 Minot Street in Lincoln, Nebraska, in Councilperson Ward's district. I'm here to request the council and Councilperson Ward specifically to halt the budget. In fiscal year 2018-2019, the police general fund budget was set at $40,751,520. The proposed budget is for $43,247,710, an increase of $2,496,190, or 6.13%. The budget also lays out performance measures for each department. All three of LPDs fell under the safe and healthy city outcome. The one that is of interest to me is the goal quality service. The measure for this goal is to maintain a positive response rate of 75% on the quality service audit question, how safe and secure do you feel in the neighborhood where you live? The same goal was in place in fiscal year 2018-2019, but the target was 81%. This means that the target rate has decreased by 7.41%. Purely from a business sense, it is counterintuitive for a department with falling performance to get a substantial increase in resources. A failing department needs to be reevaluated, not empowered to do more of the same. One suggestion I would have is for the department's goals to cover more than just a safe and healthy city. I believe that at least one of LPD's goals should be for the outcome of equitable and inclusive city. According to the 56 internal affair cases originating from the community in the past 3 years, 52% of them, or 29 cases, were brought forward by African American members of the community. Need I remind you that Lincoln is only 5% black, yet they make up 52% of the internal affair cases against the police force. Until data points like this paint a picture of a police force that is performing well for all members of the Lincoln community, I believe it is important to scrutinize any increase in funding. I believe the council should follow the state Senate's example on this. To introduce Senator Hansen's vital piece of legislation, they voted to suspend the normal rules. This does not guarantee that the legislation will pass, but it gives time and allows for the Senate to vote on an important issue that arose because of Black Lives Matter protests and the general outcry over police brutality.
1 minute.
Tonight, you have the option to follow suit. Will you follow the status quo, or will you do the right thing and challenge the way that things have always been? As a council, you have been elected by the people to represent the people. The people are speaking. Will you choose to listen? Thank you.
Up next, Racima Rivas. On deck, Emily Wynn.
Hi, my name's Ida Samarivas. I'm here today to ask that you halt the city budget. Contributing more money to the Lincoln Police Department will do more harm than good. Body cameras are not a reliable source of video footage as police officers tinker with them while committing violent acts against the very people they are supposed to help. This is a waste of money. Please stop wasting our money, time, and lives. The cops do not keep people safe. As a woman of color, the police do not make me feel safe or protected. Police officers are just normal people. They are not heroes or leaders. They are human and they are flawed. They are not above the law, but we put them on a pedestal and treat them like so. Why do we put so much stock into these police officers whose training is shorter than 6 months? The people who cut my hair train longer for their profession than these people who are supposed to keep us safe. Police training doesn't cover racist or sexist biases. The police force is overwhelmingly comprised of white men with racist, sexist, and misogynistic views. Police officers are not strong or courageous. They are weak, small-minded men looking for an ounce of power to get some sense of control in their lives. If you want to get away with murder, join the police force. If you want to have an inconsensual relationship with female prison inmates, join the police force, because that's legal here in Nebraska. Police officer is just a synonym for protected criminal. Defund the police and implement more funds into community organizations. You might be wondering what that means. You might be wondering what that looks like. It looks like creating space for mental health service providers, creating more jobs, creating more educational opportunities, and investing in people who are far more equipped than police officers. By redistributing funds meant for the already inflated police budget, we can uplift our community. This looks like showing up for, supporting, and caring for our community. That's why all of us are here today, because we're seeking a better future that benefits all. When did caring for each other become so radical?
1 minute.
This country and the police force were built on white supremacy. White supremacy does not serve us. We need to step away from these systems built on white supremacy that benefit few and harm most. When the cracks in a system, government, and society engulf marginalized people at disproportionate rates, and those cracks become so obvious that they can no longer be ignored, the only option is change. It's not too late to do the right thing. So again, I urge you to halt the city budget and begin the process of defunding LPD. I sincerely hope you choose to be on the right side of history because the revolution is coming. Black Lives Matter.
Up next, Emily Nguyen. On deck, Nina Pessy. Thank you.
This one?
Either one's fine.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Emily Nguyen. I've lived in Lincoln now for over 10 years. And so because of, all the current events in the news, I decided to do a little digging in the police annual reports. And I looked right around the same time I moved to Lincoln in the 2008-2009 police annual report said that there were 128,000 calls for service for the police. And then at the time, in that year, 2008 to 2009, the LPD had a budget of $34 million. Last year, 2018 to 2019, there were 121,000 calls for service for the police, and LPD had a budget of $55 million. So it seems like people were calling for the police 7,000 fewer times 10 years ago than they were last year, and yet we were spending $20 million more than we were 10 years ago. 10 years ago in Lincoln, when I moved here, we were not, a crime-torn city. Lincoln has always been a great place to live. So why are we spending this $20 million extra dollars now than we are previously? So I just think that if we want to really help our city stay safe, we could take that money, that extra $20 million, and we could invest this into things that are proven to keep people safe, right? Police do not prevent crime. Police, punish criminals. If we really want to prevent crime, we can take this money and put it into our communities, build it up, and actually make our community better. There seems no reason, to spend all this extra money. Crime has not gone up in the last 10 years. Lincoln has grown slightly, but not, doubled in size, whereas our police budget has almost doubled in that last 10 years. So, what gives? I can come and, vote in elections, but I don't have tens of thousands of dollars like the police union does that they gave to Mayor Baylor-Garrett. So, what's the recourse here? What can I do other than come here and say that we need to halt this budget, we need to get back on track with a sane budget that does not just spend so many extra millions of dollars on LPD. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Nina, on deck is Alex Munson.
Hello, my name is Nina Petsy, and I'm speaking today asking that you halt the budget. Lincoln Police Department is receiving 20.6% of our city's budget. That's more than any other department. A shocking statistic considering that schools are set to reopen amidst a pandemic, and many of our most vulnerable citizens do not have access to proper health care. Instead of funding solutions to these dire issues, you're making the decision to grossly overfund an institution that abuses their authority and actively makes our community a more dangerous place for our citizens who are minorities. Not only are the police overfunded, they're the only department that is receiving a raise in salary. I'm sorry, what? You are rewarding an institution that has brutalized so many of its citizens, Black and Indigenous citizens, women, people with mental illnesses, youth with behavioral issues. The list can go on. Body cameras are worthless when Lincoln's officers are not held accountable. We know for a fact that they have not been, and most likely will not be held accountable, as there have been several cases in which officers who used excessive force have not only been rehired, but rehired to higher positions of authority. That is a blatant disregard to the safety of your citizens and literal proof that you condone and dismiss police brutality. Not only as individuals, but an entire movement is asking that you defund the police and reallocate these funds to community services and organizations that better our community. Why don't you want vulnerable citizens to benefit from resources? And why would you rather over-police neighborhoods and actively make them less safe? By passing this budget, you're sending a very, very strong message You are entirely okay with the police continuing to abuse your citizens, and you will not listen to what Lincoln citizens have to say. No matter if we speak during public comment, publicly and peacefully protest at the Capitol, sign petitions, your ears are covered, and you refuse to be the public servants that we deserve. I truly hope you are tired of protesters taking up your time, because we are sick and tired of not being heard, and far more importantly, people of color who call Lincoln their home are being hurt and killed at the hands of your poor morality and decision-making skills. Once again, I ask that you listen to your citizens and halt this budget and work with us in creating a budget that funds the community's real needs. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. One more, and then we're going to take a break.
Alex Munson.
Hello, I'm Alex Munson. I've had the pleasure of recently being out in western Nebraska for the last month and a half. And the disposition out there, of course, towards police officers is very different than what you'd hear in here. And that's because they're so far removed, of course, from what the actual situation is. I mean, the worst they have to fear from the police officer is that the police officer gets a backbone and arrests somebody for drunk driving in the middle of the country so that they don't have to worry about re-election. And even while that seems extreme as far as being removed from the situation, what I'm wondering, and what that relates to this conversation, is who are you hearing from that is encouraging you to support this budget proposal? I'm against it. I'm asking you to be against it. I'm just wondering, after hearing from this group of people for so long, for these last few months, these are the people that are more affected by the police. I don't know if you're hearing from folks who the worst they have to worry about is their lawn not being the right length, or if they're having dandelions pop up and that's what they have to worry about from the police. But we face the actual aggressions of the police officers, and that's the group you're hearing from. And I don't know if it's that this voice isn't loud enough, if we're not, I don't know what we're doing wrong that you're not listening to us when we ask you to fund the police, because we are the folks, and it's our loved ones that are facing that sort of oppression from police officers. So either you're not listening, or somewhere else I don't know if it's you believe in police culture or what. I don't know why our voices aren't reaching you. So we're going to continue to behave in this way. We're going to keep showing up. We all appreciate how you've extended this space for our voices to be heard, but it's apparently falling on deaf ears is what we're learning. You're just going through these motions, this ritual of letting us speak, but are you listening? And I'm a teacher. One thing else I'd like to expand upon is I'm an educator, and I have a number of students who have aspired to be police officers. 3 of which come to mind are officers or future officers who have spoken about how they don't want to be officers in Nebraska because Nebraska has a bad reputation. A few years ago, I noticed, especially around 2017, our crime rate was not escalating. There didn't seem to be any reason for it, but I started to see the push for a large hiring of more police officers, and I didn't understand why. Why was it that we were throwing more police officers at a city that didn't seem to have a rise in crime, et cetera? And that didn't make sense to me. And when we did that, we got more police officers, but they didn't go through more training. We got a bunch of random police officers who were committing more crimes. We had more complaints of sexual assault allegations against police, more complaints against assault from police officers. So apparently it doesn't work to just throw more money and more officers at the problem, because we're just throwing more bad police officers. And then our good police officers that do exist aren't holding them accountable. So I think we're asking you to defund the police, do more with less, and train the few officers that are good maybe to keep, to actually hold the peace, not just throw more officers at the situation, because that's evidently not working. And that's really all I have to say. I thank you all for your time, and of course, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Sound good? We'll be back here in 15 minutes.
Okay. You know what? We've already heard from some of these people on this list. The other list?
No, we still have in person.
We've heard from Aaron Hertz. We have heard from Jack Rodenberg.
Today? Yes,
Yeah.
Jack was the rapper.
Jack was the rapper there.
Jack the rapper.
Santa Claus is coming
Yep.
to
We
town.
have about 4 of them that we spotted that are here in person that are signed up for webinar.
Yeah.
We're trying to.
My head looks weird.
Okay.
I like it. You're in the.
I know Aaron.
You got all the views.
Oh, good. I'm being live.
5 or 6 monitors.
Okay.
We have Madeline Swope, she was here, Jack Rosenberg, Nancy Pesci.
Okay.
Do you want to look out there
Madeline
and see
Swope,
if
yep.
somebody's anywhere?
Nina. Cat. Which
Oh,
one?
she didn't.
Aaron Hitz. Okay.
Got her.
Kaz Vakum. Oh. Okay.
You're sleeping. He knows when you're at the council meeting.
Okay. Great. And Madeline Swope. Okay. Great. Okay. Terrific. All right. Hi. I don't know.
Okay.
I have to ask
Are we
Sonia.
ready?
She's the keeper of the list.
Okay. I'd like to call our meeting back to order of the City Council budget hearing and public hearing for the Lincoln City Council for 2020.
Okay. Next, Carry-On Wilson. On deck, Jesse Gray.
You either like sport? No. Oh, sweet.
You get
All right, I'm
both.
going to test first because I always get too close. All right, here we go. Awesome. Hi, everybody. It's super late at night. I'm exhausted. We've been out banging drums on the sidewalk. I don't know if you've heard it when you went to take your breaks. It's pretty cool. So a lot of people that have come up tonight have, I think, spoken to the individuals that are on the fence. You know, like there are people, I assume, amongst this board that are like, you know, I'm not sure where I'm going to go, and so I'm going to listen and hear you out. Additionally, I assume there are individuals that came here with their mindset, you know, and I can't fault that, you know, because I can't expect someone to not have an opinion. No worries. I can't expect someone to not have an opinion on an issue, but what I can do is I can assume that that's the case, and I can work to kind of help that person through this thought process. I think one of the areas in which we constantly have some confusion about people's perspectives is that we don't analyze where they're coming from. We only analyze what they're saying. It's really easy to base talking points around. If you could get off your phone and listen, I would appreciate that. I know, but I would appreciate if you were listening and not looking down. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but it's like it phases me out when I'm looking at people's eyes and then you're on your phone.
That's what you're saying.
I know. I'm just saying, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, when someone's eyes aren't on me, it makes me uncomfortable, especially when I'm trying to talk to them. Okay. Jeez. Yeah. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is when it comes down to these issues, you know, it's so easy for us to become upset with what other people have to say because we've heard it so many times that we don't actually listen to what they're saying, if you understand what I'm saying. And so as a result of that, I think that it's important that we take the time to address where the arguments actually lie. So, you know, you're hearing a lot of people talk about how they want to defund the police. You're hearing a lot of people talk about that abstract concept, and you're not really hearing what they mean by that. And so if someone has told you that defund the police means there's no police in the city and people run rampantly and there's chaos, I understand why that would make you afraid. But that's not the case. When we talk about defunding the police, what we talk about is making decisions on the structural design of policing, right? If we reanalyze policing, if we look at what policing is, we may very well find other solutions that fix some of the problems we have. You know, it's also important to acknowledge that policing was founded in racism. It was founded in slave catching. Regardless of whether or not you think where we have arrived is no longer that, you know, Aunt Jemima Syrup understood, you know, maybe we should change our bottle since our first bottle was like crazy racist, you know? And so an organization that was founded in racism, regardless of what you think it's become today, let's reanalyze it. Let's look at the problems. Until we actually take the time to address the problems, we don't even know if they exist. You understand what I'm saying? Like we actually have to, essentially what I'm saying is if I tell you, hey, this is an issue I have with policing. For example, our mayor spoke on behalf of 2 black men who said that they had been racially profiled. Correct? If we actually analyze what happened in those instances, we can arrive at a conclusion that yes, there was a problem here and we can address it. But if we build these walls in our brains, if we tell ourselves, you know, any argument that's against the police is an argument that I'm against, that's unfair. That's not how we should be having conversations. At the end of the day, I understand that it's very, very, very hard to reach compromise because, you know, where you reach compromise, it's not perfectly in the middle. It kind of sways. But if you're not even willing to budge at all, then there's no reason for you to be sitting in these chairs. Because your job is not, I don't know if I said this to y'all or the school board, but your job is not to uphold what your constituents want. You're supposed to uphold what they need. You're supposed to be better than them. This is a representative democracy. None of y'all were elected because people were like, oh, man, I mean, maybe you were, but none of y'all were supposed to be elected because people were like, man, they think exactly like me. This is me. You know, we see what happens when that happens. I mean, I shouldn't be getting political above your heads.
He's wrong.
I shouldn't be getting political above your heads, but like our president is a very good example of what happens when the person that's in office is too much like individual constituents, which is not to lump people in a box and say that everyone's like that, but there are individuals that are like that. And so if you're falling into that same mentality, what you're doing is you're making decisions based on who you are, what you believe, rather than what people need. Once again, I have to reiterate this. Your decisions should not be based on what your constituents want. It's based on what they need. You are smarter than me. You're smarter than us. I understand these times are hard. I understand it's very hard for you to sit there and make these decisions. It's hard. People are going to be upset at you, but you can't make a decision saying, oh, I'm going to choose inaction and have people upset with me, because that makes me more comfortable than choosing action and having people upset with me. So I'll wrap this up by just saying, you know, when we talk about halting the budget, we just want you to take the time. We want you to tell us, listen, we hear you. Even if you don't change anything about the budget, which I would probably cry myself to sleep that night, even if you don't change anything about the budget, if you halt the budget, you will be telling us that you understand that we are feeling pain. Our communities are feeling pain. You know, Lincoln might be better than other cities, as the mayor said, but we can always be better than that. So please, please hear us out. Take the time. Please think about it. That's all I can say. Once again, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I'm heated because we were out banging drums. I'm like pumped up, like ready to go. That was very rude of me. But thank you guys. Thank you very much. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Up next, Jesse Gray. On deck, Shaz.
Kaz? I don't know. Do you want me to look at it? Yeah.
On deck is Shad.
Okay. Hi. I'm Jessie Gray, and like so many others, I'm here to once again speak to you about how harmful the current proposed city budget is for our community. As I speak to you, the COP grant that the mayor has accepted will be going to the Lincoln Police Department. And unfortunately, no one, and not even you, City Council, can do anything about that. What we are asking, though, is that you use the power that you do have to not match those funds with money from our city budget. LPD does not need 20% of our city's budget, especially if they'll be using that money and the power that comes with it to continue to harass and brutalize Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I've said it before, and you've heard it before, but I'm gonna say it again. Body cams are much more effective at prosecuting citizens than they are at holding police officers accountable. The only factor that body cams limit is the amount of cursing done by the officers during the arrests. Nothing is stopping police officers from turning off their cameras, tilting them, or claiming that they malfunctioned as they use force and violence against the citizens of your city. It disgusts me to know that my tax dollars are being given en masse to the oppressors of our community. Please listen to your constituents. Listen to the millions of protesters across the country and those in your own city. Listen to Black folks and other marginalized people who have been oppressed by police for decades. You must do all you can to reduce suffering in your community. You must not match these funds. I'm urging all of City Council to please vote to halt the budget. The decision to move forward with it would be made with absolutely no respect for the Black, Indigenous, and people of color in your community, and will, without a doubt, cause more harm to them. It is your job to listen to what all your constituents want and need, not just those who give you money. And that includes both the police union, who donated $25,000 to the mayor, as well as $1,500 to Roy Christensen, a member of the City Council, and Governor Ricketts, who donated $9,000 to Mr. Christensen. You, as City Council members, are obligated to make decisions that take all of our lives into consideration, not just the lives of those who have thousands of extra dollars to spend on your votes. With that being said, halt the city budget. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Shad. On deck, Maya Kassan.
Shadow. Dead in the shadow. Okay.
Evening. Been here a few times now. I think you're going to find a common theme to my testimonies. My name is Shad Holpershorn, by the way. It's about accountability at all levels of government, reallocation of funding, and a call to action to find alternatives to things that perpetuate the cycle of hate, injustice, inequality, inequity, systemic and ingrained racism, and fascism. So I will ask you, why do you find it necessary to continue allocate funding towards the entity that continually perpetuates the aforementioned problems that exist in this community? Why do you insist on continuing to waste so much of people's hard-earned money on police funding who contribute almost single-handedly to overcrowding of our prisons and jails, racial and criminalistic profiling, accountability to laws and ordinances for citizens, but minimal, if any, accountability for law enforcement officials for the same laws and ordinances? Who gets pulled over for not coming to a full 3-second stop at a stop sign? I do. Who treats most stop signs as yield signs? The police department. Mental health crises that often turn violent and or deadly. I emphatically reject the notion that it's because of lack of training and implore you to consider the notion of blatant lack of caring, patience, empathy, time, and priorities. Homelessness and the ad lib law by cops who criminalize the homeless for not having a place other than the street, some bench, or even a vehicle to call home. I emphatically reject the narrative that we need more cops, that we need more training, and that we need more funding for law enforcement to continue to actively militarize and prepare for what seems to be war. We've continuously and tirelessly repeated the same mistakes year after year to no avail. The time to try something different was yesterday. Want to help combat crime and criminals, lower deadly encounters with police, have fewer interactions between the police and communities they're sworn to protect and serve, solve overcrowding in our prisons and jails, solve the staffing crisis that exists in those prisons and jails, lower turnover, decrease recidivism, keep Lincoln as one of the most attractive and safest cities to raise your kids and to live in. You have an opportunity today to stop the vicious cycle by halting the budget. Stop the disappropriate funding of the police and start allocating funding back into the education system. I'll remind you that we're still neck deep in the middle of a global pandemic, and our kids are getting ready to go back to school with a Band-Aid of a safety plan when realistically we're going to need a tourniquet if we can actually move forward with reopening. What a perfect opportunity for you to reallocate funding to education who will undoubtedly need it far more than the police if schools actually do reopen. Mental health, healthcare, homelessness, parks and libraries, community centers, community-based programs, social workers, public transportation, Department of Roads, drug programs, prison reform, rehabilitation options. Reopen the mental health hospitals, end qualified immunity, end prosecutorial discretion, make public the records of complaints against officers, fund a separate entity to investigate misconduct within law enforcement, and police the police.
Time.
So I'll end with this. Halt the budget. Black lives what? Matter. Thank you for your time, by the way. Sorry.
Up next, Maya Kassan. On deck, Elizabeth Woody.
Yes, thank you.
Whoa, sorry. I'm short, you never. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us out today. I want to begin today with an appeal to something that conservatives often extol and that liberals can join them on, and that is the appeal to the family. Every one of those people out there, every one of those young kids has a family and they have a stake in this community, and that is what they're protesting for. That is what they were fighting for, and that is what they were punished for by the police. Now, when we think about what we would want somebody in our family to be treated like, is that what we want? When we ask people to envision a world without policing, I want them to think about what would a world without policing mean? What would that look like? What would have to happen for a world without policing to be safe and livable and harmonious? And it's becoming clear that the answer to that is to invest in dismantling oppressive power structures and to invest in community resources that help meet people's needs instead of punishing them for going to extreme means to secure a sense of security for themselves. So when we talk about a world without policing, we don't talk about a chaotic and violent world. We talk about a world where everybody has their needs met, where we can build communities around people who that can help reinforce positive structures and can create safer communities through building those networks. And so it is not, and so the historical increase in the police budget isn't justified, but what is justified is a redoubled effort to invest in the things that our communities need. We need to halt the budget, and we need to talk about that in earnest. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Elizabeth Woody. On deck, Gabriella Parsons.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Woody. I live on 2520 T Street, zip code 68503. I'm here to urge you to halt and vote against the city budget, as there are many concerning aspects within it, primarily what you have heard others speak up about, which is the increase in funding to the police department and the grant that was accepted by the mayor to hire new officers. The Lincoln Police Department has routinely harassed and carried out violence against citizens in Lincoln. We saw their capability to do so loud and clear during the protests on May 30th, when protesters were tear gassed, shot out with rubber bullets, and physically assaulted by officers, resulting in numerous injuries requiring surgery as well as mental trauma. But this was not an isolated incident. LPD have regularly targeted Black and Indigenous folks and people of color in the Lincoln community. I urge you not to fund body cameras and the subsequent additional officers that would be hired to monitor this footage. Body cameras only ensure that police brutality is recorded. They don't prevent it. A study carried out by the government of the District of Columbia found that body cameras on police officers had no detectable effect on police discretion. There are so many mechanisms in place that keep police officers from being held equally accountable under law, such as qualified immunity, which means that police must only answer to their conduct if it violates clearly established court rulings, and this vague language leads to a lack of precedent in the courts, and police rarely face any legal consequences in cases of violent abuse. The Minneapolis Police Department, after the killing of Philando Castile in 2016, installed their police with body cameras, and that did nothing to prevent the death of George Floyd. We don't need more videos of graphic violence by police. We know police are abusing their power. What we must do is address this issue at the root by decreasing the authority and power of the police to criminalize addiction, homelessness, and poverty, and reallocate funds to new forms of public safety.
1 minute.
The systemic issues of policing will not be solved by giving the police more power and resources, which is precisely what this budget does. I know that at least one of you has received donations from the police union in Lincoln. I know the mayor has, and this sort of legalized corruption has not gone unnoticed. Listen to the people who the police are not protecting, rather than already powerful police unions. In the short term, at least take out a portion of the police budget to match the grant the mayor accepted so the police do not receive additional funding this year. Halt the budget or vote against it. Listen to your constituents and do not be afraid to challenge the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Up next, Gabriella on deck, Alexandria Smith.
Hello. Good to see you all. My name is Gabriella Parsons, and I'm a resident of the Near South neighborhood in Councilwoman Raybould's district. I'm here to testify in opposition of the proposed city budget, which currently allocates more than 20% of the entire city budget to the Lincoln Police Department. It really feels beyond clear to me at this point, from statistics that people have mentioned here tonight, to personal testimonies, to basic history, that is how blatantly irresponsible and harmful it would be to continue funding and militarizing the police. In case you haven't noticed, fascism is on the rise in this country, and what is happening in cities like Portland, Oregon, New York City, Kansas City, and more is not some far removed reality from what is happening here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Slashing funding from city libraries to give more money to police who have brutalized and tear gassed and arrested peaceful protesters is also a clear sign of rising fascism right here in our community. Over the past few months, I have witnessed the power of ordinary people rising up, following the leadership of Black and Indigenous and people of color, to care for our communities and demand that, in the words of Mariam Kaba, another world is possible. Another world without cops and carceral punishment is possible. A world where people's needs are met if only we allow ourselves to reimagine and implement systems of community care, affordable housing, food stability, and mental health services that are separate from the police. Our community will be safer when our community members' needs are met. This includes Black and brown folks, disabled folks, queer folks, and poor people who are disproportionately affected by police brutality, evictions, and systems that punish and disenfranchise our most vulnerable residents.
1 minute.
I just want to end with encouraging you all, because I know you're here, I know you're hearing us, but I just encourage you to really, I ask if you're really listening. And I think your votes next week will show if you have been listening, but also just like go outside and look at the joy in our community and the people who are standing up and celebrating the liberation that is possible. I hope that you go outside and join us, and ultimately oppose this budget, halt it if we have to, and stand up for Black lives. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Alexandria on deck, William Riley.
Hi. So my name is Alexandria. I live in the Lincoln High area. So I'm here to oppose this, and I just have a little speech that I wrote. So we are here to talk about money, point blank. However, I want to bring something to your attention. I have been at almost every protest. I have watched people run in fear from those police officers those first few nights. I have carried children out of tear gas who had been hit by rubber bullets, but I also want to talk about police brutality outside of the protest. Yes, we live in Lincoln. We don't hear about it, probably mostly because of the media. However, that does not mean it doesn't happen. I myself have had bad encounters with the police. I was very depressed and only 21, and I told my boss at work that I wanted to jump off the roof of a building downtown. My boss, of course, called the police, who once I started to speak to, not only laughed in my face for being raped or for even being depressed, these policemen, and I want you to know that it was 2 men, told me to get over it and asked me if I wanted to be locked up for 72 hours. They didn't make me feel any better. In fact, they made me feel even worse about the situation. And I really think that it'd be important in these situations to have social workers instead. I just think about my 3-year-old daughter and how it could affect her when she's older. I also want to speak about the cameras, the body cameras that we are talking about cutting budgeting to sidewalks and libraries for. They don't have any proof that they reduce police violence. And what are the consequences for shutting off those body cameras? How do we deal with claims that the body cams weren't working during a police encounter? Do they get punished for turning off their cameras? And what will happen? We need a citizen review for every use of force complaint against LPD instead of allowing them to conduct internal investigations. We deserve to know what is happening within the police force that we are funding. We fund the police for them to protect us, and if they can't protect us, what is the point of funding them? I ask you to listen to these innocent citizens. We do not feel safe in Lincoln, and we have not felt safe for a long time. Defund the police and fund for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, William Riley. On deck, Morgan Valley.
Hi, everybody. Long-time listener, first-time caller. My name is William Riley. I'm a resident of Near South and in Councilwoman Rabel's district. I'm here to ask you that you halt the budget. We're not ready as a city or as a community to approve this budget as is. There are far too many concerns coming from the communities you serve about the increase to the police budget. And there have not been any transparent, honest conversation between the council and the community. Despite that, we have requested you engage with the community so much more in order to make the best decision possible. Outside of these calls for comment here, passing this would have far-reaching ramifications, such as it helps support and builds an already pervasive fascist ideology in our country. This is a pattern. Second, this is a pattern that does not work. So please stop. Just make a good decision instead of a bad one. The challenge we have today is that LPD is going to receive the mayor's grant no matter what. We can't afford to match the amount of money that the grant asks our citizens to help match. So, you know, frustratingly enough, you can't reject the grant as city council wholesale. But what you can do, what you have power to do, is to reject and refuse to match the required amount. That's the power I'm asking you to exercise today. Your community is demanding that you help defund the police, reject fascism, and diversify solutions to our community's problems. This budget allocates significantly more money to police than solutions that our community needs in this time. Police, even if we have any, should be relegated to gun violence, and that's a compromise. Apart from that, I cannot imagine an instance where police should need to respond to an emergency that other more suitable institutions can with more success. An institution that hasn't received support, is that my 1 minute? Thank you. An institution that hasn't received support doesn't yet exist or has been structurally torn apart. Let me get myself back on track. Leaders in our community can have much more effective conversations about this than I can, but as a signal of compromise, I urge you, please deny the match and begin conversations to create honest, earnest, real, effective solutions. I know systems are hard. I design and code websites and social platforms. Systems are complicated, but a good system lasts, and that's why in my space it's important to do something called refactoring. Refactoring means that an engineer has acknowledged what they built has become hard to understand or hard to use or has dangerous issues that people are impacted by. Sure, it may be seen as a silly parallel, but I believe that it's apt. This system isn't working for people. Let's work together and figure out something better. So, in closing, this is going to be a poor decision. Don't make it. Push back. Use your power. You have the power. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Morgan Valley. On deck, Cody Martin.
Lincoln City Council, my name is Morgan Valley, and since the last time I stood in this spot and testified in front of you, I've had an interaction with the police that I am bringing myself here to share. Without sharing all of the deeply personal details of my situation, I can stand here and say having a mental health check by LPD, triggered by my call to a national hotline, was a pretty shitty experience. LPD's presence and actions only exacerbated the situation in which they were called to handle, a situation they were not qualified to handle. Yet, in a way, I'm one of the lucky ones. I was fortunate enough to have someone who cares deeply about me by my side and who was able to advocate for me and prevent the situation from getting even worse. I was fortunate enough not to be assaulted or murdered, which can't be said for all of those who deal with mental illness. The police play a large part in the normalization of violence against those dealing with mental illness. People with mental illness are often faced with violence instead of help from mental health professionals. All I got were unqualified men with guns and an officer who spoke to me from a foot away with absolutely no mask in sight. I did not get the help I needed that night. City Council, the police don't help people like me. The police did the opposite of make me feel safe, yet this is what you want to continue funding. City Council, I ask you to halt the budget and reconsider the funding that the police receive. I ask you to look at funding for qualified mental health professionals and to consider additional funding for social programs, education, and alleviating the issues surrounding homelessness. City Council, I ask you to invest in your community and to stop using the police as a fix-all for the problems constituents face. Thank you.
Up next, Cody Martin. On deck, Mitchell Allen.
Hello, my name is Cody Martin, and I live in the near south district of Lincoln, a beautiful section of our city over by Lincoln High School. Thank you for giving us this time to talk about the city budget. After reviewing the mayor's proposal, I come to you to request that you reject the proposed funding to LPD. In my opinion, the police are woefully unequipped, and as you've just heard multiple times, to handle situations that you've just heard. In my, please defund LPD and establish a program such as Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon. I know that this program was previously suggested. However, I figured if I said the name again, it might stick. Cahoots with a C. It is a crisis response program within Oregon that sends a social worker and a nurse to a response call, and it has saved that city probably millions of dollars over the years. Lastly, I find it suspicious that the mayor took a $25,000 campaign contribution from the police union and is trying to accelerate the body camera program and add more officers to the force and give them a 3.5% raise while the other city departments take a pay freeze. I find that unacceptable. More body cams won't make a difference. More cops won't make a difference. Her proposals and soon your votes will show if you are LPD's lapdogs. No justice, no peace. We will not stop until we are satisfied. Black lives matter.
Up next, Mitchell Allen. On deck, Kavli Reese.
Hello, my name is Mitchell Allen. I live almost a block from here, not even that. And I'm here today because white silence is violence. I'm here to oppose the budget as it is proposed because I think that it is wrong to fund the police when we have a budget gap, and there's so many people calling for the defunding of police all across this country and all across this city. Lincoln prides itself on having a safe community, but we saw at the end of March and beginning of June multiple police riots, and there has been no oversight and no repercussions for the police who have harmed the members in my community, my neighbors, and my friends. I sent an email to the mayor a month ago, and I haven't heard anything back. I have recently had to call 911 for a acquaintance who had a issue with their prescription drugs not mixing well together. The ambulance and paramedics were sent. Also, a police officer who asked questions about the drugs, asked if there were illegal drugs, and I thought that was kind of irresponsible and unnecessary given the nature of my emergency call. I think that funding the police, giving them more money during a coronavirus pandemic when more people are losing their jobs, will be equivalent to what will happen is there will be more violence from the police against those members in my community who have lost their jobs. And recently, Lincoln has set an example for the state and the country by enacting a mask policy. I think Omaha has even taken a look at that. And I think we now have a chance to set an example for the state and the country by defunding the police and showing them what will happen, what I believe will happen. We will have a safer community where we will no longer have to be worried about getting tear gassed for protesting and speaking out in favor of our rights. So once again, I call on you to reject the budget as it is proposed, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Up next, Cavalier Reese. On deck, Bradley. Clevenger.
It's time to wake up. You need to listen. You need to listen to this community. You need to listen to these people. I never do this. My name is Carly Reese, and I'm here to ask you to halt the budget. $58 million is a ridiculous amount of money to give to the police department. We need to spend that kind of money on social workers and people that actually care about this community, and people that can do the better good for this community. I'm asking you to halt this budget, and Black Lives Matter.
Up next, Bradley Clevenger. On deck, Emily Wilson.
Hello. I'm going to keep this brief. I'm Bradley Clay, and I'm here to testify against the city budget. Why would you overfund an already overfunded police department? Why would you take our hard-earned money to pay for more abuse and brutality towards women and people of color? To me, this feels spiteful towards your own community. You know that this money could be put towards mental health, parks and rec, a safe way for schools to continue educating without losing lives, maybe. The doors are open, and it's your choice. You know this, but you don't seem to care. So please listen and have a change of heart. We're all here. We know you're tired, and we're not. Halt the budget, and Black Lives what?
Matter. Up next, Emily Wilson. On deck, John Holden.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm here asking you to halt the budget and to oppose the allocation of funds to the police department. On May 31st, 2020, I was tear gassed and shot at with rubber bullets while my hands were in the air and I was chanting, "Hands up, don't shoot." This was the first time I faced a reality in which my body was the target of militarized police violence. This is a reality that Black and brown people face every day in this country. Police do not protect Black and brown people. They do not protect immigrants. They do not protect trans people. They do not protect unhoused people. Police do not protect people. They protect property and other institutions of white supremacy. I do not feel safer in the presence of people, the police, with weapons and the legitimate power to incarcerate. As long as policing and prisons exist, none of us are free. On May 31st, the LPD used violence against peaceful protesters to suppress their right to political dissent. This is fundamentally fascist and is contrary to the so-called democratic values of this society. But we know that democracy has never meant representation of all people in this society. If we are to build a truly democratic society, it must be without police. These ideas and other ideas about defunding the police have already been communicated with you. You have defied the demands of the people again and again, and allocating more funds toward police salaries, body cameras, and so-called mental health partnership is in defiance of our demands. These plans for LPD have already been implemented in other cities and have failed to end police use of violence and oppressive force against Black people. When you proposed this budget, you sent a clear message that you don't care about Black people in this community. This is egregious and will not be tolerated, nor will it be forgotten.
1 minute.
Halt the budget, defund the police. I am asking you to invest instead in education. Invest in community mental health services that are not connected to pipelines to prison or institutionalization. Invest in libraries. Invest in gardens. Invest in children. Invest in Black liberation. Invest in the people. Black Lives Matter.
Up next, John Holland. On deck, Sam Loeffler.
I did not plan to speak today, but as a teacher and a debate coach, I often tell my students it's important that they speak truth to power. So I'd be a hypocrite if I did not use my voice in this moment, especially given that one of my students spoke just a few minutes ago. I live only a few blocks from here, and what I witnessed 2 months ago was my neighborhood turned into a war zone by the militarized police. They assaulted peaceful protesters. I was in a group of protesters that were kneeling with their hands up and were shot with tear gas repeatedly and rubber bullets without any warning. My neighbors actually recorded it. I checked with them afterwards. They said they saw no provocation. They saw no clear sign of what was going to happen to us. I'm willing to guess that for most of you, you've never had to flee down your own street fearing for your life. That's privilege. And the fact that you've never experienced that reflects a great injustice in our society that needs to be rectified. The people that claim to protect us often do not, and that's the reality that we've seen this summer time and time and time again. The rights that we are supposed to be guaranteed as American citizens are not protected by the very employees that we pay with our tax funds. Right now, we are in a historic moment, and you have a historic opportunity in front of you. You have an opportunity to explore new and better ways to promote peace in our communities. Rather than symbolic half measures, you can step up and explore new opportunities like we've seen in places like Minneapolis. You can take that opportunity in order to make Lincoln a leader nationally as we look for better options than the current system that we have. My question is ultimately this: why do we believe that this is the best system that we can come up with? We know that there are injustices perpetrated by it. You've heard time and time again from people, including my own neighbors that live in my own building, who have come here to testify about the realities, the terrible realities that they've experienced from the police.
1 minute.
So the fact that you aren't taking the opportunity, or the fact that you may not take the opportunity to seize this historic moment, is very disappointing. The city voted for progressive leadership last year, and now it's time for you to step up and show that leadership that we voted for. Black Lives Matter.
Next is Sam Loeffler. On deck, Pierre Lavalin.
My name is Sam. I'm here today to urge you to halt the budget and oppose the additional funding to the Lincoln Police Department. We're not ready as a city or a community to approve this as is. There's far too many concerns related to the police budget. There's been no transparent, honest conversation between the council and community, despite that we have requested you engage with us more on this outside of these meetings. After being told that we were being listened to at protests, this proposal was shocking and offensive. Allocating more funding to the Lincoln Police Department during a time when there's a pandemic and no one else is receiving additional funds. A major concern is the mayor's proposal to significantly expand LPD's funding to build their partnership with the Mental Health Association. As citizens, we have no access to the actual way that LPD spends its money, for example, how many guns are purchased or what exact office supplies are bought. Therefore, there's no reason for the community to believe that they will be transparent about where they're spending this money or if they'll be spending it in the right way. One alternative to this would be to spend this money making a separate entity to respond to mental health, domestic abuse, and sexual assault calls, investing in a team of well-trained social workers who are parts of the community that they're working in. We've seen this system succeed in other cities already around the country. Social workers can decide if the presence of an officer is needed. Officers have proven time again that they do not have the capacity nor the training to handle mentally unstable people as well as domestic and sexual assault victims. The mayor received $25,000 in her campaign in support from the police union, and it shows her bias to fund a completely flawed system. There's an inherent bias here and a conflict of interest. How are we giving the largest percent of our city budget to the only department that has had a complete civil uprising this summer? How can we directly ignore the thousands of young people asking you the world we are trying to create?
1 minute.
How can we ignore their parents? It's simple for you to vote for the halt of the budget. And from there, we can engage in a community decision with you to figure out how to reallocate these funds. Please listen. It's your responsibility. Black Lives Matter.
Up next is Pierre. On deck, Josh.
Sunny, could you say their last names?
I'm trying to read
okay.
their last names.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I can help.
Okay.
So good evening. My name is Pierre Lavedan. I live pretty near here. And I just have to implore you guys, please halt this budget. Take the time to think over what we're doing. I personally do not believe that the increased budget for the police department is the answer to our problems. Our current form of law enforcement has a focus upon punishment after the fact instead of community rehabilitation and the promotion of citizens as functioning members of society. Instead of policing to a greater extent, I would implore you all, councilmen and councilwomen, to evaluate other options, such as increasing funding for our schools and community-centered programs. If we took the time to invest within the increased quality of life for all, I believe it's safe to assume that there would be an equally proportionate decrease in crime rates throughout this city. Lincoln has the potential to show our state and our nation that we value our communities, especially our black community at this time, and our youth. So in conclusion, I request that you reevaluate this current budget and take the interest of our community into consideration. Nebraska may not be for everyone, but let's prove that we care about everyone. Let us show our state that Lincoln believes that Black lives matter. Thank you.
Josh? Okay. What's your last name?
My name is Josh Martinez.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and the other people speaking tonight. I live blocks away from here in the Capitol. I've seen many of the dangerous and, quite frankly, scary situations that you've heard spoken about for the last several hours. And I'll make this simple and quick. just halt the budget. We need reform, not more officers. They say many hands make light work, but I implore you to keep in mind that of the phrase, work smarter, not harder. I believe it would be a smarter decision if we waited to find a better way to spend our money in proper training instead of more officers. It has been proven that throwing more money at people that want to continue to use bullets and gas is not the smart decision. Are these? I can't tell you how fearful of my life I was on those nights, and I was peaceful. I kept my hands up. I screamed, "Don't shoot!" And I was lucky enough that the bullets were a foot away from my feet and not a foot above my chest. I know it's a harder decision to say that we need to wait more time, but I think it will make our community a lot better, and it may be smarter and harder to do it, but hey, maybe that's just all we really need right now. Halt the budget and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Up next is Jordan Hesselbeck. On deck is Darren Rosen.
It's Daria, by
Daria, sorry. Thank you.
How you kind folks? How you kind folks doing today?
Good.
Damn, no feedback. I'm sorry. All right. So there's approximately 2,450,000 homeless people, not only in the downtown area but all around the city. The home shelter on First and Q Street has been full for years. When I used to live there, I was homeless. And I was living in the church area, and I didn't get rooms for months, but I'm not trying to get too focused on my past. But if you could give these cops more than 20% of the city budget, you can build another homeless shelter for all homeless people in Lincoln, Nebraska. And if you don't want to add a new homeless shelter to the city budget, then you could take it out the cops' budget and give that funding to something that actually needs the money. Thank you. Oh, wait. Black Lives what? No! Thank you.
Jordan Hasselbeck.
Jordan Hasselbeck, Woods Park neighborhood. I am here because I'm also concerned about rising fascism. I understand that imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy won't leave the stage of history without a fight. But I see a really impressive countervailing force. You can observe it outside the doors of this chamber today. You are seeing people practicing mutual aid. You're seeing people that in the void that you have left, in the void of leadership, honest leadership, not the kind of authoritarian stance that goes for leadership these days, or the kowtowing to a tyrant like a Ricketts that our mayor is obviously willing to do. Outside of that, in that void, you're seeing people practicing as street medics. You're seeing people feeding each other. You're seeing people taking care of each other's health and mental health. So I invite you to be a part of that. And use what power you have now to be on the right side of history. Because what's going to happen is you are going to be rendered obsolete. Your cowardice will render you obsolete. And you will be supplanted by the good in people. Not the fear, not the rising, the climbing of the social ladder, not the hoarding of wealth and power, but you're going to see that distributed. You're going to see people taking care of each other on a grand scale. And you all are welcome to participate in that. Black lives what?
Matter.
What are you doing, sir?
Pardon me?
What are you doing? I need your eyes on the people that speak.
I can watch you right here.
She's taking all the notes. So you have no reason to be looking down,
Excuse
like
me.
you're not paying attention.
Please.
Pay attention, give us the respect that we're giving you, all right? The same thing. We know it's late.
So we could continue the public hearing.
It's a public hearing, all right, cool, but pay attention. You getting paid, right? We not. So here are our voices. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next is Celine Meyer. And on deck, if you're still here, I'm calling back a name that was skipped earlier because she was not present, Emily Wilson.
Emily spoke.
She did? Oh.
She spoke.
Okay. So Celine Meyer. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Celine Mayer. That is Celinemayr. I am here presented to you today as a concerned Lincoln citizen. I urge you, before I present my case, to look at us as fellow servants to our communities and as human beings that are concerned for our friends, our families, our community, and most importantly, Black lives. Housing is unaffordable for 46% of Lincolnites that rent at all income levels. That is 21,655 Lincoln households that are cost burdened by their housing. Indeed, 85% of extremely low income families in Lincoln spend more than 1/3 of their income on rent. Lincoln must address these issues before they become worse. And we urge Lincoln's leadership to put our city at the forefront of national housing reform. Failure to do so will likely result in increased homelessness, especially when Black and brown lives are a high-risk population subject to homelessness. This valuable money can be redirected to help our communities substantially. We believe tax increment finance reform is one way to address housing affordability and racial equity in our city. TIF is a public subsidy given to developers to help finance redevelop projects. Because these projects are publicly subsidized, taxpayers should get more than market rate development in exchange when TIF is used for housing development. TIF can be reformed by ensuring that housing developments subsidized by TIF dollars either 1, set aside a percentage of affordable units to be rented out market below rate to low-income tenants at a rate proportional to their income. 2, contribute money to an affordable housing fund that our cities uses for the development of affordable housing. Or 3, build affordable units in an off-site development. Quality, affordable housing should be a basic human right in the city of Lincoln. I hope you will reconsider how the city might collaborate to ensure folks stay housed and that hundreds of thousands of dollars in development happening through TIF do more than repair pipes, but ensure that all Lincolnites have an opportunity to benefit. We need you to vote to hold the budget. Black lives what?
Matter.
Next up is Marcus.
Say Pastor Marcus.
Huh?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Thank you for taking the time to hear. I'm here to encourage us to vote no to the budget, particularly as it relates to the issue of policing and the addition of funds towards the police. I do want to make it clear that my concern here is for Black lives. I do want to make it clear that my concern here is for Black lives. That is my investment both as a person and as I am speaking here to you tonight. But my mother taught me that the best way to get people to care about the things that you care about is to talk to them about the things that they care about. So I'm here to talk about policing, and I'm here to talk about policing specifically as it regards to helping LPD, Lincoln Police Department, to do the best job that they possibly can do. Because it has become clear over the course of the past few weeks as decisions have been made and have been made in opposition to what has been requested by the protesters that there are people who are invested in helping the police. I do pastor a church. Thank you, Councilperson Shobi. I do pastor a church. I pastor at Allen Chapel. And in 1 week, I have a lot of responsibilities. We run a food pantry and serve food every Sunday, and I help to oversee that. We visit the prisons. We are currently doing a $30,000 renovation of our church that I'm overseeing. I have to counsel church members. A few weeks ago, I had to do a wedding, a backyard COVID wedding on Sunday, while also getting domestic violence calls to come to the situation on Saturday. I have a myriad amount of issues to deal with on any particular week, not to mention our weekend services where I have to preach. As I sit and think about my job and the wide ways in which I am spread and the different things that I am called to do as a pastor, sometimes I'm frustrated because I serve a team of volunteers. And sometimes I wish I could outsource some of my job responsibilities to other people so that I could focus on what was really important, which is the service that's coming on the weekends. If I could give some of my job away, I could do more by doing less. Does that make sense? When we talk about reallocating the budget from the Lincoln Police Department into other areas, what we are encouraging us to do is to help the police department. And the way to help them is to require them to do less things. We, like me, are asking police departments to show up in ways and to do things that they simply are not trained to do. And police, like me, get called for a myriad of issues like routine traffic stops, but also domestic violence situations and mental health situations. And if we reinvest our funds into creating the type of society where police officers don't have to interact so much with people in the ways that they do now, it actually helps the department to do better what it is they do. And it also keeps us safer in what it is that we do. So I am calling for the defunding of the police department and the use of those funds in other departments so that our community as a whole can be better. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Jeffrey Holt. On deck is Brian Morone.
Hello, how y'all doing today? I may sound kind of angry. It's my passion. Y'all was put up here because somebody believed in y'all to make the right decisions. That's why all y'all sitting up here. We are all humans. And my job here today, Black Lives Matter, of course. And I believe that when we say defunding the police, when I say defunding the police, it means putting it back into the teachers. The teachers are the ones that's teaching the youth to come up to be leaders, just like y'all up here. I think defunding the police should go to the teachers. Cops shouldn't make as much as they making. I think the budget is outrageous. I think it should go into a lot of other areas that will help the community grow. The starting pay for teachers is like 20K. Some people make that doing other things. Teachers putting in 65 to 80 hours a week away from their families. We asked them the importance to help the kids, grow into something that they believe in, and how they gonna believe it is helping the teachers get more resources, get more resources for the kids. Teachers shouldn't have to pay for their supplies to teach the leaders that's coming up in this world. I had a good teacher in college, my science teacher, her name was Andrea Walters. She always taught us to do research, to question everything, to put our heart, our passion into what we believe in. All of these people here are my family. All of these people are fighting for the same thing. We are all in this community because we want to see the beautiful thing that Lincoln can be. But unfortunately, we have people against that, against the good that we can put, that we can be the example of. We don't have to follow the rest of America. We are here letting our voices be heard to y'all because we believe in y'all too. But if we can't believe in y'all, we will vote you out, for sure. Let that be known. We will vote you out because power to the people. People have the power, and people make the country. We're just asking y'all to rethink this budget. Thank you. Black lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Brian Moron. On deck, Jay Hoffaker.
Okay, so not going to take 3 minutes. I'll make this rather quick for all of you. Thank you for what you've done today. The one thing I need to say, even though some of you had heard my story earlier and understand that I can promise you that if you do not halt the budget, I myself and many of my people will protest outside these doors during the daytime instead of at nighttime when we were attacked and brutalized. We have been very kind with this. We have gotten away from the public eye. But now we will come into the public eye if this does not happen. Thank you for listening. Oh yeah, Black Lives.
Up next, Jay Hoffaker. On deck, Arden Kimmy. Jay Hoffaker. Is Jay present?
Can I just say something from back here? We don't get paid to be here, but we've been here for 12 hours today. Some of us have court cases this morning at 10 a.m., and we're still here, and it's 10 p.m., and we don't get compensated for any of this because that's our job as American people. So please remind yourselves of that while we sit here.
Good evening. Thank you for being present and for listening to the concerns of the public. I am here to also testify on halting the budget. Yes. And reallocating the funds instead to other areas that I think are much more necessary and helpful than to the police force. For example, teachers. They are severely underpaid. They often pay for their own classroom supplies. And police officers are not expected to pay for their gear. Police officers aren't expected to provide grief counseling to these children, or play the role of doctor or nurse and monitor for symptoms in hundreds of kids every single day. They aren't expected to fill the numerous roles that teachers fill for their students and are expected to fill those roles at a high standard. In fact, teachers are held at a much higher standard than police officers are, as is evident by the unnecessary show of unnecessary force at the demonstrations where protesters were assaulted. Teachers also have to go through years of classes and certifications before they are even, considered the minimum qualifications for teaching. And they are usually hundred thousands of dollars in debt. And they get paid $44,000 a year. And you take out everything that they pay to put in their classroom. And on top of that, teachers don't get to just leave behind their job after they clock out for the day. They go home, they still worry about the kids. They think about the kids' home situations. They try to figure out what the best ways to approach each child's learning style. They have to do lesson plans, they have to grade papers, and oftentimes they are basically working full-time and only being paid for the hours that they are at the school on the clock.
Time.
Thank you for your time. Black Lives what?
Up next, Arden Kimmy. Up next is Arden Kimmy. If there's anyone here left, and on deck is Ryan Lebenz. If anyone else is here to testify, please step in the chambers.
Good to start? Good to go? Okay. Hello, I'm Arden Kimmy. I'm a Lincoln resident, and I also urge the council members to halt the Lincoln City budget by voting against it. The increased funding for the Lincoln Police Department is poorly thought through and will not solve the police brutality problem. Additionally, the COPS grant that we've taken is not free money. The Lincoln taxpayers who are not in support of it are going to have to match it. We do not need more police funding at this time. That is not the way to solve this problem. It's only a Band-Aid solution on a wider, deeper issue. We're going to need to look at deep structural changes to the way we think of policing and the way we think of security if we want to end this plague on our particularly Black, brown, and Indigenous friends, family, and neighbors. We need to look more at preventing issues rather than trying to cover them up, or even trying to address them after they have already happened isn't as good as preventing these things in the first place. The places that we need more funding are things like education and housing. I do oppose cutting funding, not increasing it for the Lincoln Police Department. That doesn't mean that we're just going to have endless, uncontrolled crime everywhere all the time. We are going to have to change the way that we think of security. Now for the part that no one else can tell quite like I can. One way that security might look is more like the nursing staff who work with psychiatric patients and work in nursing homes. And I know because I was one. I was a nurse's aide, which doesn't sound very impressive. it's kind of the dirty work of the nursing home. It's a very hard physical and emotionally taxing job. I did it as a teenager. I worked 12-hour night shifts, and I did not do any murder. I didn't even do a little murder. It was hard. It was very physical, difficult work. And I had to be able to handle people who were confused, people who were belligerent, as sometimes police are thrown into situations where people are confused or belligerent. But we do not need soldiers. We need nurses. We need psychologists. Because dementia is terrifying. It is a horrible thing to have to watch even from the outside. And I had people I worked 3 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., so I had people at 3:10 in the morning who were confused, who had no idea who they were or who I was, who were yelling, who were swinging on me, and I didn't attack them. I wasn't trained to use force until people did what I wanted. I was trained as a nurse's aide. I was trained as nursing staff to figure out what the problem was and then de-escalate it. That is what security can look like. Trying to put security money into police, into force, into guns, into tanks, it will not solve this problem. And if I, as a teenager, a scared 19-year-old who had 20 pounds less muscle, can handle those situations without attacking anybody, we ought to be able to find some people who can handle it better than some of our police have in this country.
Time.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Ryan LeBenz.
My name is Ryan. Just thank you all for your time. I just kind of reiterate what everyone has already said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Every second, someone's contracting the virus now, and it is just absurd that we're here risking our lives to ask you all to invest in life and not murder with the hands of the police, not murder by military overseas. Where we're at and what we're approaching can be different, and we can learn from each other. My mom was like a kindergarten teacher for 35 years. My stepdad was like a cop. And I learned from both of them in ways. And I think going forward, we can look at each other and learn too. I think a lot of the crowd here is around the same age as me, possibly younger than you all. But throughout my life, I've always tried to learn from other people and made a point to listen. And I hope you do that here tonight. Black Lives what?
Ellie? Either one's fine.
Hi, my name is Ellie Blowbaum. I live in the Near South neighborhood. I've been coming to these public comment sections for the past month or two, and I've never spoken. I'm speaking here today to ask that you halt the budget. A couple weeks ago, I was here for another public comment section, and my roommate was speaking with the mayor about this budget, and one of the things that she was saying to my roommate about the decisions that she made in this budget was that, it's hard times because of coronavirus. And I think that even though money might be tight because of the current pandemic, I think it's very irresponsible to funnel this money towards the police when the police have shown that they have been very irresponsible in dealing with precautions relating to the pandemic. I've spoken with friends who were arrested on the night of the protests and have reported back to me that none of the police officers they've come into contact with during that time being placed in jail for peacefully protesting were wearing masks. And that just shows negligence and just a lack of care for our community. And I think that this money in such hard times should be going towards things that benefit our community in these times of crisis, like public libraries. Because of the pandemic, a lot of places with, say, free Wi-Fi are shut down. So people in their homes that don't have access to this service, who would normally rely on businesses like, say, Starbucks or other coffee shops, can rely on this in public libraries. And this is something like incredibly important to apply for unemployment, to apply for jobs, to look for housing. And I can't imagine how giving this money to the police department is more beneficial than funding our libraries. That's what I had to say. Black Lives What?
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in the chambers that would like to come forward and testify?
Huh? Yeah.
Hiya, I'm Hannah Bates. I also live in the Lincoln near South. I'm Ellie's roommate. I just want to talk about the history of police. So, this is from an article from Time magazine. I'm pretty much just going to quote it word for word as much as I can. It would be easy to think that the police officer is a figure who has existed since the beginning of civilization. That's the idea on display in the proclamation from President John F. Kennedy on the dedication of the week of May 15th as National Police Week, in which he noted that law enforcement officers had been protecting Americans since the nation's birth. In fact, the U.S. police force is a relatively modern invention sparked by changing notions of public order driven in turn by economics and politics, according to Gary Potter, a crime historian at Eastern Kentucky University. Policing in colonial America had been very informal, based on a for-profit, privately funded system that employed people part-time. Towns also commonly relied on a night watch in which volunteers signed up for a certain day and time, mostly to look out for fellow colonists engaging in prostitution or gambling. Boston started one in 1636, New York followed in 1658, and Philadelphia created one in 1700. But that system wasn't very efficient because the watchmen often slept and drank while on duty, and there were people who were put on duty as a form of punishment. Night watch officers were supervised by constables, but that wasn't exactly a highly sought-after job either. Early policemen didn't want to wear badges because these guys had bad reputations to begin with, and they didn't want to be identified as people that other people didn't like, says Potter. When localities tried compulsory service, if you were rich enough, you paid someone to do it for you, ironically, a criminal or a community thug. As the nation grew, however, different regions made use of different policing systems. In cities, increasing urbanization rendered the night watch system completely useless as communities got too big. The first publicly funded organized police force with officers on duty full-time was created in Boston in 1838. Boston was a large shipping commercial center, and businesses had been hiring people to protect their property and safeguard the transport of goods from the port of Boston to other places, says Potter.
1 minute.
These merchants came up with a way to save money by transferring to the cost of maintaining a police force to citizens, arguing that it was for the collective good. In the South, however, the economics that drove the creation of police forces were centered not on the protection of shipping interests, but on the preservation of a slavery system. Some of the primary policing institutions there were the slave patrols, tasked with chasing down runaways and preventing slave revolts. Potter says the first formal slave patrol had been created in Carolina colonies in 1704. During the Civil War, the military became the primary form of law enforcement in the South, but during Reconstruction, many local sheriffs functioned in a way analogous to earlier slave patrols, enforcing segregation in the disenfranchisement of freed slaves. In general, throughout the 19th century and beyond, the definition of public order, that which the police officer was charged with maintaining, depended on whom was asked. Businessmen in the late 19th century had both connections to politicians and an image of the kinds of people most likely to go on strike and disrupt their workforce. Basically, the rest of this is about how that's pretty much what our police force has always revolved around. Maintaining slavery, essentially. Just defund, defund the police. And I know my time is up, so I'll just say, Black Lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in the chambers that would like to testify?
We only allow one time up here. You were up here earlier.
I've seen some people speak twice, and I'm just
No, not that I know of.
No, we
Not
have
on
you
the
guys.
budget.
Seriously,
have
guys,
other-
I'm the last speaker, and I'm trying to tell you that. So
we
just
have other speakers online that we have
a
to
lot
hear from.
online.
36 more people. That's what I was coming up here to ask. How many more people do you have to go through? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we
thank you,
want to
that's all.
give them an opportunity to speak.
I
Everyone.
know. I didn't come up here to talk. I came up here to ask questions. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. 36 more people online.
Tony, let's go ahead and start the online.
Okay.
Tony, have you cross-checked the records with some of the people that actually testified in
Yes,
person?
she has.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Go for Lisa
First up is Ingrid Kirst. On deck is Kylan Pinkelman.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing this testimony via Zoom. I'm Ingrid Kirst, and I've really appreciated listening to all the testifiers this evening. It's really encouraging to see so many young leaders coming out of this movement. Our city budget is a moral document, and it shows what we as a community value. Here in Lincoln, it shows that we value public safety quite highly. Public safety is important, but what does it really mean to keep the public safe? And are we doing that in the most cost-effective manner? Before this year, as a lifelong Lincolnite, I really never considered what public safety meant. It sounded like something I wanted, but I'm now investigating where that money goes and whether it could be used in a way that would really improve everyone's quality of life. The police department is just one tiny part of safety for our community. Affordable housing, public health, a good education system, and much more go into keeping our community safe by supporting all of its residents. The more you invest in all the services that support all community residents, the less crime you'll have and the fewer police officers you will need. Across the country, calls to defund the police are being heard loud and clear. And some are dismissing this as a foolish idea to eliminate the police, but in reality, it's a demand to look closely at what we ask the police to do. We can then truly evaluate whether it's the best use of their skill and expertise. Over time, we've expected police officers to solve every problem from small to large, and it's time to consider whether that's the best option. Even police officers will tell you that they have to perform many tasks outside their area of expertise. And this increase in funding to the police over time has come at the same time we've been decreasing funding for social services. Many people have talked about a lot of issues tonight, and I just want to mention the ones that I know the best, our local nonprofits, who are doing impressive. I talked to an executive director today who helps people facing homelessness, and she's overwhelmed trying to keep up with the demand. The pandemic has caused increased challenges for many people, and our city's nonprofits are struggling to keep up. We have organizations that are providing mental health services, nonprofits that are treating drug addictions. We have organizations mentoring youth and other nonprofits addressing domestic and sexual violence. These are the organizations keeping Lincoln safe, and they need more funding from local government to do this important work for all of us. I think it's time to have a community-wide discussion to really explore all the areas of what creates public safety in Lincoln. In the meantime, I ask the council to take a new look at this budget in the next few weeks and really consider how we are going to keep Lincoln safe. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Next is Kylan Pinkelman. On deck is Robert Stewart. Kylan?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. I want to thank you for being here and again for allowing participation via the webinar. I do ask that you indefinitely continue providing this as an option for participation as it increases accessibility for many people. I am speaking tonight to echo a lot of what you've already heard this evening. I am here to stand in solidarity with all Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are targeted and treated unfairly by police in Lincoln and throughout the United States. I demand that you halt the budget and begin the long process of divesting from police. Our community needs support, not policing. I have worked in the nonprofit world for over 10 years now. I've worked with people in some of the most underrepresented communities. In 2018, working in Nebraska, I was laid off from my job due to budget cuts, and that was at the state level. My role was to help 18-year-olds who were at risk of homelessness transition into independent living, and all of the kids I was working with were on probation. So they were right before the age of 19 becoming adults where those charges stick. And I was laid off because the program, which was created to reduce recidivism, was cut. In my current position, I have to tell people they have to be placed on an 8-year wait list to receive necessary services and supports. A lot of supports that people need to just get by day to day. So I think you can see how frustrating it is to tell families that their loved ones can't receive the support they need to thrive while there's thousands of dollars being allocated to an already overinflated police budget. I see firsthand what needs people have that are going unmet, and policing is not one of them. Linking police with social programs does little to create safe spaces and can easily influence involvement in programs and ultimately causes more harm than good. The fact is, policing was created and implemented in this country to enforce and maintain white supremacy. We all have to unlearn these ideals that are deeply rooted in our country, our structures, and our individual being. Please halt this budget and take the time needed to ensure that every step forward is a step away from white supremacy. Black and Indigenous leaders are standing in front of you, telling you what they need to feel safe and welcome in Lincoln, and your actions directly betray their lived experiences. Thank you for your time. All power to the people. Black Lives Matter.
Up next is Robert Stewart. On deck is Vic Clafter. Robert? Robert? I'm going to move on to Vic Clafter. Robert, I'll call you again here shortly. Vic? Oh, wait, is that Robert?
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, everyone. Wow. So good to see everybody again. I have been attending these meetings now the past 5 or 6 of them, one of them in person and the rest online here, which I really appreciate that option and would like to second continuing to keep it forever. And just as a eyewitness to everything that's going on, early on, the first meeting where there were public comments, there was a whole batch of blue sticker boys and girls, advocating for the police, and then a whole group of everyone else advocating for defunding the police. The next public comments, there was another batch of the cops are God sorts. And, you know, still the same, if not more, of the other side. And then it dwindled for the Back the Blue gang. But these numbers have continued to stay strong, to get stronger, to grow bigger. Their voices are continuing to speak to defunding the police, to supporting Black lives. And demographically speaking, the majority of people here tonight skew a lot younger. Whereas all the cop lovers are, you know, they were advancing somewhat in years. So we need to think about Lincoln and the future of Lincoln. And who are we building the future for? Is it the people, the young people, the wide, vast swath of different kinds of people that are speaking to that? And I think one telling detail is if you look at both sides and you ask them to imagine a world without police, the white property owners, please don't raise my taxes group say, oh, it's a world of destruction and decay and rampage and ravaging. You ask the other side what that world looks like, and they say it's a world where we're nurturing each other. It's a world where we're helping each other, where we're meeting needs in the ways that those needs need to be met. Whose voice do we really want to lead us into the future? Please think about that when you decide to halt the budget, do not match the grant, ACAB, land back, Black Lives Matter. Thank you. Sweet dreams, everybody.
Thank you.
Up next is Vic Clafter. On deck, Ella Duran.
Hello. Thank you, City Council members, and for continuing to provide the virtual access to the meetings. I think it is very important, and also call for that to be continued. Councilmember Benny Shobe had shared on a Facebook Live a couple weeks ago that I was glad to see him doing. It's important to do that kind of outreach and putting faces to the names of like who city council members are. And when y'all are making choices such as this one, that it's important to not just have a couple strong voices, but to have a large swath of the city in order to represent really what the city is wanting and the people in the city. And the previous testifier was kind of pointing at this, but there's a swath here. There's definitely a swath here. And I want to say though, part of my job is to help, my professional job is to help people understand and get to this point where they are speaking to you in these processes, whether it's at the actual council chambers or via the virtual access. And yet, part of the whole reason why it's so important that council members are in and of their community, why we don't hire people from Omaha to be council members for Lincoln, is that there are so many other statements. There's so much more testimony to every single one of you beyond these four walls or this virtual access. And that testimony comes not just in the form of also other statements and conversation that's still structured in a very white respectability politics way. And it's not just protesting either. It's the incarceration to poverty to incarceration, often caused by eviction, and then promoted by eviction. That is also testimony for defunding the police. That is also. And because you all are community members and people, just as the same as you are as a council member, you get to hear that conversation. And I implore you to consider that as part of all of this, not just formal statements, I think that the calls are clear to at least halt the budget for now, re-examine, and ultimately defund to then provide affordable housing, as others have pointed to, low income and very low income folks in Lincoln. 40 to 60% are the ranges. How many people are cost burdened? And with the eviction connection, leads towards those detrimental and very harmful and dangerous and life-threatening interactions with police eventually. So that's all I have to say. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Up next is Ella Durham. On deck, Caitlin Gillespie. Ella?
Sorry, the app just restarted. Anyway, thanks again for this opportunity to comment by webinar. I will echo the sentiment that I'd like you to continue this indefinitely. It's a much more accessible way to engage for me, though I would implore you to look into the built-in technology for Zoom for closed captioning to make this truly more accessible to a broader community. Anyway, I am coming here to oppose the current budget proposal as is, and I'm asking that you halt the budget. Obviously, as we keep hearing, we are in unprecedented times. We're facing a global pandemic. We're facing economic uncertainty, while we're also experiencing a widespread civil rights uprising. It's past time to respond in unprecedented ways. It's unacceptable to carry on with bureaucracy as usual, drag your feet, and further entrench yourselves, and then effectively the rest of us in the same tired practices that have led to our current crises. I'm looking at this proposal and I'm thinking, is safety truly a priority for you as a council for our city? Because the amount of money that is being allotted to the police does not really communicate that, because police do not keep us safe. Strong communities do. If safety is a true priority, we must invest in our communities and in care, not cops. Why is it that the LPD is getting the biggest piece of the general fund pie? And how can it be allowable that in a time where city budgets are being frozen or cut widely across the board, that theirs is being increased? I'm here to say that absolutely under no circumstances should there be a salary increase for the LPD, and a wage freeze should be instituted immediately. Everyone else is asked to sacrifice because of the present circumstances. This is not a radical notion. We could take that salary increase and instead invest it in care. We could use those funds to fund healthcare infrastructure and wellness programs, provide free and accessible public transit. I too support a zero fare policy for StarTran. We can invest in teachers and youth programs and other supports that other folks have talked about this evening. Again, body cams are ineffective in mitigating police misconduct. They're ineffective in lessening counts of police brutality, or in even holding police accountable for their actions. So it's like, this is not it's using this terminology. It's terribly fiscally irresponsible, depending on what your goals are, to fund body cams. But it's also socially reprehensible to fund body cams. And then again, this like surveillance tech and these 2 full-time tech support positions that are being proposed. We're experiencing a budget shortfall. Now is not the time to be fiscally irresponsible. There's also an ever declining trust of the police, especially among the Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. And this is the message that you're choosing to send. You must refuse to use city funds in this way. Instead of funding body cams and their associated expenses, we can provide safe housing. We could take steps doing that in part by putting funds towards the tenant assistant projects that Kat Weiss spoke to earlier. It really makes me question what your motives are in putting that money there, even though it is not shown to mitigate any of these issues. In closing, halt the budget. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Caitlin Gillespie. On deck is Peter Segan. Caitlin?
Hi, my name is Caitlin Gillespie. I am a private citizen and a resident of Lincoln, Nebraska. I apologize, I do not feel comfortable sharing my physical address, but I live in North Lincoln. And I am here to share the concerns that you've heard for the hours before I've had the chance to testify. And I ask that the city council members halt the mayor's recommended budget because it fails to meet the beautifully worded but empty promises under the guise of the outcomes for this budget. I do not support the mayor's budget proposal because it does say that it's an estimated $12 million in budget cuts with sentiments that we all have to make sacrifices, and yet the Lincoln Police Department is still set to receive over $56 million with more money for more staff and more equipment, despite the ever clear demands that this is not what the community wants. The astronomical funding that is being allocated to LPD is unacceptable. And if you are genuine in your stated outcomes, namely providing a safe and healthy city, I would like you to note that those two issues, providing a safe and healthy city, are in the same paragraph in the vision and goals section. And I want to share with you, because we've heard a lot of accounts on why it's important to divest money from police and put into community resources. But this is where our priorities lie in the current budget. Now, remember, safe and healthy city, same paragraph. The budget is asking $56.5 million to fund the Lincoln Police Department, while other areas like health, public health, the aging department take big cuts. For example, we have an FTE of 2.75 for public health educators. 2.75 educators, while we have 281 officers. We have 2.75 community outreach specialists, and we have only 11 public health nurses. This is just one example of the misplacement of our priorities with this budget. We cannot continue to funnel money into Lincoln Police Department when we know that the police do not prevent crime. They respond to it. Chief Bleemeister even said that the reason why crime is going down in the city is not because of the police. It is because of the citizens. And we need to listen to the citizens now and halt the budget and review where the money is going. We already know that crime is linked to social issues like poverty, lack of social services, inequity in education, inequity in services, and inadequate funding for services that treat addiction to drugs and alcohol. There are so many issues within this budget that we need to revisit. So please halt the budget, listen to the people who have testified today, and we need to do better. Thank you for listening. I hope we do the right thing.
Next is Peter Segan. On deck, Cal Harmon. Peter?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. My name is Peter Stegan and I live here. I'm glad to be here, and I urge you to make this online testimony option permanent. You gotta halt the budget and begin the process of defunding the Lincoln Police Department. Don't match the mayor's dangerous investment, and if you can, you should reallocate those funds into the community in non-oppressive ways. Yeah, I'm just so encouraged tonight by all of the brave voices that have spoken. And I don't really know what I can add that hasn't been said, but yeah, we're not supposed to ask questions, but I wonder if someone can clear up why everybody's talking about body cameras and why are we even discussing it? Like, if it's for accountability, that's like totally bananas. There's already so many videos of Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color being murdered by the police. And does it really hold any of these murderers accountable? Why are body cameras even a talking point at this point? There's no fixing the police. There's no reforming the police. There's no training away their oppression. We need a different system. We need a system of compassion. We need restorative justice. Halt this budget, and let's all work towards abolishing police. Because if we don't, we'll never abolish white supremacy. It's going to take some time, and it's going to take a whole lot of work, but it should be glaringly obvious to y'all that we're ready to do the work. Are you folks listening, or do you just not give a shit? Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next up, Cal Harmon. On deck, Dakota Altman.
Hello?
Cal?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I know the council has heard all of the arguments against giving police more money to bring on more officers and provide body cameras. And I know the mayor has heard these calls too. Briefly, I just want to bring attention to one influencing factor in this budgetary process that has been touched on tonight, but has received very little scrutiny throughout these deliberations. In early 2015, the Lincoln Police Union gave Republican Andy Stebbing $30,000 shortly after he announced his campaign for mayor. As we know, Stebbing was defeated by Democratic incumbent Chris Beitler. 1 year into his term, the police union gave Beitler a $13,500 donation as, quote, a sign of civility. The police union seemed to wisen up the next time around, not picking a horse in the race until it was clear that the Democrat was going to win. The police union donated $25,000 to Mayor Gaylord Baird's campaign about a month before her election victory. The police union also gave City Council member Roy Christensen $1,500. Many have come to just accept this kind of election financing as the way things are. After all, it's completely legal. Unions that represent other jobs like nurses and teachers donate and endorse politicians all the time. However, nurses and teachers aren't in the streets discharging lethal chemical agents into peaceful demonstrations. They aren't throwing people to the concrete by their hair because some cuss words were thrown their way, nor are teachers and nurses firing plastic-coated metal bullets the size of golf balls into people's skulls. Nor are they throwing over 100 people into overcrowded jail cells in the midst of a viral pandemic because a protest, quote, leaned toward the potential of getting violent, end quote. A baffling justification for mass arrest that's somehow not even in the running for the most dystopian action taken by the police in this country this summer. On July 13th at the City-County Common Meeting, Lancaster County Police Chief Terry Wagner said we need to, quote, keep politics out of law enforcement. It's worth noting that on July 22nd, just over a week later, Wagner was a special guest at the Lancaster County Republican Party meeting. But I think Wagner gets it exactly backward. We don't need to keep politics out of law enforcement. We need to get law enforcement out of politics. Until then, no amount of promises or personal assurances will convince me that this money does not play a role in influencing our elected leaders' actions. I don't have any new arguments to make that haven't been made on why the police don't need more money. I applaud and stand firmly with everyone that has raised their voice in opposition. Instead, I just want to take my last minute to address the people that are watching. There's a growing mass of people waking up to the injustices of this country, injustices that have been suffered by the poor and marginalized for decades. The COVID pandemic certainly didn't create these, but it has magnified and exacerbated them tenfold. Following the murder of George Floyd, protests broke out, and despite what the news may suggest, they have not stopped. People are coming together in unprecedented ways off of the streets too. This is happening here in Lincoln. There's a growing realization that maybe this country, the state, and the city aren't exactly as advertised. Maybe the only qualities we possess that are truly valued by our society are those which can be exploited. And if you feel this way and feel nearly paralyzed by it, just take a deep breath and just know you're far from alone. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid that those of us who would like to see the power stripped from the police may have lost this year's budgetary battle. But fortunately for our opposition, we were caught on our heels. But rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. Look at what has been mobilized in just a matter of months. Imagine where we're going to be in a year. Plus, most of us are just too broke to move away, and travel's pretty limited right now anyway. I want to end with a slightly altered line from everyone's favorite 90s English pop group, Chumbawamba. We'll get knocked down, but we'll get up again. You're never going to keep us down. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Next up, Dakota Altman. On deck, Erica Stewart Finkenstead. Dakota? Dakota? I see you there, Dakota. Can you hear us?
Dakota, can you unmute?
We'll move on to Erica Stewart, and then I'll call Dakota back later. Erica Stewart. Erica? Erica, you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Erica Stewart Finkenstedt, and I call on you to halt the budget and defund the police. In response to the city's acceptance of the COPS grant, City Council member Roy Christensen said, quote, "Public safety is our #1 responsibility as city leaders. Funding for additional officers helps the Lincoln Police Department deliver on its mission to promote a safe and secure community," end quote. A safe community is not one where police arrest, incarcerate, and kill Black and marginalized people. While many attribute police brutality to singular bad apples, the problem is not individual police officers. The problem is policing as systemic reinforcement of white supremacy. The problem is that police as an institution emerged from slave patrols in the South, made up of white citizens who caught and whipped escaped slaves. Police today developed out of this context and continue to protect white people and wealth at the violent expense of others. LPD is not an exception. Lincoln residents have experienced excessive force at the hands of the police, both this summer and in the past. 3 years ago, LPD body slammed a resident, causing him to wake up in a pool of blood with a fractured shoulder. The 3 officers involved were wearing body cameras, but none were turned on until after the individual, Brina Dizia, was already on the ground and unconscious. The excessive force lawsuit was eventually settled last year by the city of Lincoln, meaning taxpayers ultimately paid the price instead of the police. If you are truly dedicated to protecting public safety, you cannot support a $50 million police department. Supporting the current budget proposal indicates your support for police entrenched in brutality and unconstrained power. Police violence will not change by small measures such as police cameras or more diversity training. Things will only fundamentally change if you change the system giving police power. This starts with drastically reducing the resources given to the police. I ask that you cut the police budget by 50%. 50% may seem shocking, but what's shocking is that we continue to see 1,000 Americans murdered each year by the police, and instead of putting an end to the murder, those in power simply create new methods in which to allow murders to happen. You, as the City Council, are endowed with the unique power to enact change. Be proactive and defund the police, while simultaneously providing our community and individuals with the resources they need to thrive. The work on imagining a police and prison-free world has already been done. Look to any number of abolitionists, Mariama Kaba, Angela Davis, and Ruth Wilson Gilmore, just to name a few. The work has been done and the decision is in your hands. Please be brave and be bold and choose to stand with the community before you in believing that a more peaceful world is possible. Thank you.
Up next is Kelly Seacrest. On deck is Hannah Klein. Dakota, if you can hear me, can you please reply in our chat so we know you're there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. My name's Kelly Seacrest. I live in Lincoln. I was going to thank everyone, and I have thanked you in the past, but I actually want to make room and thank those who have spoken. And everyone at City Council should feel not tired or exhausted, but you should feel excited about the level of engagement, research, and passion that you're hearing from folks, because the amount of people here is a sign of a robust democracy. And if you support democracy, then you'd want even more people here speaking. And we should celebrate and expand access to this kind of engagement. I'm really here to just talk about the budget. I'm asking you to halt the budget, for it reflects an investment in control and punishment and white supremacy. The budget comes at the expense of people's well-being and lives, particularly Black people, Indigenous people, and other people of color, as well as disabled people and houseless people, as well as people with mental health issues. I was outside and we're having lots of conversations, and someone said, you all, in terms of you all in the City Council, are afraid of the police for political reasons, and we, as in protesters, are afraid of the police for personal reasons. I understand that the policing as an institution is powerful, but that does not make them just or necessary. I think you've heard a lot of testimony on the history of policing. It's essentially interconnectedness with white supremacy. I won't go into details there, but I think that the fact that the mayor took a large amount from the police union obviously sways her judgment on this issue. Why should other community services and other city unionized workers take cuts in order to continue to increase the police budget, especially after all you've heard, not just at the local testimony tonight, but amidst a national and global movement for Black lives? We are also in a pandemic. We're in multiple crises, and I can tell you for one thing for sure. No police officer is going to fix or solve or help someone who's infected by COVID or sick. They're not going to help anyone who's facing evictions or has been evicted. They're not going to help anyone who's unemployed or underemployed, or anyone who's grieving from all the losses that they've experienced this year. I'd also like to add that prisons are overcrowded at 151% capacity, and a state of emergency has been declared. In this context, it is unacceptable to increase the police budget. Why can't we have a community invested in care and justice and not control and punishment? The answer is actually we can. We can create, remake, unmake, and imagine and build the kind of world we want to see. And we've seen it. And we're seeing it. Have you been outside? People are outside. They're in community. They're feeding each other. They're supporting each other. And they're caring for each other. People can and are building communities based on care. And you can be part of that creation by answering the millions of voices, not just the voices here in Lincoln, that are demanding for justice and care, demanding a better world. Halt the budget, defund the police, Black Lives Matter.
Next, Hannah Clemming. On deck, Brandon Meismer. Hannah? Hannah, are you there? Hannah, can you unmute your mic? Okay, I'll call Hannah back later. Brandon Meismer, are you there? Brandon Meismer? Brandon?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
There you go. All right, sorry, I kept saying I was being muted there. All right, first off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment remotely. Obviously, there's an ongoing health crisis, and as others have noted, accessibility issues. So this is really great. Personally, I've been blessed to serve the people of Lincoln from all its neighborhoods as well as its surrounding communities as a paramedic for more than a decade. But the unorthodox schedule that comes with that position can be kind of a challenge when it comes to civil engagement. So I ask that you continue to offer this into the future for everyone in order to engage in these matters. Of course, while we're all here tonight, the excitement, for lack of a better term, of 2020 has led us to deep reflection and introspection for many of us. And it's really become apparent that we're at a crossroads. Nothing is forcing us to maintain existing and outdated paradigms, and it's up to us to decide what defines success, both as individuals and as a society and community as a whole. We have what I believe is a rare opportunity to take the lessons learned during the darkness of this year and forge beacons of hope that will last into the future. At current, over 1/5 of the proposed budget is allocated toward policing. It's up to us as a community to decide if this is the best use of funds to achieve our definition of what we want to be as a successful society. Is this really the best use of funds to create opportunity and prosperity, not only for those of us speaking and watching today, but for future generations in this city that we love? Will spending 20+% of the budget lead to success for our community? We know that an enormous share of criminality can be directly traced to matters such as mental health and socioeconomic desperation. The terrible truth is it's not a stretch to see that these issues are not going to get any better anytime soon as a result of this health and economic crisis we're facing, especially in light of the nearly 30 million, that's million with an M, pending evictions nationwide. They 20% of the city's expenditures into reactionary policing truly are best use of funds? Are they reducing criminality or simply punishing it? If you agree that that's really the best use of our money, I implore you to take a moment and reflect on what that means about your faith in the citizens you supposedly represent, or who's paying your paycheck, of course, for some council members. The next time you meet with a constituent, I ask you to take a moment, look into their eyes, and consider whether an increased police presence is the best way to benefit their future and aid in their success in life. I believe in this city. We've heard from dozens of others this evening who do. But do you, our own city councilmen and women, believe in Lincoln? Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Next up, Sarah Al-Hilfi Leon. Sarah?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sarah Hafilion, and I'm here against the proposed city budget. I don't think that we should give any more money to the LPD. I also think body cams will not help out at all. The evidence shows us time and time again, and I just echo what everyone else has said. And yes, and I just do not think that it will be beneficial. I think reallocating the funds within the community is something that we need to do if we really truly want to have a safer community for Lincoln. I think Lincoln has an amazing opportunity to be a safer city, but I do not see that with funding or adding more funds into the police. We can always be better. And then if police doesn't prevent crime, they show up after it happens. Crime prevention starts with funding social programs and creating opportunity. I stand with everyone who voiced their concerns today and halt the budget and Black Lives Matter.
Next up, Rosalind Kitchler. And we're going to call back Dakota Altman. Rosalind?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. My name is Rosalind Kitchler. I'm a resident of Lincoln living at 1414 C Street. I thank the council members for staying late to listen so late into the night. I apologize if this testimony is repetitive, but the stakes are simply too high to risk you, the city council, from missing this point. I stand with the other protesters speaking today. I am speaking before the city council for the third time since June to voice my opposition to the budget. I am here now to urge the council members to halt the Lincoln City budget. Specifically, I'm opposed to the increased funding for the Lincoln Police Department. The mayor has already accepted a federal COPS grant worth $500,000, but the COPS grant is not free money. Lincoln taxpayers are required to match the grant. After 3 years, the new officers initially funded by the grant will stop receiving grant funding and require further city budget dollars. On top of this, the proposed budget further increases funding to the Lincoln Police Department in order to fund body cameras and 2 new officers to manage these cameras. With all these increases to LPD funding, the police account for a full 20% of the budget. Many other needed social services are robbed by the bloated police budget. This funding decision is only more fiscally irresponsible and morally reprehensible during an ongoing pandemic that asks all other city services to do without. Instead of increasing funding to the police, I ask the city council to imagine a city that no longer requires police. With fully funded social services that protect our most vulnerable residents, Lincoln could be that city. As decades of sociological research show, the safest neighborhoods have the most resources, not the most policing. Increasing the LPD budget will only increase surveillance and violence in Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. More police officers only creates more opportunities for police violence. And body cameras do not disrupt police violence. The police murdered George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Philander Castile, and Tamir Rice while on camera. This is only naming a few well-known victims. Similarly, a 2017 study conducted by the DC Mayor's scientific team using a randomized control design, the gold standard in scientific research, found body cameras created no significant changes in police behavior. As long as police continue to be allowed to use force, they will pose a deadly threat to Black residents and other residents of color. Moreover, I doubt the intentions of the mayor. During her election, she received $25,000 from the Lincoln Police Union. Is the mayor increasing LPD funding to guarantee an even bigger contribution to her next campaign? With the mayor potentially in LPD's pocket, Lincoln residents look towards you, our city council, to act justly by voting against the budget. For the past 2 months, protesters across Lincoln came together to demand change in our city, starting with defunding the police. Like millions of others across the country, protesters were spurred to action by the recent police murder of George Floyd. However, the nationwide call to defund the police is not an oversized reaction to a single murder, but rather a long overdue reckoning with an inherently racist system. We are mistaken when we act as if police violence is exceptional. While it may be exceptional when used against white communities, it is the norm for Black communities and other communities of color. We must not forget modern policing began in the 1800s in the form of Southern slave patrols. The slave patrols provided the model for early police departments in large northern cities, which sought to control their increasing immigrant populations. Policing has never been and cannot ever be race neutral. The only effective way to prevent continued violence against Black residents and other residents of color is to defund the Lincoln Police. I beg City Council members to listen to the voices of their residents. As should be resoundingly clear from the continued protests in Lincoln, residents do not want meaningless reforms that channel even more money into police.
I think our time was up.
Her time is up.
Yeah.
Let's go one more and then we can take a break.
Hannah Klein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. 1 second. Hi, my name is Hannah Clemmy. I will not be sharing my address today. I'm calling in to testify and demand that you halt the city budget as there are so many concerns the community has with the proposal. As a resident of this community, I want to put pressure on you all to really listen to the people who experienced the effects of this budget firsthand and to put them first, and also those affected that don't have the privilege or means to speak today. You serve us, we are your boss, and human rights and the safety of Black and brown lives should not have to be up for debate. I know that LPD is already receiving a grant from the mayor, and I ask that you listen to us and do everything in your power to ensure that the grant is not matched with more money. More money to the police, or any money at all for that matter, means upholding a system of white supremacy. I ask that you oppose the funding of more body cams for police and the additional hiring of police officers to manage these body cams. As we've seen time and time again, they don't prevent police brutality. After witnessing the violence of police firsthand in my own city, I do not trust LPD cops to be responsible and diligent about even using these cameras correctly. These cops do not make people feel safe, and they have made it clear that they do not serve the people, they do not protect us, and I don't trust them. Body cameras are ineffective and an irresponsible allocation for funds. After hearing firsthand accounts from my friends who were violently arrested during the peaceful protest in Omaha recently, it makes me upset to know that much worse goes on behind closed doors that we don't even hear about. I also demand that we put funding towards an alternate method of mental health response. As we know, the police have not been around that long in the scheme of things. There's no reason we can't reimagine mental health care and the response to emergencies in our community rather than having the police partner up with mental health services. We are in the middle of a global pandemic. Many people are experiencing job loss, loss of family members, and other trauma. People are in distress, and we cannot ignore it and pretend it's not happening. We must address the mental health crisis that goes along with this pandemic on top of other issues people were already dealing with before COVID-19. We must also acknowledge that Black and brown families are being hit harder than anyone else right now and are also the ones targeted by police the most. How are they supposed to feel safe calling the police during a moment of crisis? We must build a community that takes care of one another. We are all human and we must do better. Thank you for your time. Defund LPD, halt the budget, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we take a 5-minute break? Okay, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. I'll call the meeting of August 3rd still. Budget meeting for the Lincoln City Council back in session. Yay! Sony, please. Oh, who's up next?
Next is Dakota Altman. On deck is Aaron Poor. Dakota?
My name is Dakota.
Okay.
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dakota Altman. I'm here today to ask you to halt the budget. I stand by the countless community members that have given powerful testimonials today to demand that you defund the police and take a stand with the Lincoln community. The budget that you are here to match, Pete Ricketts, can be used for so much more good than to simply fund a system that has proven time and time again to be systematically racist to Black community members. This is outrageous, and this is exactly what a democracy looks like. All of these people coming to testify. There are many more concerns related to the increase of the police budget, and there has been no transparent, honest conversation between the council and the community, despite that we have requested you to engage with us more. We put in the work, so I feel like you all need to put in as much work as we have and stand by us. I just want to reiterate that I'm here today to ask you to halt the budget and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Aaron Poor. Aaron?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you all so much for, again, hosting this public comment time and for offering people the opportunity to participate via Zoom. This is a really, really important access issue, and we're extremely grateful for this opportunity. I want to start off by saying Black Lives Matter. And I want to start off also by just echoing what so many people have shared tonight. Their research and their experiences have illuminated so many issues and so many opportunities that we need to reimagine. I've spent the last 6 hours listening to people, rewriting my own testimony. I know I've shared before, and I decided to just let go of my notes and just speak to y'all. This is such a moment that you have, such an opportunity to act. We're coming to the city council and sharing these positions because we believe in you and we believe in the power that you have to make change. We are asking you to reimagine public safety. So many people have come before you and asked you to imagine what it really means to feel safe and secure in this city. For some people, that means police. They've made their voices known too to you in your chambers. But for many people, safety does not mean police. Security does not equal more police in your neighborhood. Safety equals housing security. Safety means food security. It can mean so many things, and this budget does not reflect those realities. It does not reflect the reality that some people feel safe with police and other people do not. That's just the complex reality of the city that you are serving. And the budget has to reflect that complex reality. And you have to approach this complex problem with more nuanced solutions than just adding more police to the force. You know that that's not solving the problems. We also know here in Lincoln that there are huge structural inequities that have led to more and more neighborhoods falling into poverty, and that many of those neighborhoods that are falling into poverty are also neighborhoods that are that have larger minority populations than other parts of the city. So we know that poverty is being compounded and concentrated in certain neighborhoods amongst certain populations, and we're not doing anything to address that. We have to address that. That's the safety. That's the equity that we're asking you to achieve through this budget. So yes, we are asking you to defund the police because we have these huge issues that need transformative policy. They need that transformative power behind them. So please stop this budget, rewrite it, use this as an opportunity to imagine a future where safety is encompassing of all people's needs. Black Lives Matter. Please show us that you know that Black lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
Next up is Riley Evers.
Riley here. He here? I thought he testified here.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me? All right. I'm here to oppose and call for a halt to this proposed budget. First, I would ask why it is that you propose a wage freeze for the city employees, while on the same day giving the police a 3.25% raise across the board. Regardless of the insistent pleas and demands of your constituents, how is it decided that police are exempted from this? As well as the vacancy credit and planning for layoffs of city workers. While the police are hiring 5 from the cops hiring grant, 2 for your body camera action, and 4 for projected growth. That's 11 new officers while you plan to lay off other city workers. Police officers are paid $57,570 by their new raise at minimum after less than a year of training. That makes $632,577 in salaries a year alone added to your budget. While teachers are paid far under the median wage in Lincoln, should be sacrificed to the plague when schools reopen with no hope of effectively controlling the virus. As a sidetrack, I'd ask you to not reopen the schools. The idea that children are spread or harmed by the virus is entirely unbased in reality or medicine, and sending children home every day from densely packed indoor facilities is a perfect model to spread the virus to our entire community. To do so would make it obvious that the city's council's real priorities are far from its people's safety, health, or quality of life. I would also bring up that freezes on property taxes is a regressive measure that only benefits property owners and not those most at risk due to this pandemic. I'm not saying decreasing financial stress from homeowners is a bad thing, but this would also affect really landlords and commercial real estate holdings who own huge amounts of commercial property and housing in the city, who of course will not hesitate to evict and throw onto the street their tenants during a pandemic and what very well may be the beginning of the worst depression the United States has ever seen, regardless of whatever financial relief they may receive. This is all while the city and the state does nothing to prevent evictions, which disproportionately affect people of color. Many local businesses as well are renters and will not help from this, get any help from this. I would ask that you reinstate this tax rate for properties that are not owner residencies, and these funds can be used for mental health professionals, community programs, addressing our homeless increase, or funding our schools, which are so completely unprepared to deal with the opening amidst this pandemic. It's also ridiculous to believe that the city of Lincoln needs a gun violence task force, given the fact that, by your own words, Lincoln's violent crime rate is 33% lower than the national average for cities of its size. In the last FBI crime report of 2018, Lincoln's homicide rate was at 2 per 100,000 people, placing it 8th lowest in homicide amongst the 74 cities in the United States with populations over 250,000. In 2017, the year before, there were 0 homicides in Lincoln. Lincoln does not have a problem of gun violence. Lincoln has a budget problem is being exacerbated to a tune of $300,000 this year in hiring these officers, not to mention their increasing salaries and expenditures of these officers for the entirety of their tenure, their pensions until death, their position in perpetuity, as well as federal funding will end for this grant in 3 years, leaving the city with the bill. The cops hiring grant is a tool to further expand the military and prison industrial complex for the purpose of profit through these industries at the direct expense of your citizens' safety, health, and quality of life. Yes. I understand that this was done by an executive order by the mayor, but you all as a city council have the ability to recall the matching requirement of this grant, thus disqualifying for it. Black Lives Matter.
Next up, Alex Svoboda. On deck, Gus Burchell. Alex?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Alex Svoboda. I'm currently a resident of the Witherby neighborhood, that's Councilmember Bowers' district, and I'm here to ask all of you to halt the proposed Lincoln City budget. Thank you for continuing to provide this space for receiving remote testimony and for staying here late to listen, and I hope you are in fact hearing us. Thank you, Councilmember Bowers, for advocating to extend a 10:30 cutoff time to this meeting because increased accessibility to these spaces is crucial. And I would ask that closed captioning be implemented in the near future as well. Also, a big thank you to those who have testified already, asking to halt this budget. This level of engagement from passionate and informed residents is just a small section of the larger community that's pushing for social and political change here in Lincoln. Most of the people speaking here tonight are working on multiple fronts to care for each other, confront hate and oppression, and bring change to this community. Our presence in council chambers is honestly just one small part. And we're inviting you to collaborate with us. We're asking you to listen and to take action and to use your power as given by the people of Lincoln and to not accept the proposed budget in its current form. We're asking you to consider alternatives, specifically alternatives to policing, specifically by defunding the police and investing in schools, libraries, tenant assistant programs, parks, mental health services in Lincoln's Black and Indigenous and immigrant communities. There's so many different areas that are requiring funding in this current state of crisis that our community is facing. And the police are not making us safer. If this budget is accepted in its current form with increased money for LPD on top of the money that the mayor has already granted to the police department via the COPS grant, a huge section of Lincoln will be beyond disappointed in you and compelled to continue our own work in holding police and city officials accountable. These two structural problems, such as the historically racist institution of policing, are not made by elected officials, and this change comes from the people. Again, we're inviting you to participate in the change that's already taking place around the country in defunding and demilitarizing the police. I'd like to thank certain council members who have listened and already advocated to reverse the initial proposal to defund libraries and sidewalks and rather draw from the gas tax that goes towards highway maintenance. You can continue in this vein by refusing to match the mayor's COPS grants funds that are requested from the city budget and refuse to fund body cams. This is just another tool that the police honestly use to criminalize city residents rather than hold themselves accountable. The huge portion of the current city budget that LPD already receives has been shown to be spent in a myriad of ways that harass and abuse Lincoln residents, and I've witnessed this. I grew up in the Near South neighborhood, and the level of over-policing there does not keep neighbors more safe. It creates fear, poverty, and mistrust. Access to the resources that allow us to live dignified lives keeps us safe. We keep us safe. And I, along with my family, my friends, and many others, we refuse to call the police because we know all too well how the police escalate conflict and have a license to kill with impunity. And as I said, the world is changing, Lincoln's changing, and we're asking you to work with us to grow that change. Halt the budget, reimagine public safety, defund the police, Black Lives Matter.
Next up, Gus Burchell. On deck, Naya Yang Locke.
Hi, I'm Gus Burchell. Churchill, 1610 Kingston Road. You've heard others say what I hope to in much wiser words already, so I'll be brief. I encourage you all to take what you have heard here tonight seriously and oppose this budget until it reallocates funding from the police into services which would actually protect and serve all of the people. This budget doesn't just ignore all those who have told you that police don't make them feel safe, but goes directly against their wishes and needs. Don't give LPD even more money. Don't give them raises while freezing those for all other city employees. Don't give them money for cameras which don't improve safety or accessibility. Don't pay for even more officers and technicians after the 5 that we're set up to pay for the wages and pensions of beyond the federal grant. All the while showing that you don't care about the citizens who have clearly, repeatedly, and painfully expressed their needs. As another speaker said, we should not be further entrenching ourselves in policing. Not every problem is a police problem, and in fact, for many problems, police are a harmful answer. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Naya Locke.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, hi. First of all, my name is Nyang Wok. You can address me as Nia if you feel the need to. I will not be sharing my address, but I do go to school here and I have lived in Lincoln for a while and I do work here. First of all, I just want to thank you for writing out this time. I have been watching this live stream since the beginning, so I can understand that you were tired and you were working overtime. But I also do want to reiterate the fact that we all have been here for just as long, and we have also been working overtime to make sure that as a community as a whole, we are able to come to a budget that helps us, especially in a need where, like, we economically know that we're not getting any federal aid because at the moment, because they have their own things that they need to work on. Our state is struggling, and so we're really on our own, and we really only have so much money to spend. So it's up to us to spend it responsibly and spend it responsibly. And I feel like right now our budget isn't doing so, and that's why I'm advocating to halt the budget. And I think it's important that at the end of this night that we remember that in order for a representative democracy to work, that democracy is a conversation. And it's a conversation that needs to be had between us, your constituents, our civil servants, as well as you, our representatives. And a question that I am going to pose to you, and I do expect a response for, even if it's through email, I want to know, when was the last time you talked to someone who was unhoused? When was the last time you talked to someone who isn't able to have this conversation? Because the only reason I'm able to be here now is that you were thankful enough and kind enough and gave the courtesy for me to be able to appear over Zoom. But not everyone has an internet connection. Not everyone has this option. And I want you to ask yourself, genuinely, when was the last time you talked to a constituent that couldn't afford to contribute to you? When was the last time you talked to a constituent that sleeps in a park? When was the last time you talked to a constituent that hasn't had a chance to actually see you, who doesn't know who you are, who doesn't know what you look like, who doesn't know what you do, who doesn't know that this is happening right now? Because we have a housing problem. We have an over-policing of people who are unhoused. And as a person who was lucky enough to escape unhoused and being in that situation, it is really upsetting for me when you sit here and you spend all this time here and we are spending hours and having this conversation, but then you, after this happened and after coming to these meetings, can't bother to go out and talk to people who can't come to these meetings, can't bother to talk to people who aren't able to vote because they don't have an address, who aren't able to work because they don't have an address, who are more focused on making sure that they don't get assaulted or harmed or hurt, and aren't able to have the pleasure of going, let me talk to my representative. And so while you're making this decision and while you're choosing to halt the budget, because I trust you to choose to halt the budget, I want you to genuinely ask yourself and reach out to someone, and that when the next time you see me, because I will be here next time, that you ask yourself, when was the last time I talked to a constituent who doesn't have the ability to reach out to me? Because you have the pleasure of being able to start the conversation and start the conversation that is a representative democracy. So I truly encourage you to go out and talk to constituents who cannot talk to you, because the choices that you are making mean the world to them, are life to death to them. Thank you.
I will move on to the two testifiers in the chambers. We do have one individual still on the webinar that we're trying to get their registered name so we can call for testimony. But I'll go ahead and call up Brianna. Then next up would be Pamela Lamb.
Hello, everybody. So I didn't really have much to say. I don't have a speech prepared, but I am here to waste your time because my time has been wasted a lot lately. I've been out in these streets all summer. I'm 24, but my summer has been spent fighting for my people, fighting for this. And it's really just disrespectful when this whole summer we've been doing this and then this budget comes out. So I really wanted to speak, not necessarily to you guys, because you guys have received all of the facts. You guys have been sitting here listening to all of these testifiers. You guys know how we feel. So I really want to direct what I have to say to the mayor. She may not hear this. She may hear it. She may choose to ignore it like she does everything that we've said to her. But Mayor Lirion, like, if you don't listen to us, if you're sitting in the comfort of your home right now, either one, not listening to this, or you are, you need to revise the budget. Period. That is your job. Look at your city council. They are tired. This meeting was supposed to end. They wanted it to end at 10:30. It is still occurring. Like, there's an issue that is happening right now, and it is up to you as our mayor to make the difference. You need to revise this budget. And I don't know what you're doing right now, but I hope that you're uncomfortable. I hope that you're bothered. I hope that you see your city representative sitting up here tired at almost midnight and listening to all these people who have given well-articulated, very passionate and full of facts. Like, every speech has been full of facts and respect, and like, that's what you guys ask of us. You don't want us to be out there protesting. You don't want us to be out there blocking off streets. This is what you ask of us. You ask us to come here and talk to our city officials and do it peacefully. We're here, and we're doing it. We're doing it your way. So listen to us, Mayor Lirion. Because, like, if you don't, like, this isn't going to stop. This isn't going to go away. This isn't going to disappear. You don't get to just sit in your house and not listen to what we have to say and then assume that you can pass this budget and things are just going to go back to the way they were. It's not. That's not going to happen. You will continue to be uncomfortable, and this will be your only opportunity as mayor if you don't revise your budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Pamela Lamb.
Okay, I'm not here to thank y'all like how everybody else has been all day, because this is the position that you guys applied for and this is what you guys are supposed to be doing. So I'm not really mad that you guys have been here all day. I don't really have much to say either, but just like Bree, I'm only 20. I've been here all summer. My summer has been ruined because I've been fighting for being black. And I think that's very ridiculous. And for to raise the police funding is absolutely ridiculous. You guys are so worried about black and brown kids in the streets. Instead of helping them, you guys want to lock them up in cages like animals. If you're sure that's how everybody here sees black people, as animals, but we're not animals. Instead of locking up brown and black boys especially, I think the funding should go to things such as tutoring, or it should go to things, such as mentoring, because these people need help. We shouldn't be treated like people who don't have no minds, because black people are smart, we're capable of doing a lot of things, but instead of locking us up every single time that something goes wrong, things aren't going to change. It's going to be the same, and you're going to see a constant problem of people out in the streets, people selling drugs, people fighting and all that stuff. So if you want to see a change, you need to make sure that mentors are out in the street instead of police going out in the streets and answering calls for every single thing. Police should not be answering calls for domestic abuse violences, because majority of the time they go there and they don't do anything about it. Police should not be going and picking up kids for a dime of weed. It should be a mentor going there to, tell them what's wrong and what's right. Police should not be going and shooting people who might be schizophrenic. You should call someone who's a social worker that knows how to work with someone who's schizophrenic. So instead of funding the money to the police who don't even have the skills and knowledge to work with these kinds of people, that money should go to people who do know how to work with people who do have schizophrenia, or black and brown boys who are in the streets, or domestic abuse violence cases. So that's all I really have to say is, I think you should halt the funding, and you should really think about the choices that you guys are making, because this is real people. Like, I know people have been stating statistics and facts all day, but I'm a real black girl standing in front of y'all right now, and that's my life. Like, my skin color is not a joke. My skin color is very real, and I can't change who I am. So instead of, looking at everything like a paycheck, you should look at people like real people, because we really out here dying in the streets, and that's not fair. Well, y'all get to sit behind there in y'all mansions, fancy cars, while we dying. So you should take that in mind.
Do we still have one? You want to tell us what their name is? No.
That's the last of our testifiers.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else?
I move adjournment.
Second.
Move in second that we adjourn this budget meeting. Please call the roll.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, everyone.